Till Death Do Us Bark. Happy Tales Dog Walking Mysteries Volume 2. Written by Stella St. Narrated by Machelle Williams. Chapter 1. Lady McBride, wedding planner extraordinaire, carefully looked over the dishes on display. She was almost finished with her inspection, and a delicious treat was waiting for her enjoyment. A swift glance at the clock made her smile in satisfaction. Everything was going perfectly. She was in more demand than any other wedding planner in Luxembourg, and she was currently working with the perfect bride. The woman had no idea what she wanted and seemed more eager with every nudge that Lacey gave her. Lacey nodded to herself. Now that she'd secured a rapidly approaching date, soon the venue she'd had her eye on for months would finally be hers. Well, partly hers anyway. But the exclusive rights to the wedding there would make her the most popular wedding planner in town. The money would roll in. She laughed aloud at the thought. Everyone else would have no choice but to pack their bags and go elsewhere. Humming merrily to herself, she sashayed around the floor, coming to an abrupt halt. Several of the dessert forks had smudges on them. Frowning, she plucked each one of the offenders from their display box and brought them over to her desk. She had planned on changing out the display tomorrow, but there was no harm in getting it done tonight. After all, if she didn't keep things fresh and updated, her clients might get bored. But first, she had a victory to celebrate. A round, rich vanilla mini cake waiting on a plate before her was calling her name. Although brides and vendors were always sending her cake samples and slices of cake as a thank you, this one was different. This represented a peace offering, the desperate act of a desperate person. Smiling smugly, she sat down and picked up a fork. The cake had a wonderful almond aroma. The antique white buttercream frosting was artfully applied, supplying the perfect background to set off the beautiful dark navy rose. Lacey could imagine a bride standing next to this cake, dressed in a gorgeous mermaid flare dress lined in pearls, with her bridesmaids all adorned in navy shades. It would make for a gorgeous wedding. She'd asked for the cake decorator's name. Lacey felt sure that, her lips curved in a smile as she thought of the perfect epithet, that loser would not want to give it to her, but she could hint that it was another step toward her goodwill. After all, Lacey had broken her victim so easily before. The loser wanted nothing more than to return to the fold, but Lacey enjoyed the feeling of power. She reveled in the pained look on a bride's face when she kicked her to the curb, on a vendor's face when she blocked that persona non grata from the wedding scene. It was a ruthless business, and only the most cutthroat would survive. Lacey McBride had every intention of surviving. Almost all of them begged for her forgiveness for whatever wrongs they'd done her, and that moment of victory was the most exhilarating feeling in the world. No drug even came close. Like tonight. The peace offering was a surprise move, and Lacey would have to put some thought into how she would counter that move. Would she show mercy, or would she remind her new doormat that this was her world and no one would usurp her from her throne? Picking up the fork, she carefully wiped off the smudges with a maroon and silver-printed cocktail napkin. She admired the perfect crumb as the edge of her fork sliced through a corner. Not too moist, not too dry, and inhaled the luscious, enticing aroma as she lifted that much-anticipated first bite to her parted lips. She paused, hovering the fork, drawing out the moment and all its pleasure. Then, feeling like the Queen of Hearts, Lacey delicately took her first bite. Chapter 2. The rain came down in sheets, splattering on the sidewalk and effectively clearing Main Street. A chill wrapped around Olivia Rickard as she huddled under the awning of her sister's bakery. She stamped her feet in search of elusive warmth. Her tennis shoes were still soaking wet from rain, and mud was caked on their soles. In her arms, a small, displeased pug wriggled and cried. Holding him closer, she tried to tuck him into the front of her light jacket in an attempt to quiet him and warm him up. The poor old dog suffered from arthritis and hated being out in the cold, but his owner demanded that the dog be walked in all types of weather. And since that was her motto for Happy Tail's dog walking, Olivia could hardly point out that maybe Clyde would be more comfortable exercising indoors. As it was, Olivia ended up carrying him most of the time, which seemed equally bothersome to Clyde. There was simply no pleasing him. His nails scraped against her neck. "Ouch," she muttered, pushing his foot away. "Would you stop?" Clyde grunted in answer, and Olivia promptly set him down on the wet pavement, just managing to avoid a puddle. The pug heaved a huge sigh and looked up at her through bulging eyes, as though she'd betrayed him in some horrible way. "This is not my fault," she insisted. "I'm just doing my job." A movement caught Clyde's attention, and he barked in sharp yaps as another figure came rushing toward them. "Really, Olivia, people are going to think that you've lost your mind if you start talking to the dogs in public," Janelle said, juggling with her umbrella in her hurry to get her keys out. Dressed in jeans and a chef's coat, Olivia's older sister still managed to look gorgeous despite the horrible weather. Her makeup was artfully applied, highlighting her high cheekbones and smooth olive skin. A shimmery eyeliner brought out gold flecks in her eyes, and soft pink glossed her lips. Olivia felt a stab of jealousy, although it was her own fault. The two sisters looked remarkably similar. Not identical, of course, as Olivia was taller and Janelle curvier. The older sister wore her thick, lush hair in a cute, flippy, short style. Olivia kept her hair longer, so she could easily pull it back in a ponytail. Although Olivia obsessively watched makeup tutorials on YouTube, she rarely bothered with the stuff, which was part of the reason why Janelle looked spectacular, and Olivia looked like a drowned rat. "You'd be yelling at the dog, too, if you had to deal with him. He's like a grumpy old man," Olivia insisted. Shaking out her umbrella, Janelle shouldered her large tote and unlocked the bakery. Clyde immediately scampered in, and Janelle gasped. "You can't let him wander loose in there. He smells awful." "You're the one who wanted me to help you buy the brownstone so I could have an office above you," Olivia pointed out. "I do walk dogs for a living." "Well, they're not allowed to run around down here. Take him upstairs while I make us some coffee," Janelle ordered, surveying the darkened room with a frown. "Where is he, anyway?" "Clyde," Olivia called, although she suspected that the old dog was following his nose. She had recently acquired an older dog of her own, a basset hound named Fender. Mayor Hutchinson had adopted him a couple of months ago, hoping to win the affections of Lady Celeste, the town's psychic, and when that didn't work, he had thrust the dog into Olivia's care. The poor thing was so old that Olivia had suspected he wouldn't make it more than a week, but it had turned out that Fender was much livelier than anyone might expect. While he feigned deafness and occasional blindness, he had no problem sniffing out food. He didn't even seem to mind staying at home, warm and dry and sleeping, while Olivia walked other people's dogs. Olivia suspected that Clyde was rooting around in the storage room, and as it turned out, she was right. "I don't understand why I had to meet you so early," she grumbled after snagging the grunting roly-poly pup. She carried him to the stairwell. "The sun is barely up." "Maybe now that you know how early I have to get up to start baking, you'll appreciate all the treats that you steal," Janelle pointed out. Olivia started up the stairs, feeling for the first few shadowy steps until light flashed behind her, lighting the stairwell wall when her sister flipped the downstairs light switch. Even better, she heard the splashing sound of Janelle pouring water into the well of the bakery's coffee machine. Her sister's voice called up to her. "Besides, you're so busy with wedding planning, it's hard to get you to stand still long enough to actually talk to you." She opened the door at the top of the stairs and put the dog down on the floor, and Clyde wiggled his little butt madly and set out to investigate the main room. Finally, having smelled all the smells to be found and content to be inside and warm, Clyde curled up in one of the many dog beds strewn about upstairs. Listening to Janelle's ranting, faint as it was, drifting up through the stairwell, Olivia couldn't help but glance down at the ring on her finger. For weeks she'd dodged Andrew's proposal because she'd been unsure if she was ready. But once the question was out, there was only one answer. Yes. "I would think that you'd be happy," Olivia called, closing the pet gate inside the door to keep the dog in. She jogged down the stairs. Reaching the bottom, she lowered her voice to a conversational tone. "After all, you were the one who went behind my back to team up with Andrew in his scheme to propose." Janelle shot her a disapproving look. "Really, Olivia, you're being ridiculous. It's a proposal, not an act of treason. I just tried to help things along. You're happy now, so what's the big deal?" Olivia knew how difficult it was for Janelle to admit that she was wrong, but her big sister had wanted a romantic proposal for Olivia, and even though things hadn't gone to Janelle's plan, the proposal had ended up being just perfect for Olivia. Strangely enough, now that Olivia was in planning mode, her sister never seemed to want to talk about the wedding. Frustrating. "I'm here now, so why don't you just tell me what you need?" The smell of coffee filled the small bakery, and Olivia watched it brew with fierce concentration. She would agree to just about anything to get a cup. Her sister's text to meet her this morning had been unwelcome, but she'd already been up. Since the wedding preparations had begun, Olivia hadn't gotten much sleep. "Sign these right now," Janelle said suddenly. Her voice had a sharp, impatient edge that shook Olivia out of her stupor. Blinking, she turned her head and stared at her sister. "What?" "You've dragged your feet every step of the way during the buying process, Olivia, but the time for procrastinating is over. Now, Franklin has patched the roof and fixed the pipes. You have no other reason to stall, so we have to sign so we can start the closing process. Otherwise, in a week, Franklin can go with another bid." "It's not stalling," Olivia argued. "It's making a good decision when it comes to a huge purchase." She eyed her sister narrowly. "Sometimes I think there isn't a hesitant bone in your body. You decide that you want something and you go right for it, without considering all the options." There had been a time she'd doubted her decision to buy the brownstone with Janelle. Her sister had rented this piece of prime real estate for a year to get her bakery up and running, and when the landlord had offered to sell it to her, she jumped at the chance. Unfortunately, Janelle didn't have the money to buy it herself and assumed that Olivia would help. Buying the brownstone would make it harder for Olivia to leave the small town that she had grown up in. Even worse, the thought of going into business with her sister had horrified her. But things had changed. Together, Olivia and Janelle had faced the crazed killer of Yvette Dunn and managed to bond. Olivia had found the strength to tell her sister the truth, and Janelle had agreed to be more cautious about the sale. In fact, her sister had taken all of her advice. But now, "I'm not signing anything without reading it," Olivia said, reaching for the papers. "But I'll look them over before the deadline. I see that you've signed them. Did you bother to read them?" "It's a standard contract of sale, Olivia. Don't be so paranoid." Grabbing some paper cups from the cabinet, Janelle slid one into a cardboard sleeve and poured out steaming coffee. "Promise me that you'll look them over tonight." "I don't know if I'll get a chance to do it tonight. I have another meeting with Lacey to discuss flowers. I thought I wanted lilies, but now I'm not so sure." It turned out that planning a wedding was a complicated affair. Olivia had been all ready to simply marry Andrew in the courthouse, but everyone else in the world had dug their heels in at her suggestion. So she'd started tentatively planning a wedding, only to discover that it was a horrendous affair. She'd hired the best, Lacey McBride, to help her get everything put together. Olivia had never been much of a girly girl, but she suddenly had the urge to plan the perfect wedding. Maybe it was just the competitive side of her talking. After pouring in her favorite hazelnut creamer, Olivia stirred the steaming brew to disperse the clouds in the coffee and blew on the top to cool it down. Her mother used to snap at her to just wait until it cooled on its own, and the habit was born more out of her small act of rebellion than actually wanting to cool the drink down. Inhaling the comforting aroma of the coffee, Olivia closed her eyes and took the first sip. As the warm liquid slid down her throat, she felt instantly more amiable. "I think you have a problem," Janelle muttered. "You are addicted to caffeine." Olivia just shrugged and smiled. "You didn't make the whole pot just for me. I'll see if I can't look at the papers before the end of the week. You could have given them to me this afternoon." "Like I said, you've been busy." "You could have given them to Mom. She seems to have no problems hunting me down." Pamela Rickard had been overjoyed that her youngest daughter was finally getting married, and she'd thrown herself into the wedding planning. She hadn't minced words in expressing her displeasure when Olivia had hired a wedding planner, and Olivia's mother and Lacey had done nothing but butt heads since the very beginning. The rain had eased up, and Olivia headed back up the steps to retrieve Clyde. "I've got a few other dogs that I need to walk this morning. I'll call you as soon as I look over the papers," she called over her shoulder. "Sign them and you'll have a dry place to keep the dogs rather than forcing them to run in the rain." Janelle's smug voice carried up the stairs. Yeah. Clyde moaned in despair as Olivia carried him down the stairs and opened the bakery door. She tucked him easily under her arm and ignored his protests. "See you later, sis." Outside, she glanced at the sky in speculation. Although it was only drizzling, the clouds looked as though they were merely taking a break. It was a good 10-minute jog to Clyde's owner's house, and Olivia wasn't really one to jog. "Olivia!" Whipping her head around, she saw Andrew walking briskly toward her. Smiling, she took a moment to drink him in. Andrew Patterson was one of the handsomest men she'd ever met. A newcomer in Lexingburg, he'd moved from Connecticut to head the IT department at the hospital in Lowell, a neighboring city. He was a few years older than Olivia. His shaggy dark hair was perfect for running her fingers through. His dark, smoldering eyes sometimes took her breath away, and his impish smile melted her heart. Although she had been hesitant at every step in their relationship, he had never seemed to doubt her for an instant. "My, isn't this a surprise?" she said flirtatiously as she put Clyde down and embraced Andrew. "You can't go more than a few hours without me?" Rather than playing along, he just frowned and drew something out of his coat pocket. "Olivia, what is this?" Confused, she glanced down at the brochure in his hand. He was upset. That was rare. "That's the brochure for the wedding venue. Isn't it gorgeous?" "Gorgeous? Olivia, it's 4 hours away. Why do we need to travel so far to get married?" Olivia immediately felt defensive as she tried to explain her reasoning. "Lacey just purchased some shares on the land. That gives her clients first choice when picking a date. I know it's a bit of a drive, but people travel all over the country to get married there. It's got a gorgeous view of the river, several ballrooms for entertaining, and rooms for the guests to stay in. Not to mention that we're getting a great deal. I thought you'd love it." In an attempt to soothe him, she reached up and pressed her hand to his chest. Normally, when she did that, he'd take her hand and kiss her fingers, but this time, he just shook his head. "Why are you moving so fast to plan this wedding? I told you that I'd give you all the time you wanted during the engagement. I know how you are about change." He wasn't wrong. Normally, Olivia hated change, and for a while, the thought of getting married had made her break out in hives. It didn't help that the whole town was watching her and making bets on whether she'd go through with it. Until Andrew had come along, Olivia had been notorious for breaking up with her boyfriends before their 1-year anniversary. But the wedding planning process, especially since she'd hired Lacey, had gone smoothly. Lacey had pointed out the obvious. The sooner they had the wedding, the sooner it would be over. "This is just how Lacey gets things done. I don't have any doubts about marrying you, Andrew. I just want to do it as soon as possible. Don't you feel the same?" He ignored her question. "We need to sit down and talk tonight, Olivia. We had a budget set up for a longer engagement. We can't afford to get married this quickly." Puzzled, she cocked her head. Was he suggesting that they couldn't afford the wedding she'd spent so much time meticulously planning? Silence fell between them, and he finally sighed. "Why don't I give you and Clyde a ride back? The weather doesn't look like it's going to hold much longer." "Don't you have to go to work?" "I have time, Olivia. We have time." The implication was clear, but she didn't acknowledge it. Instead, she bent down and gathered Clyde back into her arms, and they headed to Andrew's car. The drive back was silent as Olivia tried to collect her thoughts. Everyone was pushing her to get married. And now that she'd embraced the traditions of wedding planning, she couldn't seem to make anyone happy. Her own mother wasn't speaking to her. Her sister didn't seem to care. And now even Andrew was upset with her. Andrew was never upset. Even when she'd investigated Yvette's murder, after he told her not to, he didn't get angry. When Samantha had nearly run her over, he still hadn't yelled at her. But now, when she was throwing herself headfirst into wedding planning, he wanted to argue about things? How backward was that? And it didn't escape her notice that when she'd asked if he wanted to marry her, he'd ignored the question. She knew that Andrew loved her. It wasn't possible that he was getting cold feet. Was it? Chapter 3. That evening, as she took a handful of dogs for the final walk of the day, Olivia met up with her best friend, Jackie Jones. Sometimes she had overnight dogs, or dogs that she needed to walk late at night, but lately the people of Luxembourg were staying close to home. The constant rain made it difficult to plan day trips. Jackie was the owner of Shelfie, the bookshop next to Happy Endings. She, Olivia, and Janelle had grown up with each other, and often Jackie acted as the buffer between the two sisters. With her flaming red hair and quick temper, she'd caused more than her fair share of gossip in the small town, but she never seemed to care what anyone thought of her. "Have you checked out the new Rose Palmer mystery?" Jackie asked casually as they left Olivia's neighborhood and headed toward the dog park. Olivia gave her friend a sour look. "I told you that I'd given up those books." After getting involved in Yvette's murder and accusing the wrong person of killing her, Olivia had sworn off her beloved mystery series. Rose Palmer was the closest thing Olivia had to a role model, but she'd quickly realized that solving mysteries just wasn't for her. "I see that you're still being ridiculous. You can still read the books even if you aren't gallivanting around town attempting to solve murders. You've been reading them for years." Shrugging, Olivia suddenly avoided her friend's gaze. "And now that I've experienced the real thing, the books just don't do it for me anymore." "You're lying," Jackie retorted as she dutifully stopped to let Lily, the dachshund, sniff a crack in the sidewalk. The whole dog crew halted and waited with wagging tails. Today, Olivia had her own dog, a large, shaggy brown mutt named Goodwin. Snowball, the male Rottweiler often dressed in tiara and tutus, and Gigi, a beautiful golden retriever. Fender hadn't seemed all that interested in getting out of his bed to join the troop, so she left him at home. Wanting to change the subject, Olivia carefully broached the topic that had been on her mind all day. "Andrew is angry with me." "Andrew is never angry at you," Jackie said, rolling her eyes. Lily finished investigating the sidewalk and pulled impatiently at her leash. "I'm not actually sure he's capable of being angry." "Yesterday I would have agreed, but this morning he told me that he wasn't happy with our wedding plans. I guess I've been pushing things too quickly and overextended our budget. He wants to push the wedding date further back." Jackie shrugged. "So tweak a few things. It's not like you actually care about the wedding details." "It's not just that. I was trying to make the point that I wanted to get married as quickly as possible, and I asked him if he still wanted to marry me." "Jackie, he didn't answer the question." Pushing up her glasses, her friend cocked her head. "Maybe he didn't hear you." I could see the hesitation in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Olivia gripped the leashes tightly. "He deliberately avoided answering it. It never occurred to me that Andrew would get cold feet or change his mind." "Andrew loves you. I'm sure you're just misreading the situation." Despite Jackie's reassuring words, Olivia could hear the grain of doubt. The knot of anxiety in her stomach tightened, and she swallowed hard. In their entire year-long relationship, Andrew had taken the reins. He'd stubbornly persisted until she agreed to go out with him. He'd patiently ignored her when she tried to break up with him over trivial matters, and he didn't give up when she actively avoided his wedding proposal. Before Andrew, she'd had terrible luck with relationships. Olivia's commitment issues had prevented her from putting much effort into any of her boyfriends. But now that she'd said yes to Andrew, she was actively and excitedly participating. She had never in her life put so much effort into anything as she was putting into planning this wedding. She felt almost like a changed woman. The fact that Andrew was angry with her was scary, but the thought that he might be second-guessing his decision to marry her was terrifying. Now that she'd agreed to spend the rest of her life with him, she couldn't imagine her life without him. God help her, but she did love the man. "How is the feud going with your mother?" Jackie asked out of the blue. "It's not a feud," Olivia said sharply. Sighing, she grimaced. "She's currently not speaking to me. Apparently my decision to have the wedding 4 hours away instead of in the town square was enough to break her. It's been a week, and I haven't heard a peep out of the woman." Her friend let out a bark of laughter. "Your mother, the most kind-hearted and patient woman in the whole wide world, is angry enough with you to stop speaking to you? Just how important is this venue?" "It's not just the venue. It's everything. She hates every choice I've made, and I hate every suggestion that she makes. She wants to throw rice after the reception, but I pointed out that rice is bad for the birds." "No," Jackie said firmly. "That's not enough for your mother to stop speaking to you. She'd be more than happy to find some other alternative that wouldn't harm the birds." Okay, maybe that was just the last argument. First, she wants me to wear her wedding dress, but she got divorced, so that wouldn't bode well for me. Then she wanted me to wear a giant poofy dress, and that's definitely not happening. She's insisting that I invite family members that I've never even met, and then she told me that she hated my wedding planner. She doesn't like the cake I picked out, she doesn't like the gifts that I registered for, and she thinks it's ridiculous that I don't want a live band. I don't remember her being so nitpicky about Janelle's wedding." Goodwin barked as though he agreed, but it set off the other dogs as well. It took a full minute before Olivia could get them to hush. When she was finally able to turn back to her friend, Jackie was watching her wryly. "It doesn't surprise me that you're butting heads with your mother, but I do find it strange that you've taken charge of this whole wedding thing. When we talked about our fairy tale weddings as kids, you told me that if you ever got married, you'd elope and use the money to go on a fabulous honeymoon without your new husband. Why the change of heart?" "I didn't realize how much I'd enjoy it," Olivia said cautiously. The truth was that her excitement for wedding planning surprised her as well. She didn't love the tulle or the lace, but she was surprisingly into choosing colors and picking flowers and creating a playlist. She wanted everything to be perfect for Andrew. "Consider what your mother is going through. Your sister got married in college with barely any money. This is your mother's last chance to see a daughter fulfill her dreams for a lavish wedding." "According to Andrew, I am having a lavish wedding." They rounded the corner and headed back to the neighborhood. Technically, the dogs only needed a 15-minute walk, but sometimes Olivia got carried away. She enjoyed being outside, and during the rainy season, the moments when she could enjoy the outdoors were few and far between. "You're really worried about this, aren't you?" Olivia tried to smile. "I'll talk to Andrew tonight, and we'll figure things out. I'm sure something else must be on his mind for him to be so angry with me. It's probably nothing. Maybe work is stressing him out." "Exactly," Jackie beamed at her. "Now, what are you getting him for his wedding present?" Olivia whipped her head around. "Excuse me?" "His wedding present? That thing you exchanged the night before or morning of the wedding?" "Oh my God," Olivia said in a panic. "I haven't even thought about that. Lacey never mentioned a wedding present. No wonder Andrew is changing his mind. I'm going to make a horrible bride." Was she hyperventilating? Why was it so hard to breathe? What would Andrew do if he found out that she didn't have a wedding present for him? Jackie reached over and pinched her hard. "Ouch! What is wrong with you? You're freaking out. Stop it. You've got time to think about a gift, so don't panic." Rubbing the sore spot on her arm, Olivia glared at her friend. "Fine. But did you have to pinch me so hard?" "No," Jackie said with a mild smile.
But it was effective. Olivia opened her mouth to argue the point, but the generic ringtone of her phone interrupted her retort. Pulling it out, she frowned. "Who is it?" Jackie asked. "I don't know. I don't recognize the number." Accepting the phone call, she held it up to her ear. "Olivia Rickard speaking." "Miss Rickard, this is Alan from Alan's Tailors. I wanted to know what the holdup was on your dress. We were supposed to receive it last week, but we never got it. I hate to bother you about it, but we need to get started on the alterations if you want it to be ready by next month."
"My dress isn't there?" Olivia asked, bewildered. "Thank you for letting me know. I'll call the dress shop right now and see what's going on." Hanging up, she scrolled through her phone until she found the number for lace and pearls. Goodwin chose that moment to lunge to one side after an elusive smell, pulling Olivia off balance. When she almost dropped her phone, Jackie reached out and took the leashes from her.
"Are you okay?"
"I don't know," she said grimly, got a good grip on the phone and held it back to her ear. "Hang on." A perky young voice answered. Olivia took a deep breath. "Hello. Yes. This is Olivia Rickard. Can I speak to Deborah? She's my dress consultant." A few minutes later, a more mature voice came on the other end. "Hello, Miss Rickard. Are you ready to look at bridesmaids' dresses?" "Alan's tailors just called me. He said that he never received my dress. Is there some reason that you guys didn't deliver it to him?" Olivia listened to some clicking of computer keys. "I'm sorry, Miss Rickard, but it looks like the dress was shipped. I'll see if I can contact the carrier. I don't want you to stress about this, okay? We'll figure it out." There was a click as Deborah hung up, and Olivia stared at the phone. "Don't stress," she told herself out loud. "Don't stress."
"They lose your dress?" Jackie asked sympathetically. "I'm sure it'll turn up, and if it doesn't, at least a new wedding date will give extra time to reorder it."
"That's not the point," Olivia cried out. "They lost my wedding dress."
"Deep breaths," her friend advised as they turned into the neighborhood. "It's going to be okay. Deep breaths." Breathing deeply, Olivia tried to believe that Jackie's words were true. In a span of just a few hours, the perfect wedding was turning into a perfect nightmare. They dropped off the dogs and Olivia returned home with Goodwin. Since she'd said yes to his proposal, Andrew had moved in with her. Olivia had lived with her previous boyfriends and had felt like their shared space was more of a battle. But it wasn't that way with Andrew. He knew that she could be a little messy, and she knew that he was neat. She made an effort to keep her clothes off the floor, and he didn't lose his temper if she slipped up. And he didn't follow behind her, picking things up. He was quiet when he got up early in the morning for work, and she was quiet when she came in after he'd already gone to bed. And the ring on her finger did nothing to dampen the chemistry between them. In fact, it made their intimate moments that much hotter. Even though she knew that he was just at work, the argument still weighed on her and made the house seem emptier than usual. After feeding the dogs, she tried to relax with some music, but she mostly ended up pacing and staring at her phone in hopes that he'd send her a text message. Goodwin and Fender followed her anxious steps, and finally Olivia agreed with them. She'd had enough. Throwing on her sweatshirt, she leashed the two dogs and headed back out again. The sun was setting earlier and earlier, although it was already dark out. People were still driving and walking around as they got off work and went out to dinner. Jackie and Janelle would both be busy, so Olivia didn't bother heading to Main Street. Instead, she opted to walk along the businesses on the south side of town. When the skies opened up again and the rain poured down, she wrapped her arms around herself and dashed under the nearest awning. Turning around, she looked at the familiar decal on the window. "As You Wish Weddings." She'd been to Lacey's office more times over the last month than she'd like to admit. The woman normally closed early on Mondays, so it surprised Olivia to see that all the lights were still on inside. Part of her knew that Andrew would probably be pissed if she talked to Lacey about their problems, but she knew of no one better for this kind of conversation. After all, it was Lacey's job to ensure that the bride and groom were happy, and it didn't look like the rain was going to stop any time soon. She might as well go in and dry off. Opening the door, she quietly encouraged Goodwin and Fender to enter. Lacey had turned up her nose the first time that Olivia brought the dogs in, But she had quickly seemed to realize that the new bride came with dogs. No negotiations. She walked into the middle of the large open space and stopped, engaging in a slow mental tour of the tables and glass shelves that lined the walls. Drawn by the artfully beautiful arrangements, she began to walk a circuit around the room, just far enough from the tables that a sudden lunge on Goodwin's part would not lead to disaster. There were styrofoam wedding cake displays, gorgeous flower arrangements, invitation designs, artfully draped fabrics, gleaming china, sparkling crystal, and more. Olivia had felt so overwhelmed in the beginning, but now she couldn't help smiling as she leisurely walked through and studied the options. Lacey's one-stop shopping wedding service made everything so easy. Lacey only catered to the best vendors in town, so Olivia knew that she was getting the best for less. "Lacey?" she called out. It was odd that Lacey hadn't emerged from the back on the sounding of the soft melodic chime when Olivia had opened the door. Maybe she was seeing to some personal business. "It's Olivia. Your door was open. Did you forget to lock it?" Stopping at the cake display, she lightly traced her fingers over one particularly stunning red and white cake. It was a bold design with gorgeous swirls and roses lining the edges. It had been Olivia's favorite, and Lacey had pushed it mercilessly. But there was one point that Olivia would not bend on. Janelle would make her wedding cake, and would have complete creative power. Lacey had pushed vendor after vendor on Olivia, maintaining that while Janelle was a great baker, she'd never made such a lavish cake before. But Olivia would not change her mind. At the silence that followed her question, she looked up and frowned. Goodwin started to whine, and Fender surprised her by flattening his ears and letting out a low growl. "Shush," she whispered. "You won't be welcome back if you don't behave." Moving to the back of the showroom, she entered the large office in the back. Here was where Lacey kept all of her binders, holding countless decisions to be made. She had one binder for flowers, one for tablecloth materials, one for recipes. The list went on and on. Each binder was crammed with options. It was enough to make Olivia's head spin. She had no idea there was so much to planning a wedding, but Lacey would be with her every step of the way, guiding her to the best choices. Without Lacey, Olivia knew she would never have gotten this far. Knocking softly on the doorframe, she entered and saw Lacey sitting at her desk facing the wall. "There you are. I was starting to think that you'd left the place unmanned. I'm sorry to barge in on you like this, but I was out walking the dogs and it's absolutely pouring out there." Goodwin let out a sharp bark that pierced the silence and startled Olivia. Filled with foreboding, she moved a little closer to the quiet figure. The woman hadn't reacted at all. "Lacey?" she whispered. With a trembling hand, she reached out and touched the woman's shoulder. The wedding planner slumped forward, and Olivia gasped and jerked back. Lacey McBride was dead. Chapter 4. Phone cradled between ear and shoulder, Andrew opened his calendar app. Papers were strewn about his office, and things were really starting to stress him out. It was starting to feel like one thing after another was going wrong. He noticed motion in the doorway out of the corner of his eye and lifted an arresting pointer finger in a silent command. "Stop. Don't talk. Just a minute." A quick glance at the doorway revealed Brett hovering there, waiting for Andrew to look up. Andrew's eyes went back to the screen. "Uh-huh," he muttered as he scrolled to the right month. "No, that's not going to work. The hospital is hosting a large conference for the children's ward, and everyone on my staff is going to be present to make sure it runs smoothly. Can you swing by on the 3rd instead?" He listened to the nasal complaints of the person on the other end before he finally sighed and nodded. "All right, I can swing that. Thanks for accommodating me." Hanging up, he cradled his head in his hands and sighed. "Want to be me for the next few months? Do I get to step in as groom, too? Dude, what are you even still doing here? You should have been gone hours ago." Brett was Andrew's best friend in Lowell. Although the two of them were vastly different, Andrew enjoyed commitment and going home to one woman every night. Brett thought the whole idea was nothing short of a nightmare. Too much stuff to do. And don't worry about the wedding, Andrew grumbled. Although at this rate, I'm not sure I'll even get married. Really? Brett sank into one of the chairs across from Andrew's desk. Are you having second thoughts? Leaning back, Andrew crumpled a piece of paper into a ball and threw it into the wastebasket. Normally he never missed, but this time it flew wide by a good foot. No, but I think Olivia is, and she doesn't even realize it. She's turned into a whole new person with this wedding planning business. That's nothing, his friend said with a wave of his hand. He bent down to retrieve the paper and crooked his wrist to complete the toss. The crumbled ball sailed smoothly into the metal bin. Most women turn into monsters when planning a wedding. And if that were what's happening, I might agree, but it's not. Olivia isn't nitpicking. She's letting some wedding planner do the whole thing, and it doesn't even resemble what Olivia wanted. The worst part is that Olivia doesn't seem to care. I've never seen her put so much faith in one person before. It doesn't seem like Olivia's the kind of woman to enjoy wedding planning, Brett muttered. They were talking about the same woman who'd thrown herself into a murder mystery to avoid Andrew's proposal. Of course she wasn't the kind of woman who planned for weddings. She wants to get married next month. Brett recoiled in horror. Really, dude? We need to head to Vegas next week if that's the case. If there's one good thing about weddings, it's the free hall pass for the bachelor party. We're not getting married next week, Andrew said firmly. I'm not even sure about next month. I wanted a long engagement for Olivia to get used to the idea of getting married. I half expected to have to ask her to marry me several times before I wore her down. He shook his head. She almost died a few months ago. She says yes to my proposal the first time, and then she didn't even put up a fight when I moved in. I feel like maybe she's still running off the fumes of fear from facing Yvette's killer. I don't want her to come down and realize that she's married and her whole life has changed. I want her to adjust, slowly. So, tell her that. I've tried. Whenever I bring up the wedding, she gets all defensive. I lost my temper with her this morning, and now I hate myself. Not to mention, this job has gotten stressful over the past few weeks, and I'm not handling it well. He crumpled up another piece of paper and tossed it. He didn't even know what was on it, but he didn't care. If he could, he'd throw away everything on his desk. You need a break, Brett announced. We could leave early and grab a drink in the city before you go back to that insane little town you insist on living in. Maybe next weekend we could go on a guy's trip. A guy's trip? Andrew cocked an eyebrow. I don't suppose that would include an insane amount of glitter, neon lights, and horrible pop music. Brett grinned. I'm saving that for your bachelor party. I'm talking about something low-key. We could do some golfing or check out a few new breweries. The golf courses are flooded by now. Andrew's cell phone lit up, and he nearly threw it across the office until he saw who was calling. Damn it. Fear settled over him as he took the call. Brett watched him curiously through the short conversation. Everything okay? Andrew sighed. Olivia managed to find herself another dead body. This time, it's her wedding planner. Brett whistled. Did you kill her? No, but I have a feeling that before this is all over with, Olivia is going to get herself into even more trouble. After ushering the 2 dogs to the courtyard in the back and leashing them to the bench under the shelter, Olivia composed herself and called the sheriff's office. She didn't recognize the voice of the person who took her call, but she specifically requested that Sheriff Nicholas Lemperos show up. Murder didn't happen very often in their small town. In fact, Yvette's untimely death had been the first murder to occur in over a decade. And while Lacey's death didn't scream murder, healthy people didn't drop dead sitting in a chair for no reason. Don't even think about it, she told herself sternly. Not only had her amateur investigations into Yvette's death upset Andrew, but it had also nearly gotten her killed. There had been a number of good reasons for her involvement. First, her sister was a suspect. Then she was trying to avoid Andrew. and see if she could be as good at picking up clues as her favorite fictional character. But now that she'd accepted Andrew's proposal and given up indulging in the Rose Palmer murder mysteries, she had no reason to get involved. Despite the warning she gave herself, she couldn't help but survey the scene while she waited for the police. The room was in impeccable shape. It was as though Lacey had finished cleaning the place for the night and then simply sat down and died. There were no obvious wounds on the body. Her normally creamy skin was a little splotchy, but for all Olivia knew, the woman had just taken her makeup off for the day. There were no signs of struggle. The china dishes along the wall were perched so precariously on the shelf that any sort of violent movement would have had them tumbling down in a crash. 4 crystal champagne glasses, 4 pink and white patterned dessert plates, and 1 dessert fork. Narrowing her eyes, she stared at the mismatched set. It was out of place. And if there was anything that she learned from Rose Palmer, it was that anything out of place was a clue. Still, no matter how many times she tried to create a scenario that accounted for murder and the missing forks, she came up with nothing. If Lacey had been stabbed, there would be blood. Besides, can someone even die from a stab wound created by a dessert fork? It seemed highly unlikely. The most plausible explanation was that Lacey had been switching them out for another set when she was interrupted. They were only there to give an idea of the dishes that Lacey had to offer, so it wasn't unusual for Lacey to move them around and display something new. "Oh, for God's sake," she muttered to herself, and she turned on her heel and marched out through the display room to wait outside the front door. Standing under the awning, she crossed her arms and stood there as the rain continued to pour down. It was cold and dreary, but she would make herself crazy if she stayed inside. The best thing she could do was to wait for the professionals to handle it. Over time, Lacey had become someone that Olivia would consider a friend. She was sharp, funny, and kind. Olivia knew part of it was just about pleasing her as a customer, but Lacey often confided in her when another client became bridezilla, and it made Olivia feel like she was more than just another job. The wedding planner could be a little overbearing. If Olivia wavered in a decision, Lacey would make it for her, and sometimes that bothered the bride-to-be. But this was Lacey's job. The professional knew best, and it was usually easier for Olivia to let Lacey take command than to try to wade the uncharted waters herself. The siren from the squad car jolted Olivia out of her reverie, and she inwardly groaned when she saw that Nick wasn't alone. Deputy Derek Jameson climbed out of the driver's side of the car with a wide grin on his handsome face. Derek had gone to high school with Olivia and was one of the most popular guys in town. He'd had the girls swooning when he was the handsome high school jock and king of the homecoming court. He, of course, hadn't even seemed to know that Olivia existed until Andrew had moved to town and caused a stir when he claimed Olivia for his own. After that, Derek finally seemed to see her, and he rarely wasted an opportunity to remind her that since they'd gone to school together, he was more suited for her than Andrew was. Normally, it was just friendly banter, and since she'd become engaged, Derek had finally seemed to back off. "Olivia," Nick growled. He was out of uniform and looking a little grumpy at having his day off interrupted. "You called to say that Lacey McBride is dead?" Olivia cleared her throat. Even so, her voice was a little husky. "Yeah. I went inside and found her sitting in her chair." "And you of all people happened to find her. Olivia, this isn't going to become a habit, is it?" Olivia arched an eyebrow. "Exactly what are you implying?" "I'm starting to wonder if dead bodies follow you wherever you go." "Nick, that's a horrible thing to say." Upset, she shoved her hands in her pockets and looked away. The rain continued to beat on the fabric of the awning above them. The sheriff must have realized that he'd upset her. He sighed. "I'm sorry, Olivia. You're right. I'm sorry that you had to find her. I know that she was your wedding planner." "I was starting to think of her as a friend, too," she whispered. Patting her awkwardly on the shoulder, Nick looked at the sign on the door and frowned. "It says she's supposed to be closed by this time on a Monday. Did you have an appointment?" No, I was out walking Fender and Goodwin when it started to rain. I'd stopped under the awning when I noticed that her lights were on. She didn't miss the look the sheriff gave her. Goodwin was making a habit of walking through a crime scene. They're tied up out back, in the courtyard. All right, let's go inside to have a look, Nick said grimly. Opening the door, he paused when Olivia didn't move to follow him. Are you coming? After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head. No, I think this time I'm going to stay out of it. Surprise showed on the older man's face, but he didn't say anything about her previous attempts at investigating. Instead, he just nodded his head. Did you touch anything while you were in there? One of the cakes that I was admiring, and I touched Lacey before I realized that she was dead. And did you see anything out of the ordinary? A couple of dessert forks are missing, but she changes them out so it might not mean anything. Nick nodded. Do you want Derek to drive you home? Olivia almost said no, but it was still raining, and Olivia didn't particularly want to be alone. Slowly she nodded her head. I'll go get the dogs. Wait, Nick said as he grabbed her arm. I'd prefer you not go back inside before we have a look around. Derek will get them. The deputy nodded at the implicit command and opened the shop door, setting off the melodic chimes. We'll be right back. Olivia nodded again, feeling as if she were moving through molasses. As though he sensed that she didn't want to be alone, Nick stayed with her. How are the wedding plans going? I don't know. If you had asked me yesterday, I would have said great. But Andrew isn't happy with what I've planned, and now Lacey is dead. Don't get upset, Olivia. I know it's hard losing a friend, but you can't let it get in the way of your wedding. There are other planners who can help you, and Andrew is acting as most men do in the middle of wedding plans. Really? So it's normal that he's picking a fight about this? I find it hard to believe that Andrew would pick a fight about anything, Nick muttered, and then he added in a more conversational tone. But most men find the planning frustrating. It's a lot of money, and sometimes the bride gets a little too involved. I think Mary stopped speaking to me halfway through because I had the audacity to tell her that the flowers she picked made me sneeze. Nick smiled fondly at the thought of his wife. The two had celebrated their 35th wedding anniversary this past year and were still very much in love. Thanks, Nick. Derek appeared, face grim, as he hauled the two dogs by their leashes, and he kept to the center of the showroom as if afraid they'd knock down the delicate displays by passing too close. Fender wasn't so much of a problem as Goodwin, lunging with all the strength of a massive dog's muscles for the front door, where he could see Olivia waiting. Grim as the situation was, Nick chuckled as he pulled the door open for the deputy. Goodwin gathered himself for a quick jump and a lick that barely missed Olivia's chin before Derek hauled the dogs into the pouring rain. Olivia? Derek called when he'd finally wrangled the dogs into the squad car. Are you ready? Olivia said a quick goodbye to Nick, and her gaze lingered through the glass of the door. Her heart ached for Lacey, but there was nothing Olivia could do for her. Nick was getting up there in years, and before Yvette's death it had been a long time since he'd investigated a murder. At least he wasn't shy about asking for help. With the resources of the state police, he'd have the killer in custody in no time. Pulling up the hood on her sweatshirt, she hurried to the car. By the time she got in, she was completely soaked. Goodwin and Fender were shaking their bodies, drenching the back seat. Derek wrinkled his nose at the smell of wet dog. This is supposed to be the last day of the rain for a while, thank God, he muttered as he turned the key, starting the car. Otherwise, we'll have to get squad boats just to get around town. Olivia, staring out the window, barely heard him. Despite her not wanting to get involved, her mind still actively tried to come up with plausible scenarios. She didn't know much about the woman. Perhaps Lacey had a heart condition that Olivia didn't know about, or maybe some sort of brain tumor. What other explanation could there be? Poison. Olivia, are you okay? Blinking, she turned her head and tried to smile. Sorry, I was just thinking about poor Lacey. She was your wedding planner? Yes. She was supposed to be the best in town. Did you know her? Not really. I think she's from Lowell, but the small town vibe works better for her. I heard the other wedding planners weren't thrilled when she moved in, but I guess that's just competition for you. Or maybe one of them killed her. Disgusted that she couldn't turn her brain off, she switched to another topic of conversation. I heard that you went on a date with Sarah Callahan. Yes, but it's not serious, he said quickly. She's nice, Olivia hedged. For a cat lover. Yeah, Derek said softly. I guess she's nice enough, and I like cats. It was all Olivia could do not to smile. You're allergic to cats, Derek. Come on. You can do better. I called Andrew after dispatch got a hold of us. I didn't think that you'd want to go home to an empty house. He said he'd leave work as soon as possible, he said, ignoring her statement. Thanks. He was right. She didn't want to be alone. But after their fight, she wasn't sure how Andrew would feel once he discovered that she'd gone straight to Lacey's afterward. It wasn't like she'd been seeking out the woman. She just wanted some shelter from the rain. A few minutes later, the squad car was pulling up the driveway. Here you go. We'll give you a call in the morning once we look everything over. I'm sure Sheriff Limperos will have some questions for you. I might not be home, but I'll keep my phone on me. Thanks again for the ride, Derek. The rain had let up, so she and the dogs managed to get inside without getting drenched. Immediately, she coaxed the dogs into the bathroom to towel them off. They were tired from their adventure, and once she'd gotten the worst of the water out of their coats, they curled up on their blanket on her bed. She turned on the shower and relaxed under the hot water. When she closed her eyes, she could still see Lacey's body, sitting so still in the chair. Poison. More than anything, she hoped that she was wrong. After all, who would want to kill Lacey McBride? She made brides' dreams come true. Chapter 5. Olivia. Resting on the couch, Olivia pushed herself up on her elbows and turned her head at the sound of Andrew's voice. The lamp on the side table flickered to life, and he sat down next to her. Are you okay? Lacey's dead. Breathing in deeply, she rubbed her eyes and sat up. She didn't even look dead. She was just sitting in her chair like maybe she was writing a note. I'm sorry, Olivia. I know that you two were becoming close. He put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her up to settle against his side. Curled up in his warmth, she closed her eyes. What were you doing there? His voice was calm and even, but she stiffened anyway. Pushing away from him, she stood and glared. I know what you're thinking, but I didn't go running to her just because we had a fight. I didn't even know that she'd be there since she closes early on Mondays. Olivia. I was just walking Goodwin and Fender, and it started to pour, so I took shelter under the awning and realized that her lights were still on. I didn't see any harm in going in, she said, not realizing that her voice was rising quickly. Olivia. Don't you be angry with me, Andrew. I didn't know that you were upset about the wedding plans, and I didn't go to complain about you. I wouldn't have said anything. Olivia. Andrew practically yelled at her as he stood and grabbed her wrist to stop her from pacing. I'm not angry at you, sweetheart. I'm just trying to piece everything together. You're not mad? You know me. I'm rarely angry, he said with a charming smile. You were pretty angry this morning. I'm sorry about the fight, Olivia. I really am. I want you to have the wedding of your dreams, but we also have to be able to afford it. I should have explained my concerns to you a while ago, but I didn't realize how you would throw yourself into the planning. I was actually a little concerned that I'd have to drag you kicking and screaming down the aisle, Andrew admitted ruefully. He guided Olivia back to the couch and pulled her back down next to him. Goodwin jumped up easily to curl up next to her, and Fender stared at them with accusing eyes. His legs were too short to make it onto the couch, and he sat, eyes fixed on them, expecting someone to help him. With a sigh, Andrew got up and helped lift the basset hound up. She wanted to ask him about the question that he hadn't answered,
but she decided to let it go. As a rule, Olivia abhorred women who constantly needed to be told that they were loved. Of course Andrew loved her and wanted to marry her. It was ridiculous for her to doubt it. Instead, she stared at the rain that beat lightly against the window. "It's supposed to clear up tonight and be beautiful tomorrow," she said idly as he settled next to her again. "I'll certainly be happy when the house doesn't smell like a wet dog all the time," he said, wrinkling his nose and glaring at the offending mutts. "We could just get rid of the problem altogether by trading Goodwin and Fender in for some fish." "Fish?" Olivia laughed and punched him lightly in the shoulder. "Don't even try to joke. You think I don't notice when you save the biggest pieces of bacon for the dogs? I think you might just be marrying me for them." "More like marrying you in spite of the dogs," he teased. But then he added, in a sudden change of mood, "Do you think her death was natural?" Surprised, she raised her head and stared at him. "Are you the same man who forbid me from trying to solve Yvette's murder?" "You only got involved to avoid my proposal," he pointed. "Now that you've said yes, I don't have to worry about that anymore." She had opened her mouth to dispute his claim when her phone rang. Wondering who would be calling her this late, she picked it up and frowned. "It's Nick," she said quietly. Accepting the call, she put it on speaker. "Hi, Nick."
"Olivia, I'm sorry to call you so late. I hope I didn't wake you up."
"You didn't. Andrew and I were still up talking."
"Hey, Nick,"
Andrew said.
"Andrew, I've actually called because I need Olivia to come into the station tomorrow and answer a few questions."
"Of course," she said quietly, exchanging a glance with Andrew. "Is something wrong?"
"It would seem that Miss McBride didn't die of natural causes."
Olivia reached over and gripped Andrew's hand. "What do you mean?"
"She was poisoned."
The next morning, Olivia joined the sheriff in his office. The last time she'd been here, she'd been giving her statement on Samantha's confession. Olivia had been so sure that Jacob, wanting revenge after Yvette had left him at the altar, had murdered her. But it was Samantha, Jacob's ex-girlfriend. Sitting here only served to remind her of how terrible she was at solving crimes.
"I know this is a difficult conversation for you," Nick said as he settled behind his desk.
The chair creaked under the extra weight. Nick's wife, Mary, had been after him about the pounds he'd put on recently. He was supposed to be exercising by walking their dog, Tucker, but he often secretly delegated that task to Olivia.
"But I need you to walk me through exactly what happened."
Olivia closed her eyes and pictured the scene. She verbally recalled as much as she could from the moment she'd walked into the office until Nick and Derek had shown up. When she opened her eyes, Nick frowned.
"Is it possible that Goodwin or Fender licked up some crumbs on the floor?"
"Not where Lacey was sitting. I didn't let them near the body." "Do you think she ingested the poison or was injected?" She shuddered to think of what would have happened if one or both of the pups had eaten something off the floor.
"From the autopsy, it looked like she had just eaten a slice of cake beforehand, but the poison would have been instant. She would not have been able to clean up after herself."
Olivia shook her head. "Probably wedding cake. Vendors are constantly sending Lacey new recipes to try. Plus, I'm sure she has cake at the weddings that she plans and attends. When we'd be talking, people were always coming and going from the office with wedding cake. Lacey had a bit of a sweet tooth, so she might set it aside for later, but she always ate it."
"So you're telling me that we have a number of suspects,"
Nick said with a sigh as he leaned back in his chair.
"This is deliberate, Olivia. Someone waited until she died to clean up all the evidence. Can you think of anyone who would want to kill Lacey?"
Olivia had been half in love with Lacey McBride herself, so it was hard to think of anyone hating the woman. But the truth was that Lacey ran a tight ship. The wedding planner didn't hesitate to argue, yell, demean, and demand to get what she wanted. Everyone wanted to work with her because she was the best, but that also meant she wasn't the easiest. "I honestly don't know much about her private life, but I can't imagine anyone would hate her enough to kill her. She was a strong woman, but murder? All right. Well, if you think of anything else, don't hesitate to call. I'm not asking you to get involved, Olivia. I'm just asking you to get in touch if you think of anything that might be helpful, Nick said, holding up one hand in subtle warning. Don't worry, I learned my lesson last time. Were your wedding plans finished? Olivia blew out her breath. I thought so, but apparently Andrew isn't happy with them. I guess I could always finish it myself, but I'm not great at this, Nick. I don't really have a feminine touch. I thought I might check out the other 2 wedding planners in town and see what they have to say. I'm sure you'll figure it out, the sheriff said, getting up from his chair. Everyone is looking forward to your wedding. That didn't exactly make things easier. Olivia didn't always do so well under pressure. After leaving the sheriff's station, Olivia drove to Fanny's Fairy Tale Weddings. It hadn't been her first choice because the logo and the shop were just so pink, and Fanny herself had been so very peppy. It had made Olivia shudder to think of working with the woman for hours at a time. Fanny's voice had a strange squeak to it, and she always reeked of hairspray. Even worse, the woman didn't believe in coffee. Who didn't believe in coffee? Still, Olivia would need help, and Fanny was the only other person she'd interviewed. Parking, Olivia rolled her shoulders back and tried to think of a good way to win over the woman's good graces. Fanny hadn't taken it well when Olivia had chosen Lacey over her. It would probably take a heaping spoonful of flattery to get her help. Hello? Olivia said cautiously when she'd opened the door. As had happened the first time she'd walked in, she was assaulted by pink. Pink curtains along the windows, pink tablecloths on the display tables, pink rugs on the floor. Even the white cat glaring at her from her bed in the corner sported a pink collar. Fanny? Just a second, came a squeak from the back room. While she waited, Olivia bent down to coax a purr from the pretty cat, but as soon as she reached for it, she was rewarded with a swipe of the cat's claws. Ouch! Olivia jerked her hand back and lifted the wound, welling with blood, to her mouth. Evil, she muttered through the coppery taste. Olivia! What a surprise, Fanny said in a high-pitched squeal as she emerged. Last I heard, you were very happy with Lacey's help. Fanny, Olivia stood erect and plastered a big smile on her face. I am happy with Lacey. I was happy with Lacey. I'm not sure that you've heard, but Lacey has passed away. Lacey's dead? Franny's voice returned to normal, and she stared at Olivia as though she didn't quite comprehend. I'm so sorry. I found her body last night. Stumbling over to the round table in the middle of the room, Fanny sat heavily down on one of the chairs surrounding it. I don't believe this, she whispered. Poor Lacey. What happened? I can't really talk about it, Olivia said with an apologetic smile. She sat down at the table and reached over to take Fanny's hand. The poor woman looked completely shaken. Her pink glossy lips were open as she took a shuddering breath, and she ran her manicured fingers through her blonde hair. For a moment, Olivia was afraid that the woman would start crying. Then what would she do? Andrew, my fiancé, and I had a fight. The tailor who was supposed to do my wedding dress alterations called to say that my dress hadn't arrived yet. I called the shop and they told me that they'd already sent it out. So basically, my wedding dress is lost. I was upset. I went out for a walk last night, but it started pouring down rain. I found myself at Lacey's shop, and I was surprised to discover that it was open. She usually closes early on Mondays. When I went in to talk to her, I found her. Until Sheriff Lamperos makes an official announcement to the press, I can't disclose any details. You and Andrew were having a fight? Fanny asked as she took out a tissue and blew her nose. About what? Olivia wasn't entirely sure she should talk about her problems with Andrew, but she did want Fanny to help her. It was the strangest thing, actually. Everything was going beautifully.
I had no idea that a wedding could come together so quickly, but we'd pretty much settled on every single detail, except for the cake design. Except that I guess things were moving too fast for Andrew, and he said we needed more time to afford it. I see, Fanny said quietly. First there was that torrential downpour that was totally unexpected yesterday, and then this thing with Andrew. And then to top it all off, I just happened to find Lacey's body. It wasn't exactly a normal day. Things were going so well, but it's almost as if something happened to me yesterday and I'm cursed? Olivia blinked and stared at her. No, I was going to say paying for all the times I scoffed at other people's weddings. But I guess cursed works too, if you believe in that kind of thing. Olivia, why are you here? Fanny's tone was abrupt, and she glanced at the clock. Well, there are still some details that I have to plan, and I think Andrew is going to make me change the wedding venue and the date, which could possibly change everything. I don't think that I can do it on my own. I was hoping that I could hire you. I'm afraid that I'm booked, Fanny said, her tone decisive. Then she suddenly pushed her chair back and stood. Olivia raised an eyebrow. You don't even know when I'm planning on getting married. It doesn't matter. Franny hurried across the room and opened the door. Have a good day. Desperation welled inside the prospective bride. Did Fanny want an apology? Fanny, if this is about me choosing Lacey over you... No, this has nothing to do with that. I'm just terribly busy. Olivia glanced around the deserted room with a raised eyebrow, but the wedding planner didn't budge. Slowly, Olivia stood and made her way to the door. If you change your mind... I won't. Goodbye. Before Olivia could say anything else, the wedding planner practically pushed her out the door and slammed the door behind her. Olivia could have sworn she heard Fanny lock the deadbolt. Turning, she watched, shocked, as the woman flipped the open sign to closed and lowered the blinds. What in the world? Bewildered by Fanny's inexplicable actions, Olivia trudged back to the car. Well, that was one wedding planner she could cross off her list. There was one more in Luxembourg, Candlelight Farms. If that didn't work out, she'd have to go into the city, or plan her wedding on her own. The very idea was nothing short of a nightmare. Starting the car, she glanced at the clock and sighed. She had 4 dogs to walk before she could give Candlelight Farms a try. She'd have to put her wedding on hold for just a little bit longer. At least that would make Andrew happy. Chapter 6. Where Fanny's place was a little over the top, Olivia found Candlelight Farms to be tastefully done. Their setup was similar to that at Lacey's As You Wish weddings, but the scope was much smaller. Since they weren't a one-stop shopping venue, their displays were just suggestions. Everything was elegant, and their wedding packages ranged from low budget to grand parties. Olivia didn't announce herself. As she perused the displays, she couldn't help but wonder if this was the shop she should have chosen all along. Maybe if she'd gone with low budget, Andrew wouldn't be so upset with her. She could have stuck with her original idea of pale green and maroon, and she'd be getting married in the town square. May I help you? A pretty woman walked toward her with a binder in her arms. She looked to be in her 30s, and while she was pretty, she wasn't as striking as Lacey had been. She wore a minimal amount of makeup and was dressed in a pair of black pants with a green blouse and black cardigan. Lacey had always worn the most expensive dresses and seemed to be trying to look like a model. Hi, my name is Olivia Rickard, Olivia said as she stretched out her hand. Oh, you're the woman who helped solve Yvette's murder a couple of months ago. That was just the most awful thing. I'm Tina Ferrone. I'm the owner of Candlelight Farms. Let's take a look at that beautiful ring on your finger. How did he propose? Embarrassed that Tina had seen the small write-up about her in the newspaper, Olivia lifted her hand and let Tina examine the diamond on her finger. My fiancé said that he'd had the ring a long time and was waiting for the perfect woman to give it to. Her heart still skipped a beat whenever she thought of his proposal. He proposed in a dog park with the help of my mutt, Goodwin." What a lovely story. I always adore it when the proposal is catered to the bride. I would say that the ring matches you perfectly. I take it that you're looking for a wedding planner? Come, have a seat. Let's chat about how we can make your dreams come true. Actually, I had a wedding planner, Olivia admitted. I was working with Lacey McBride. Lacey? Tina paused and frowned. I'm sure you're aware of her policy. She has exclusive rights to your wedding. I'm afraid I won't be able to offer you much help. I did bully her into letting me bring in my own wedding cake designer, Olivia said with a small chuckle. Everything was going so smoothly, but I'm afraid that things have gone pear-shaped. My fiancé is unhappy with some of the choices that I made. He wants a longer engagement, and my dress is missing. Lacey isn't able to fix these things, Tina said with a frown. That's not like her. You know her? Very well, Tina laughed. We used to be partners. We parted ways a couple of years ago when I wanted to strike out on my own. But Lacey is a force to be reckoned with. If things aren't going well with your wedding, I have no doubt that she'll have the problem fixed before the end of the week, especially if those vendors want to work another wedding in Luxembourg. Olivia fiddled with the ring on her finger and took a deep breath. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Lacey passed away. That's why I'm here. Lacey's dead? Tina asked sharply, clenching her fists. When? How? The sheriff is investigating, so I really don't feel right talking about the details until he announces it to the press. Is it possible that you could help me out? Olivia had hoped to brush right past the subject, but Tina narrowed her eyes and studied her closely. How do you know the details of Lacey's death? I found her body, she whispered. The wedding planner visibly stiffened. You're missing your wedding dress, and you discovered Lacey's body? May I ask you a personal question? Wedding planning seems to be a very personal activity, Olivia admitted. Go ahead. Did your fight with your fiancé and the problems with the dress occur before Lacey died? Yes, Olivia said slowly. She had a feeling that this conversation was about to take a horrible turn. Is there a reason that you're asking me that? Fanny acted oddly about the whole situation as well. Tina's mood seemed to change in an instant. I'm sorry, Olivia. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. I'm far too busy. You don't even know when I'm going to get married or how much I have planned. I'm afraid that doesn't matter. There is no way I'll be able to work with you. But you were just out here with your book, so you obviously had no problems taking on a new client when I walked through the door. Fanny said the exact same thing. What's going on? Olivia demanded. Instead of answering the question, Tina avoided her gaze as she hurried to the door and opened it in a pointed invitation to leave. I'm so sorry, dear, but I have an appointment with a client, and I really must hurry. I wish you well with your wedding planning. Shaking her head in frustration, Olivia slowly walked to the door. How am I going to plan a wedding if none of the planners in Luxembourg will help me? Perhaps you should take it as a sign. Maybe you're just not meant to be a bride. Olivia gasped at the woman's hurtful words, but before she could demand an explanation, Tina slammed the door in her face and locked it. Are you kidding me? Olivia yelled through the glass at Tina's retreating back. I don't need you. I will plan the perfect wedding, and you'll be sorry that you weren't here to help me. Someone cleared their throat, and Olivia flushed when she realized that a group of bystanders were witnessing her temper tantrum. Noting that Christy, her real estate agent, was among the group only made things worse. Christy was a notorious gossip. Soon the whole town would know that the wedding planners had rejected her. Are you okay, Olivia? Christy asked. I'm fine, she muttered. Just a little disagreement, if you'll excuse me. Keeping her head down, she hurried past them and tried to ignore the whispers. Just a few days ago, she'd practically had a whole wedding planned and thought she'd be walking down the aisle in a month. But now the wedding planner was dead, the wedding was falling apart, the groom was getting cold feet, and the whole town would soon learn of her problems. She had just started to think that things couldn't get any worse when she got the text message from her wedding DJ. "Sorry, Olivia, I just don't think it's going to work out." Her vendor had just broken up with her over text message. How humiliating was that? Maybe Tina was right. Maybe she'd been naive to think that she could ever be a bride. That evening, as Olivia took Snowball, Lily, and Tucker out for their last walk of the day, she racked her brains for a way to tell Andrew that none of the wedding planners would help her. It would be so simple if she could just stick with the plan that she'd already made with Lacey, but she had a feeling that would cause another fight. "You would think that he'd want to marry me as soon as possible," she told the dogs. "He thinks I'm a flight risk." "Are you a flight risk?" With a yelp, Olivia whirled around and was relieved to see Lady Celeste standing outside the door to her shop, looking at Olivia with an amused expression on her face. The older woman threw her arms wide, royal blue sleeves with their oversized pink flowers fluttering with the dramatic gesture. She cocked her head and pushed at the matching floral headscarf, and her supposedly Romanian accent thickened as she said, "I didn't mean to scare you, dear. Did you think the dogs were talking back to you?" "The way that my day is going, it wouldn't surprise me," Olivia admitted. She had been so lost in her own thoughts, she hadn't even realized that she was walking past the town's psychic's shop. The older woman was the town's psychic, and although she looked as if she was pushing 60, she hadn't seemed to age a day in the whole time that Olivia had known her. No one in town knew quite what to make of her. Olivia had no idea if Lady was part of her name or a title, and she'd never been brave enough to ask. Until a few months ago, Olivia had assumed the woman was nothing more than a lovable fraud. It wasn't until Lady Celeste's little pet psychic show that Olivia started to believe that maybe Celeste was the real thing. It was a little disconcerting. Lady Celeste pushed her shop door open, setting off a sweet tinkling of silver bells. "Would you like to come in and rest a minute? I believe your dachshund is experiencing some pain and needs to rest." "Pain?" Olivia looked down at Lily and frowned. The dachshund hadn't been limping and didn't seem to be walking slowly. Nevertheless, she guided the dogs into the store and sat down on one of the chairs. "Now let's see what the problem is," Celeste said as she bent down and picked up a squirming Lily. "Oh, here we are. You have a tiny prickle stuck between your toes, darling. We'll just remove that and you'll be good to go." "Wow," Olivia managed as she watched the psychic release Lily. "You really are good." "I know," Celeste smiled. "Now I believe you have something on your mind that you'd like to discuss? Some pre-wedding jitters?" The whole town was placing bets on whether Olivia was actually going to make it down the aisle, so Olivia wasn't surprised at Celeste's first guess. "Not the wedding, but more like the wedding planning." "Oh, was Lacey your planner? That is unfortunate." Shocked, Olivia stared at Celeste. "Did Nick make the announcement already?" "No, dear. I felt her passing." She said it so simply, as if Olivia should have already known the answer. "Did she happen to mention who killed her before she passed on?" Olivia was only half joking. She was starting to suspect that Lady Celeste might actually have a real gift. "You know it doesn't work that way," the psychic admonished, wagging a stern, heavily beringed finger. "Right," Olivia smiled ruefully. "Well, her passing is both tragic and very unfortunate for me. Andrew didn't like my timeline, and my wedding dress has disappeared. Now, with Lacey gone, I need a new planner to try and fix everything, but no one in town will work with me. And what's worse, they're being rude about it." Lady Celeste suddenly reached over and grabbed her chin. Taken off guard, Olivia nearly fell out of her chair. But the psychic had a firm grip on her, with a strength that belied her 60-some years, as she stared into Olivia's face. Then, without warning, Celeste released her chin and grabbed her hand, turning it over and peering intently at the palm. "Oh, dear," Celeste whispered. "What? What do you see?" "You are carrying the bride's curse." "I'm carrying the what?" Celeste dropped Olivia's hand and stepped back, a frightened look on her face. "The bride's curse. Oh, you poor dear. No wonder no one will work with you. Lacey, no doubt, was its first victim." Appalled, Olivia jumped to her feet. "Lacey died because someone murdered her. It had nothing to do with me, and the idea of a curse is too ridiculous for words." Lady Celeste shook her head vigorously, enough to make her headscarf flutter, tisk-tisking. "You said yourself that everything seems to be falling apart. Why do you think the wedding planners are shunning you?" She dropped her voice dramatically. "They're afraid that they'll be next. The bride's curse is very real, my dear." Whatever thoughts Olivia had entertained about Lady Celeste's true gifts crumbled. It took all of her self-discipline not to roll her eyes at the woman's earnest expression. "Let me guess. You wagered that I wouldn't make it down the aisle, and now you're trying to make sure you don't lose your money." Lady Celeste snorted and tossed her head. "Scoff all you want, but 100 years ago, on the very ground where Luxembourg was built, the bride's curse was born. They say that two young people who were supposedly very much in love were planning to join forever in a hand-fasting union, but on the day of the wedding, the groom realized that his bride wasn't marrying for love, but rather for wealth. They say that he cursed the bride and all future brides in this area." She flung her arms wide in a theatrical gesture. "That if a bride should enter a wedding pact with a false heart, she shall create chaos and destruction with every step she takes to the altar." Furious, Olivia was about to lay into Lady Celeste when the door opened, and Mayor Donald Henderson walked in. "Olivia," he said with a big smile, "I have been looking for you." Olivia doubted that very seriously. The mayor had a huge crush on Lady Celeste, and everyone in town except the psychic seemed to know about it. His attempts to get Celeste's attention had led to Olivia ending up with Fender. Still, she was too angry at the moment to deal with Mayor Henderson's love life. "Now is not a good time," she snapped. "I'm afraid this can't wait. This concerns your wedding." Was everyone in town about to have an opinion about her wedding? "Now what's wrong?" He frowned. "There is no need for you to take that tone with me, young lady. I have only your best interests in mind. Now, I've heard talk that the wedding plans are falling through. May I ask what the problem is?" Confused, she just stared at him. "Why are you concerned about my wedding plans?" "Well, I've been keeping an eye on things, and I realize that this is an opportunity that could benefit everyone." "My wedding could benefit everyone?" she asked stupidly. "Yes. Luxembourg is an excellent place for weddings, and I think we can use that to our advantage. I was going to use your wedding pictures and your wedding story to help sell the idea on our town website." It shouldn't surprise her. Mayor Henderson was forever trying to make Luxembourg the go-to destination. He never seemed to understand that he was a mayor of a small town, not a travel agent. Celeste clicked her tongue against her teeth and shook her head. "Mayor Henderson, it's a lovely idea, but I'm afraid that Olivia has the bride's curse. I doubt there will be a wedding." "The bride's curse," the mayor gasped. "Stop telling people that. I am not cursed," Olivia snapped. "I love Andrew, and I want to marry him. Whoever killed Lacey did so because it was personal, and it has nothing to do with me." The mayor dropped his head into his hands. "Oh," he moaned, "this is horrible." Bending over, Olivia clipped the leash back on Lily. "The only thing that's horrible is that superstition seems to rule this town. I will have the wedding of my dreams. And no, Mayor Henderson, you will not use it for advertising. Andrew and I are going to be very happy, and if I have to solve the murder of Lacey McBride to prove it to everyone, then that's exactly what I will do."
Spinning on her heel, Olivia started to march out of the shop. Her exit would have gone more smoothly had Tucker not gotten his leash caught on the chair and started to drag it outside with him. But Olivia didn't bother to stop. Too furious for words, she dragged the chair all the way out to the sidewalk before she jerked the leash free, turned, and headed home. The first thing she needed to get was a certain book. Chapter 7. Rose Palmer hit the button to play the voicemail again. The woman, sounding desperate, rattled off an address and asked the PI to come to her as soon as possible. Lifting her head, Rose checked the brass numbers to the side of the door. She had the address right. Holding down the lit button on the side panel, she listened as the doorbell sounded again. No answer. Just like the first 3 times she'd pressed the button. A car was in the driveway, and she could see the lights inside reflected off the frosted glass window. Someone was home. Concerned, Rose walked down the steps and headed toward the back. Maybe someone was in the backyard. As she passed a window, something caught her eye. Stopping, she smiled and gently tapped on the window pane. A beautiful calico cat stared back at her and meowed. Rose was just about to leave when she saw the blood on the cat's paw. Inhaling sharply, she focused on the scene just beyond the cat. Here she thought she would be investigating a cheating spouse, not a dead body. When Andrew's car pulled up, Olivia pulled her earbuds out of her ears and bounced nervously on the balls of her feet. She'd been on edge since leaving Lady Celeste, and even diving into a new Rose Palmer book had failed to bring comfort. Once again she practiced the speech in her head. Andrew would be furious if she tried to investigate Lacey's murder, but surely he would see the risks of not looking into it. Unlike last time, she wasn't going to try to do this behind his back. She would ask for his help. Surely he wouldn't refuse her then. "Goodwin," she said urgently, "go greet Andrew. Go greet him." She opened the door, and the large dog flew down the front steps. When she heard Andrew's panicked shout, she whirled around and saw that Goodwin had knocked Andrew's backpack to the ground and was running all over the yard with it. "Oops. Goodwin, get back here, right now," Andrew bellowed. Jumping out the door, Olivia clapped her hands. "Come here, Goodwin. Come here." The problem with Goodwin is that he could be so very well behaved when he wanted, but he could also be the devil dog. Right now, he was a demon spawn from hell. "What is all that racket?" The front door to the house next to her slammed, and an old man hobbled out shaking his cane. "Stop that! I'm trying to watch my shows." Old Man Kramer was usually such a good neighbor, but he sometimes let his temper get the best of him. He thought he was the law in Luxembourg and was constantly writing in his notebook and reporting crimes. Unfortunately, his crimes usually turned out to be nothing more than children playing or Olivia trying to get Goodwin under control. "Sorry, Mr. Kramer," Olivia said breathlessly as she snagged her dog's collar. "We're just having some fun." "Well, pipe down. I swear they should enforce the curfew here. They just let you hoodlums run rampant." It would have been a waste of breath to remind her neighbor that not only was she in her own yard, but it was only 8 o'clock. Giving Andrew an apologetic look, she hauled Goodwin up the steps and back into the house, where she pried the bag from his mouth. "He didn't mean it. I didn't take him out on my last round of walks, and I guess he has some energy stored up." Andrew knelt, and Goodwin immediately ran over to wash him all over in kisses. "It's okay, boy," he whispered. "We'll go for a walk now. Would you like that?" That wasn't a half-bad idea. Then maybe Olivia could burn off some energy as well. "Do you want some dinner first?" "No, I had a late lunch." Olivia leashed Goodwin and Fender. "Maybe we can stop by the corner grill on the way back and get some hot dogs to take home." "Sure, sounds good." His voice was clipped, and she sighed. Last night he'd seemed to have forgiven her, but this afternoon he was agitated again. Maybe now was not the best time to tell him about the rumors swirling around town. As they left the house, she locked the door behind them. As usual, the dogs pulled in two different directions as they started out, but they soon fell into a rhythm. "How was work?" "Interesting," she said vaguely as they headed to the back entrance of the neighborhood. There was a short bridge that connected to a wealthier neighborhood, and she liked looking at the houses. Andrew must have sensed her distress, and he reached over and squeezed her hand. She gave a returning squeeze and asked, "How was yours?" "Long. I didn't get much downtime today. Some of the department resident students are about to take their exams next week, and we needed to run a few tests to make sure that everything goes smoothly. I guess a couple of years ago, when they first started doing the exams online, the site crashed. They've been paranoid ever since." They started across the bridge and fell into an awkward silence. Olivia made a fuss over Goodwin as he picked up a piece of trash in his mouth. Finally, she decided to gingerly approach the subject of the wedding. "I ran into Lady Celeste and Mayor Henderson. Did you know that the mayor wants to use our wedding photos to market Luxembourg as the wedding place destination?" "I did not." "Are you okay with that?" Andrew shrugged. "Maybe we can get him to foot the bill for the photographer. At least that would save us some money. Maybe your bad luck is finally turning around." Flinching, Olivia stopped in her tracks and stared at him. "What do you mean, bad luck? You think I'm bad luck?" "Not you, sweetheart," Andrew sighed. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I just mean that this wedding seems to be bad luck." Panic filled her. "Our wedding is not bad luck, Andrew. Saying that isn't funny. This is the moment that we pledge ourselves to each other for the rest of our lives. You shouldn't even be joking about that." Her voice reached a fevered pitch. "Whoa, calm down." He put up his hands in surrender. "You have to admit that things haven't been going well lately." Narrowing her eyes, Olivia glared at him. Soon the whole town would be calling her a cursed bride, and she could handle that. But listening to Andrew's negativity, she wasn't going to have it. Tugging on the leashes, she resumed walking. "You want to know how my day went, Andrew? Lace and Silk has lost my wedding dress. Lost it. And then I went to Fanny's Fairy Tale Weddings for help, and she rudely kicked me out of her shop. I thought that maybe it was because she was upset that I chose Lacey over her, but it wasn't. You want to know how I know that?" "How?" Andrew eyed her warily. "Because then I went to the only other wedding planner in town, Candlelight. She was so excited to help me until she heard about Lacey's death, and then, just like Fanny, she also kicked me out of her shop." "We could always leave a bad review on Yelp," he said with a small smile. "This isn't a laughing matter, Andrew. They're not upset over Lacey's death. They specifically don't want to work with me. When I was with Lady Celeste, she told me that I have the bride's curse." He blinked. "I'm sorry. I don't think I'm familiar with that kind of curse." "Apparently, 100 years ago, some gold-digging bride pissed off her magic-wielding wealthy fiancé, and when he realized she didn't love him, he cursed her and any bride who wasn't marrying for love to have destruction and doom follow them during the wedding process." "I find it hard to imagine Lady Celeste talking about a gold-digging bride," Andrew murmured. "That's not the point," Olivia snapped. "Soon, if it hasn't already started, everyone in town will think I'm some cursed bride and I don't love you. The wedding planners won't work with me because they're afraid that they'll die if they go anywhere near my wedding." Suddenly, Andrew started to laugh. His whole body shook, and Olivia stopped and stared at him as he tried to compose himself. "I'm sorry," he wheezed. "The whole thing is preposterous. I knew that Luxembourg could be a little quirky, but this is just a little over the top." "This is a disaster. How can you be so amused?" "Sweetheart, I know that you're not marrying me for my money. I know that you love me." Relief swept through her, but she shook her head. "I don't want the beginning of our marriage to be shadowed by this rumor. I do have a plan." "I have a feeling that this is going to be bad." "Just hear me out before you make any snap decisions, okay? I'm going to plan the wedding on my own."
"Oh, Olivia,
I know you think that I'm not capable of it, but how hard can it be? I'll just use what I learned from Lacey. The problem is that if other people are superstitious, I might have trouble procuring different vendors, but I have a plan for that as well. I'm sure the people of Luxembourg will value money over some superstition. Don't be so sure. Olivia took a deep breath and gestured to the house they were passing. It was a pale yellow, old-style Victorian mansion with navy blue shutters. Lacey was a modern woman, so it surprised Olivia to see that the woman had owned such a quaint house, but there was no mistaking the address. A white van stood out front, emblazoned with the As You Wish logo. This is Lacey's house. Really? Andrew frowned. I kind of figured the woman would have a luxury condo in Lowell. Andrew, we need to solve Lacey's murder. Groaning, he closed his eyes and let his chin fall to his chest. Olivia. I'm just saying that we give Nick a hand. If we can prove that Lacey was killed for personal reasons and didn't die because of some silly curse, then it'll be so much easier to plan the wedding. The vendors will return and we can set a different date, one that you'll be happy with. 8 months from now? 8 months? That's a year-long engagement, Olivia. That's not unusual. Narrowing her eyes, she opened her mouth to demand an explanation when Goodwin barked. A light went on in the upstairs window, and Andrew grabbed Olivia's arm and pulled her up the driveway. Next thing she knew, they were crouching behind the van. What are you doing? She hissed. Someone broke into Lacey's home. What makes you think she doesn't have a roommate? Andrew gestured to the driveway. Do you see another car here? Would you just keep your head down? What if it's Lacey's killer? I'd prefer it if someone else didn't try to run you over before I have the chance to get you down the aisle. Your chances would be much higher if you just marry me in July like I'd planned, Olivia grumbled, but she ducked her head. You really want to fight about this now? Shh, the light went out. Wait here. He left her side, and her eyes widened. Where was he going? She was just about to ask when she heard the sound of a screen door shutting. Andrew, she whispered loudly. At first there was nothing. You, stop! Andrew suddenly bellowed. Olivia shrieked when a shadow jumped over the fence and came barreling toward her. Goodwin pulled free from her grasp and ran toward the burglar. The man tripped over Goodwin and stumbled just as Andrew caught up to him. He tackled the thief and pulled the intruder's arms behind his back as he straddled him. Olivia, are you okay? Me? I'm fine. Are you okay? She hurried toward him and pulled Goodwin back. Call Nick. Let me go, the burglar bellowed. I live here. If you live here, then why did you kick in the back door? Andrew demanded. Because she changed the locks, the man growled. She thinks she can just walk away from me and lock me out. She thinks she can steal from me. You're Matthew, Olivia muttered. Lacey talked about you once. She said that you were very angry after she broke up with you. It was probably the only personal detail that Olivia knew about Lacey. The woman had seemed distracted one day, and when Olivia asked her if everything was okay, the wedding planner had lost her temper. She'd said that her boyfriend was turning into a psychotic stalker. At the time, Olivia hadn't thought anything of it. After all, she'd called her exes a few nasty things a time or two. It was just blowing off steam. Olivia, don't talk to him, Andrew ordered. Call Nick, now. Right, sorry. She hastily pulled out her phone and took a few steps away from them. Matthew was still spitting angry and fighting Andrew's hold. The dogs strained against their leashes and whined. Part of her wanted to release them, but she just shushed them as she dialed the phone. Nick, I'm so sorry to bother you this late. Again. She took a deep breath. Andrew and I caught Lacey's ex-boyfriend breaking into Lacey's house. Olivia, Nick sighed. Please tell me that you're not doing what I think you're doing. She ignored him. Andrew has him pinned down. Can you just send a deputy to pick him up? Right away. But then you have some explaining to do. Olivia hung up and hurried back to Matthew. Andrew seemed to be struggling, so Olivia knelt down. You see this huge dog by my side? She said in a low voice. His name is Goodwin. and he's trained to attack on my command. I suggest that you quit fighting and wait for the police to get here, because I assure you, you can go to jail in good health, or you can go to jail with a few chunks missing." Andrew snorted, and Olivia glared at him. Matthew seemed to buy the lie and immediately stilled. Olivia said sweetly, "Now then, why don't you explain what you're doing here?" "I just wanted to take back what was mine," Andrew hissed. "Watch your language," Andrew interrupted mildly. "She broke up with me in a text message when I was out of town. She threw my things out on the lawn and changed the locks before I even got home. You know what she told me? She said that I wasn't man enough to handle a successful woman like her." "That doesn't explain what you're doing here." "She stole my baseball cards," Matthew bellowed. He tried to twist out from under Andrew, but Goodwin leaned down to sniff him, and he stilled. "Get that beast away from me." Stifling a laugh, Olivia gently tugged Goodwin away. "You broke into her house to steal baseball cards?" "I've been collecting those cards since I was a kid. Not only are they worth a fortune, but they also mean a great deal to me. I didn't break in to hurt her. I still have her passwords. I checked her calendar. She's supposed to be having dinner with a client tonight." "Dinner with a client?" Olivia frowned. Jealousy reared its ugly head. "She never took me to dinner." "Really? Now?" Andrew asked. Crossing her arms, she glared at him. "Yes, now. We have time, Andrew. He's not going anywhere, and it might still be a few minutes before the police get here. You don't want me to talk to Matthew, so what should we talk about? I know. Let's discuss why you think we should wait 8 months before getting married."
"I already explained that we need time to save money."
"We're not exactly poor."
"No, but you're about to buy the brownstone. I don't want you to stress about money. You'll have a new address for your business, and you still haven't settled on a business plan. You have so much space to work with. You could open a doggy daycare and install some sinks for grooming. You'll need to add an upstairs back entrance because you probably can't take the dogs through the bakery. I feel like you're completely ignoring that in favor of this wedding."
"This wedding? Andrew, it's our wedding."
"I don't want to hear about your blasted wedding," Matthew suddenly bellowed. "That's all Lacey could talk about. Cakes and flowers and food. And it's all a front. Lacey thought weddings were ridiculous. She viewed it all as nothing more than a cash cow."
Hurt, Olivia looked away. She didn't want to hear anything bad about Lacey. She practically worshipped the woman.
"She'll never get married," the ex-boyfriend said hoarsely. "No man will have her. I loved her, though. I loved her."
"No man will have her?" Olivia exchanged a surprised look with Andrew. Matthew had apparently taken great pains to break in when he thought Lacey was gone. It sounded as if Matthew had no idea that Lacey was dead. The blue lights of the squad car lit up the darkness as it pulled up in front of the yard. Andrew got up to allow the deputy to take Matthew away. The man was still raving about baseball cards.
"Well, maybe we just caught Lacey's killer, and you can tell everyone in town that you're not cursed,"
Andrew said lightly. "You think he did it? It sounds like he didn't even know that Lacey was dead."
He shrugged. "Maybe, but it could just be an act."
Maybe. Privately, she didn't think so. Matthew seemed like a man ruled by emotions. If he really had killed Lacey, she didn't think he'd be able to hide it for long. Chapter 8. The next morning, Olivia woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of the shower. Blinking blearily, she pulled herself up and yawned as she ran her fingers through her tangled dark hair. As she got up to dress, she heard the water shut off. A few minutes later, Andrew walked back into the bedroom.
"Good morning,"
he said with a big smile. "You're in a good mood," she croaked. He'd clearly already had his dose of caffeine.
"Coffee is ready,"
he said, as he finished toweling off.
"And I'm feeling hopeful that Lacey's ex-boyfriend killed her, because then I can tell you to drop the investigation without starting an argument."
"That's good, considering that we have so many other things to argue about," Olivia grumbled as she shuffled her feet along the cream-colored carpet. She really was in a horrible mood if she was already gearing up for a fight. She looked down at the dog hair stuck to her black pants and sighed. No matter how many times she brushed Fender, he was a shedding machine. Andrew caught her elbow as she tried to walk past him and bent down to kiss her cheek. "We're not going to argue about the wedding anymore either." "We're not?" "Nope." He gave her a cheeky grin. "You're cursed, remember? No one is going to agree to cater our wedding until the curse is lifted. I imagine that might take some time." "I'll show you, cursed," she growled as she whirled around to punch him lightly in the shoulder. Despite his reluctance to budge on the subject, at least he was making light of the situation rather than yelling. That didn't solve all the problems. Just because Andrew didn't believe in the curse didn't mean the rest of the town would be as sensible. Although it had never mattered to her before, she cared about what other people thought of her wedding. She wouldn't allow anything to blacken her day. Trudging downstairs, she poured 2 mugs of coffee and fixed Andrew's the way he liked it. A creature of habit, in about 5 minutes, he'd be dressed and downstairs. He liked to drink his coffee fast, so if she prepared it now, it would be cool enough. She, on the other hand, liked to sip her coffee slowly and relish it. After adding just the right amount of hazelnut creamer, she leaned against the counter, closed her eyes, and took her first sip. "Olivia!" Choking on the scalding liquid, she almost dropped the mug. Andrew understood and respected her quiet morning coffee ritual. Why was he yelling? "Olivia, is my wallet down there?" "I don't know. I'll look," she mumbled sleepily. Gripping her mug in one hand, rather like a lifeline, she used the other, awkward as it was one-handed, to open his backpack on the kitchen table, and she peered in. There were papers, an empty water bottle, and a protein bar, but no wallet. Next, because good ones sometimes like to steal things, she checked the dog beds. It wasn't there, or on the coffee table. She raised her voice to call back. "I don't see it." Still knotting his tie, Andrew hurried down the stairs. Olivia tried not to get annoyed when he checked the exact same places that she had just looked. As he flipped through the pile of papers on the kitchen table, the wedding folder slid out, and her eyes widened. "Don't open it. Don't open it. Don't open it." The force of her mental chant wasn't enough. Andrew narrowed his eyes and flipped the folder open. "What's this?" Setting her coffee down, she picked his mug up and hurried across the kitchen. She thrust the hot liquid at him, intending to grab the folder out of his hands. "That's nothing, just some extras that Lacey wanted me to look over. You should head to work. I don't want you to be late. I'll give you some cash for lunch." "I'm not late yet," he said, looking down at the folder. With a low whistle, he pulled out the pamphlets. Ice sculptures, champagne fountain, professional dancers, fireworks. "Extras," Olivia muttered as she finally snagged the folder with its treacherous brochures from his hand. "Really? Because it looked like you starred fireworks in a horse-drawn carriage." With the desperation of a drowning man, Andrew took a gulp from his mug. Heat flooded her face, and she avoided his gaze. "It was just an idea. I would have talked it over with you first." "Like you discussed everything else with me?" "You told me I could do whatever I wanted." "That was when I assumed you still wanted a small wedding, like we discussed." Andrew sighed and leaned over to kiss her cheek. "I don't want to fight this morning." She was ready to talk about anything other than the wedding. "Did you collect anything when you were a kid?" Startled by the change in subject, he pulled back and frowned. "What?" Matthew was raving like a lunatic about his baseball cards. They seemed to mean a big deal to him. Maybe he killed Lacey not because his heart was broken, but maybe it was over the baseball cards. How valuable could they have been? "Depends on the cards," Andrew said, and took another swallow of coffee. "Some from the early to mid-20th century go for hundreds of thousands of dollars. A few even go for millions." Olivia gulped. "Money is always a good motive for murder," she murmured. Tilting her head, she watched him closely. "Was there anything you collected as a kid?"
Nothing I'd kill over.
That wasn't my question. A puzzled look crossed his face.
I collected all kinds of things as a kid, but it was mostly a passing fancy. I think at one time I had a pretty impressive rock collection, but they were mostly from driveways.
A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth.
I was a huge Matchbox Cars fan. He shrugged. Nothing that followed me into adulthood. You?
Same, passing fancies. Olivia tried to hide her disappointment. She'd hoped the conversation would yield some ideas for a fabulous wedding present. You probably lost your wallet in the struggle with Matthew yesterday. I'll go back to the house tomorrow and see if I can't find it.
And that's all you'll do? Just look for my wallet?
Matthew has 2 different motives. He's a pretty strong suspect, so you have nothing to worry about. I almost feel bad for him. Lacey didn't really talk much about him. I didn't even realize that she had a boyfriend until she mentioned that they'd broken up.
Lacey was your wedding planner, Olivia, Andrew reminded. It's not like she was your friend.
Of course she was my friend.
No, he said more forcefully. She wasn't. You were a client, and she probably did whatever she could to secure your trust so you'd buy more from her. You need to admit that you don't know much about Lacey.
Shocked, Olivia stared at him. Are you insinuating that she was taking advantage of me?
That's her job, Olivia. When we talked about a wedding, we agreed on an early fall with immediate family, close friends, and a few people from town. No more than 50 people. You were perfectly happy about getting married in the town square. 1 week with Lacey McBride, and suddenly we're paying for an expensive venue with 3 times the guest list and ridiculous extras for a wedding, and in early spring. If you were a guest at the type of wedding that you're planning, you'd do nothing but talk about what a waste of money it was. Lacey talked you into the very thing that you hate, and you're too stubborn to admit it.
You're wrong, Olivia shot back. She is a friend. Yes, she has a job to do, but I have no idea how to plan a wedding. As you just pointed out, I'm not the type of woman who does things like this. I thought that Janelle would help me. After all, she kept pushing for the proposal, but no, all she cares about is the brownstone. My mother is trying to plan her dream wedding, and all you want to do is talk about money. So I do consider Lacey a friend.
Yet you know nothing personal about her.
Olivia set her lips in a thin line. This was getting them nowhere. I'll call you if I find your wallet, she muttered as she brushed past him to go upstairs and get dressed. It hurt her that she and Andrew couldn't seem to agree on anything, but the fact was that he seemed so blind to her problems. Lacey had been the answer to her prayers. She'd listened to Olivia's concerns about the wedding, and in a calm voice, Lacey had come up with a solution to each one. Andrew was wrong. Even if Lacey's motivation had been to make more money, it still didn't change anything. She'd been Olivia's friend during the wedding process, when no one else was there. With Snowball, decked out in a yellow dress that looked like it might once have been part of a Beauty and the Beast costume, Tucker and Goodwin trotting along next to her, Olivia walked down the streets of Lacey's neighborhood. She had her earbuds hooked up to her phone, and she held the tiny microphone on the wire close to her mouth. Janelle, I know I said that I'd try to swing by the bakery today, but Andrew lost his wallet, and I promised that I'd try to find it.
It's not even noon, Olivia. You have all afternoon, her sister answered crossly.
Yes, but in case you haven't heard, my wedding planner is dead.
Oh, I heard. Apparently it's all your fault. You're cursed.
Olivia groaned and rolled her eyes. Who told you that?
Christy was in here earlier to grab a muffin, and she was rather loudly discussing the meltdown you had outside of Candlelight Farms. Unfortunately for you, Celeste was also there.
Perfect. Just perfect. How long until you think the whole town is talking about my curse?
Christy is a bit busy, Janelle said airily. I'm sure it'll take at least until happy hour at Endgame before everyone finds out.
So now you see why I'm so busy. I have to talk to the vendors who worked with Lacey to make sure that they aren't as superstitious as the rest of Luxembourg. You gave me a week, right? So we still have time.
You are procrastinating, Janelle accused her. You are going to wait until the last minute. then something is going to happen and we're going to lose the brownstone. Franklin is only going to be so patient with us." "If you'd stop stressing me out about it, maybe I'd get it done sooner," Olivia snapped. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go. I'm here." She almost felt bad as she pulled out her phone and hung up on her sister. But truth be told, she was more than just a little angry with Janelle. She'd always assumed that Janelle would do the wedding cake, and her sister had actually hesitated when she'd asked. Outside of that, Janelle hadn't done a single thing to help Olivia out. It had hurt the younger sister's feelings. It also made no sense. Janelle had been so excited a couple of months ago. What had changed between them? "All right, troops, we have a mission," she said, guiding the dogs up the driveway. Eyes sweeping the ground, she walked slowly and searched the area. The worst-case scenario was that someone walking by had already found Andrew's wallet and picked it up. If that were the case, hopefully they would be a good Samaritan and turn it in. When she didn't find it in the driveway, she unlatched the gate and peered into the backyard. It wasn't a crime scene, and since Andrew had already been there, it couldn't hurt if she went in. Still, she felt like a trespasser when she stepped in and closed the gate behind herself. The grass must have had a growth spurt from the recent rains, for it was tall and lush. The dogs happily rolled around while Olivia searched carefully for the missing wallet. Fortunately for her, Goodwin honed in on something near the fence line a few feet down from the gate. "Good boy," Olivia said happily when she reached him, and she was so happy she bent down and kissed her dog. There was the wallet. Reaching down, she picked it up and opened it. She had no idea what Andrew carried in his wallet, but she made sure that his license, bank card, and credit cards were still there. She was just about to fold it closed again when she saw the bent corner of a photo peeking out from one of the pockets. Curious, she pulled it out. It was a picture of her. She remembered the night well. It had been only a few weeks after their first date, and she'd canceled plans because she had a cold. Andrew claimed that he'd been thinking about her all day, and if she couldn't go out, he'd come to her. He'd brought her soup and crackers, medicine, and Tabasco sauce to help open her sinuses. She'd balked at first, but he lit some candles, wrapped her up in a blanket, and cuddled with her on the couch while they ate. She'd protested the whole time, saying that she looked awful and he'd get sick, and he snapped a picture of her to tell her that he thought she was beautiful. She'd made him delete the photo, but obviously he'd managed to recover it and had printed it out. 2 days later, he was also sick, but he'd told her it was worth it. Smiling softly to herself, she tucked the picture back in his wallet and dropped it in her bag. At a crashing sound, her head whipped around and she frowned. "Goodwin, Snowball, what are you doing?" The dogs had knocked the trash can over and were digging in the resulting mess. Groaning, she hurried over and reclaimed their leashes. "Come on." Leaning down as she lifted the trash can up to right it, something caught her eye. With a sharp intake of breath, she released the dogs and pulled out her phone. When the sheriff came on the line, she said, "Nick, it's Olivia. I have some news about your interrogation with Matthew." "We're checking on his alibi now. What's up?" he asked gruffly. When Andrew tackled him, he claimed he was searching for his baseball cards. "Yeah, he said that he couldn't find them." "That's because Lacey had thrown them out in the trash. I'm staring right at them." There was a beat of silence. "Olivia, what are you doing going through Lacey's trash?" "I'll tell you when you get here." Chapter 9. Matthew was released within the hour. It turned out that he had an alibi for the evening of the time of the murder. He'd been at Endgame with friends, watching a baseball game and drinking. More than 10 people confirmed his alibi. It was possible that he had an accomplice, but discovering the baseball cards left Olivia feeling a little unsettled. He hadn't been lying about why he'd broken in. Olivia had taken a few quick pictures of the cards and sent them to Andrew. He confirmed that the cards weren't worth much. Matthew's desire to have them back was nothing more than a deep-seated affection. It wasn't nearly as strong a motive for killing as money. Maybe the ex-boyfriend still harbored some rage,
but it seemed to be more about pride than heartbreak. Nothing in his history indicated that he was capable of killing someone, and Lacey's murder had taken some thought and planning. It definitely hadn't been a crime of passion. Nick told her that Matthew was much more amicable once he told him that he'd returned the cards when the case was closed. Right now they were being held as evidence. Dropping off Snowball and Tucker, Olivia stopped at the house to check on Fender. The basset hound seemed to have gotten his second wind for the day, so she leashed him and got him and Goodwin settled in the car. While she thought about the next move to make in her investigation of Lacey's murder, she had some damage control to do. First was Chris Hawker, or Fresh Elegance, as his card stated. Apparently his gigs were a part-time job. At night he claimed to spin smooth tunes that would make her heart sing, but during the day, Chris was a delivery driver for Garland Couriers. Parking her car, she waited until she spied him coming out of the small store with several packages in his arms. When she saw his attention was fixed on opening the trunk of his car and then arranging the packages in some kind of order inside, she grabbed Fender and Goodwin and hurried across the parking lot toward him. While his head was still in the trunk of his car, she opened the car's back door and urged her dogs in. Chris pulled his head up in a panic and stared. "Hey, what are you doing?" "We need to talk," she said, crossing her arms. Closing the trunk, he frowned. "I'm about to go on a delivery. If this is about your wedding, we can talk later." "Normally I would agree with you, but you haven't returned any of my calls." Smiling sweetly, she opened the passenger door and slid in. "Olivia!" Hurrying around the car, he opened the driver's side and leaned down. "You can't come with me. Are those your dogs? Get them out of my car." "This is the perfect solution. You are clearly much too busy to return my phone calls, so I'm joining you. That way we can talk, and I won't have to take up any more of your precious time." With a sigh, he slid in and closed his door. "Olivia, I told you before that I wasn't sure if I could accommodate a fall wedding. You're telling me that every single weekend from August to December is booked for you." Chris sighed. "Look, I guess there's no harm in saying something now. Lacey had a lot riding on your wedding, and she needed it to happen in the spring. When I got your message, I called her, and she told me to stick with the original dates. But now that Lacey is dead, and there are rumors circulating..." He hesitated. "Chris, you're, 23? There is no way that you believe in some silly curse." "Normally, no," he admitted ruefully. "But my mother is very superstitious, and she told me that I needed to stay away from you. I'm sorry, Olivia." Frustrated, Olivia crossed her arms. "Okay, but this curse idea started because people thought my wedding plans were falling apart. Now you're telling me it's because Lacey didn't want to budge on the date." She swallowed and tried for a reasonable tone. "And I get that. We'd almost finished planning the whole thing, and I can see her not wanting to start over. But it's not my fault, right?" "I'm sorry, Olivia. There isn't anything that I can do." "Chris, you're the only DJ in town. If you won't entertain at my wedding, I'm going to have to interview people from Lowell. I don't want a complete stranger playing at my wedding, but I'm sure they don't let superstitions rule their lives." The younger man turned the key and started the car. He avoided her gaze. "I know this sucks, Olivia. I suggest if you really want to go through with your wedding, you search for vendors outside Luxembourg." "Sucks? Really? This is my wedding, Chris. This is ridiculous." Olivia yanked on the car door handle and climbed out. "This is the 21st century. How can some legend from 100 years ago be ruining what's supposed to be the happiest day of my life?" "I really am sorry, Olivia." Refusing to acknowledge him, Olivia slammed the door and let her dogs out of the back of the car, though Goodwin played a little tug of war before agreeing to come out. He loved car rides. In a huff, she marched back across the parking lot toward her car. She was so angry that she almost didn't see the two women staring at her. "Olivia?" Whipping her head around, Olivia saw Tina standing near her car with another woman she didn't recognize. The wedding planner gave her a faint smile. "Are you okay?" Her shoulders slumped. The whole town believes this bride's curse nonsense. Chris was my DJ, but now he's refusing to work for me. My whole wedding is falling apart, all because someone murdered Lacey." "You're Olivia Rickard?" Tina's companion frowned. "Olivia, this is my assistant, Rachel Wolfe. She used to work for Lacey." Nodding to the younger woman, she couldn't help but notice that the assistant was glaring at her. "I really am not cursed. Maybe if you hadn't hired the worst wedding planner in town, you wouldn't be in this position. If you'll excuse me, we have some business to attend." Turning her nose up in the air, the young woman walked away. "Wow," Olivia muttered. "I guess there's no love lost between them." Tina waved her hand dismissively. Rachel used to be Lacey's intern. She had a lot of plans and ideas when she started working with Lacey, but I think the internship was too much for her. You know how it can be. No pay and tons of stress. When they parted ways, Lacey didn't hire her on as an assistant. I think it stung. But it's my gain. She's a wonderful assistant. Once again, Olivia was discovering that Lacey might not have been the sterling woman that she'd once thought. "Well, I won't keep you," she said awkwardly. "Olivia, hang on." Tina dug into her purse and pulled out a small notebook. After jotting a few things down, she tore out the page and handed over the paper. "There are a few DJs that I've worked with in Lowell. They'll be a little pricier, but they're less likely to believe in the curse." Slowly taking the paper, Olivia gave the wedding planner a curious look. "Why are you helping me? Don't you believe in the curse?" "The history and the small-town quirks are one of the big draws of Luxembourg. I like to honor those traditions, but at the same time, I can understand your frustration. Planning a wedding is hard enough as it is." "Thank you." Olivia folded the note and tucked it in her pocket. Andrew would probably hit the roof if she hired a more expensive DJ, but at least they'd have one. "Good luck." With a nod of her head, Tina turned and hurried after her assistant. Feeling a little more confident, Olivia got her dogs into her car and checked the clock. By now, Janelle would have left the bakery to go home and get ready for her weekly date night with her husband, Patrick. That means Olivia could go hang out with Jackie and not get caught. The last thing that she wanted was her sister harping about the sale of the brownstone. An hour later, she'd showered and changed to a pair of gray running pants and a blue t-shirt that read, "I just want to have absolutely all the fries." With her back pressed against the brick of the bakery, she carefully eased toward the window and peeked through. "Well, well, well. If it isn't the cursed bride. What on earth are you doing?" Olivia froze at the thick drawl, almost embarrassed at being caught. She turned her head and plastered a fake smile on her face. "Delilah, how delightful to see you." Delilah Devereaux owned the woman's boutique on the other side of Happy Endings. Delilah's Silks was one of the most popular shops in Luxembourg, and before Andrew had come to town, Olivia used to shop there herself. That was before Andrew chose Olivia over Delilah. It had caused nothing short of a fierce feud between the two women, although Andrew thought Olivia was being ridiculous whenever she mentioned it. "Olivia, it would seem that I can never say the same about you. Why are you spying on your sister's bakery?" "You do know that we're about to buy this building, right? And by we, I mean both Janelle and I." Delilah sniffed. "Yes, I've heard. You're not seriously opening the upstairs to those mangy mutts, are you?" "I am a dog walker." "It must violate some kind of health code to have dogs so close to food." Olivia smiled sweetly. "I'll be adding an outside entrance in the back to take care of that. Of course, that'll mean more construction. I hope that doesn't disturb you." "It's a shame. I rather enjoyed your sister's bakery. I suppose that I'll have to take my business elsewhere." "We'll miss you," Olivia said mockingly. "Well, I do hope that you can figure out how to plan a wedding and get married when everyone thinks that you're using your poor fiancé for his money. A cursed bride. I guess that puts a damper on things. What must he think about all of this?" Unable to help herself, Olivia stretched out her hand to make her diamond ring flash in the light. He just loves me so much that he's willing to elope if it comes to that. I'm really not all that worried about it." Yet another lie. But she wasn't about to admit that she and Andrew were fighting over the wedding. "Now, if you'll excuse me." Satisfied that she'd had the last word, a sadly rare occurrence with Delilah, Olivia whirled on her heel and strutted down the sidewalk to Shelfie. Determined not to look back to see if the other woman was watching, she opened the door to the bookstore and entered. Exhaling loudly, she slumped inside. "Are you out of breath? I'd ask if you jogged here, but I think I already know the answer to that," Jackie said dryly. "Delilah," Olivia muttered. "Oh," her friend smiled sympathetically. "I guess she said something about the curse. She has to know it would take more than superstition to break Andrew and me up, right? You can't let Delilah get to you." Jackie closed the book that she was reading and walked around the counter. Hopping up to perch on the top, she crossed her legs. "So, tell me about the case." At least she had one ally. "I talked to Nick this morning. Lacey was killed by cyanide. It smells like almonds, so it's possible that it was mixed in with an almond-flavored cake. They let Matthew go. He had an alibi for the murder, and I found the baseball cards that he was looking for. So who's your next suspect?" Olivia sat heavily on the overstuffed green chair at the end of a bookshelf and shrugged. "I'm quickly finding out that I don't know all that much about Lacey. There's Fanny and Tina, her only real rivals in Luxembourg. I guess either one of them could have killed her to help eliminate the competition. Plus, Tina used to be Lacey's partner, although she seems to be doing well on her own, so it's not like she's hurting for business. I also met Tina's assistant today, Rachel Wolfe. Do you know her?" Jackie pursed her lips. "I don't think so. She's a few years younger than we are. It looks like she probably just graduated from college. Apparently she was Lacey's intern a few years ago, and let me tell you, she seems to hate Lacey. I guess Lacey didn't treat her very well and then refused to hire her when the internship was over." "That sounds like a motive for murder." "Yeah, but like I said, Tina is doing well. The only reason I interviewed Fanny over Tina in the beginning was because I thought Candlelight Farms would be too busy to take me on. If Tina's doing well, there's no reason for Rachel to be upset, is there?" "That's true. Employees hate their bosses all the time, but it doesn't usually end in murder. Who else do you have?" "Nobody," Olivia shrugged. "I need to get a look at her client list. There's probably some disgruntled brides or grooms that I could look into. I mean, Lacey managed to upset Andrew, and he's as mild-mannered as it gets." Jackie eyed her. "Just Lacey?" "Fine. I guess I played a part in it, too," Olivia sighed. "Do you really think this whole thing is about money?" "Your reaction to this wedding planning is surprising," Jackie said carefully. "Thrusting yourself into a new situation is not usually how you react to a momentous change in your life." "What are you talking about?" "Olivia, you risked your life to solve the murder of a woman you didn't even really like in order to avoid Andrew's proposal." "I liked Yvette," she argued. "You liked Yvette's coffee," Jackie pointed out. "When Janelle got married and you were supposed to plan the bachelorette party, you tried to convince us all that a summer-long backpacking trip through Europe was exactly what she wanted." Olivia liked Patrick well enough, but she had been certain that her sister was ruining her life by getting married so young. "That was just a joke," she said weakly. "But I don't see how that has anything to do with my enthusiastic wedding planning. I want to marry Andrew. Quickly. I would think that would make him happy." "You're right," Jackie said with arched eyebrows. "I'm sure it's all about the money." "You're lying, but I'm tired of talking about it. I need your help." Her friend spread her arms. "At your disposal. First, I need you to persuade Nick to give you Lacey's client list, because I'm pretty sure he's not going to give it to me. And then I need you to call Andrew's mother and figure out the perfect wedding present for me to give him." For a few silent seconds, Jackie just stared at her. "You're serious?" "Why would I joke about that? Why would your fiancé's mother, who has never met me, tell me, a perfect stranger, anything private about her son?
And if Nick isn't going to give you any information, why would he give it to me? I don't think that Nick's going to give it to you, Olivia admitted. But Detective Jameson is feeling a little lonely these days since I've accepted Andrew's proposal. No. I mean, come on. He went out with Sarah Callahan. I don't believe in the idea of the crazy cat lady, but she's crazy, and she has 9 cats. That's because he's crazy about you. If you want information, why don't you use your womanly wiles to get it out of him? I'm a taken woman, Olivia said, as if it was obvious, and you're still single. Oh, no. Jackie shook her head vehemently as she slid down off the counter. Just because I'm the last woman standing does not mean that you get to use me whenever you need to get information out of someone. You should be flattered that I think you're the perfect femme fatale. I'm letting Tucker out tonight for Nick and Mary because they're having dinner with Mary's mother, so I know for a fact that Nick won't be there. Come on, Jackie. What will it take for you to do this for me? A slow smile spread across Jackie's face. Okay, we'll go as soon as I close up tonight. But you're going to call Andrew's mother right now and put it on speaker so I can hear firsthand why you seem so terrified of the woman. Then, when we're done, you're treating me to dinner. I want spinach artichoke dip, a double cheeseburger with loaded fries, a slice of chocolate cake, and at least 2 beers from Endgame. Olivia stared at Jackie's slender figure. I don't understand where you put it all. Do we have a deal? The thought of calling Andrew's mother was enough to make her break out into a cold sweat. But Olivia needed to solve Lacey's murder, and fast. Fine, she said sullenly, but you can't make a sound. Jackie's eyes lit up with glee. Running over to the door, she threw up the temporarily closed sign and locked the door. Olivia pulled out her phone and stared at it. It's not like Andrew's mother hates me, she muttered. She just doesn't think you're good enough. No, Olivia said weakly. It's just that Andrew's ex-girlfriend was a doctor. She was gorgeous and smart and perfect. His whole family assumed that they'd get married. And she left him, Jackie pointed out, moved to pursue her career and didn't even really give him a chance to come to terms with her decision before she picked up and left. They should hate her. That's true, but I'm a dog walker, and according to Andrew's mother, I wear my hair too long, my clothes are inappropriate, and my dog is a mongrel. You're getting ready to purchase half a brownstone in a prime real estate location, and you were instrumental in taking down a murderer. Olivia stared at Jackie. You're right, she said, straightening. Tabitha Patterson is going to be my mother-in-law, and she is going to see that I'm going to make her son a very happy man. Feeling more confident, Olivia dialed Tabitha's cell number and held her breath. Andrew's father had his own dentist practice, and when Olivia had heard that Tabitha worked for her husband, she thought they might get along well. Instead, she discovered that Tabitha was fiercely protective of her children. Olivia suspected that part of the reason Andrew's mother didn't like her was because she blamed Olivia for Andrew not returning home. Olivia, Tabitha answered in a low voice. I suppose you're calling to tell your side of the story. Exchanging a puzzled look with Jackie, Olivia frowned. Mrs. Patterson, I'm afraid that I don't know what you're talking about. You don't? My son has told me that you two are fighting about the wedding. Apparently you're about to bankrupt him with some ridiculous idea about fireworks and horse-drawn carriages. Andrew told his mother about their fight? Embarrassment burned her cheeks. We are still working out the details. I did initially like the idea of fireworks, but in the end, I didn't include it in the final plans, and we are splitting the cost of the wedding. Really? You are about to invest a large sum of money in some sort of office for your business? You're going to have money left over for a wedding? Olivia narrowed her eyes. Her money situation was no business of Tabitha's. Still, she knew that Andrew's mother only had his best interest at heart, and she couldn't fault the woman who had raised such a spectacular son. Mrs. Patterson, I did not call regarding the finances of the wedding. I was actually hoping that you would help me. I have been racking my brains for the perfect wedding present, and I was hoping that you might share some ideas or perhaps tell me something that Andrew truly loved or wanted when he was younger. I thought that racy boutique photos were all the rage for wedding presents," Tabitha said sharply. Jackie slapped her hands over her mouth and stifled a laugh. "That's one idea," Olivia said slowly. "I was hoping to maybe surprise him with something more meaningful, something that conveys my love for him." "I see," Tabitha said, her voice gone suddenly softer. "I'll think on it and get back to you." Relief swept over Olivia. Maybe she was finally winning her future mother-in-law over. "I appreciate that, Mrs. Patterson. Thank you." Hanging up, she faced Jackie. "Start closing up shop. When you're done, we're going to the sheriff's station." Giggling, Jackie waved her hands. "Maybe you should go lingerie shopping while we wait so you can get ready to take those racy boutique photos." Olivia rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help join Jackie in laughing. There were some conversations that she'd never expected to have with her future mother-in-law. Chapter 10. Olivia parked a few blocks down from the station so Derek wouldn't see her car. "What excuse am I supposed to give for asking for Lacey's client list?" Jackie asked with a frown. "Tell him that because the wedding planners are shunning me, you've volunteered to help me out. You're hoping that Lacey's previous clients will give you vendor recommendations." Jackie turned her head and stared at Olivia. "It's a little creepy that you're so quick at lying. A few months ago, you were breaking into an apartment with me. Now you're weirded out because I can come up with a good story?" "Good point." Jackie took a deep breath. "If he asks me out on a date, I will never forgive you for this. Derek is a good guy. He's cute, and he's got a good job. Why wouldn't you want to go out on a date with him?" "Because in my head, I will always remember that he picked you first. Wish me luck." Before Jackie got out of the car, Olivia reached over and undid one more button on her friend's shirt. "You won't need luck because you are just that good." "One more button, and I'll think that you want to get lucky tonight," Jackie said wryly. "I am buying you dinner." "Please," Jackie winked. "It takes more than a cheeseburger to get lucky with this girl." She opened the door and climbed out. Within a few minutes, she was out of view. While she waited, Olivia texted Andrew to let him know about her plans for later. "I promised Jackie that I'd buy her dinner at Endgame tonight." Andrew's response was immediate. That was definitely one thing he was good at. If he wasn't busy, he responded at once. "Brett and I were talking about going to get drinks there later. We could eat together?" "Sure, I'll buy. I do have your wallet." As she was waiting for his response, her phone started to ring. She didn't recognize the number, but her clients freely gave away her number to anyone looking for a dog walker. "Olivia Rickard," she answered in a bright voice. "Miss Rickard, this is Lexi from Petals and Bows." Her heart skipped a beat. Petals and Bows was the flower vendor that was supposed to stock her wedding. "Lexi," she said hesitantly. "Hi. Is there a problem? Word has just reached us about the death of Lacey McBride. Unfortunately, since our contract is through her rather than through you, it's no longer valid." "I'm more than happy to come up with a new contract," Olivia said quickly. "Please don't shun me, please." "Upon review of the wedding date, I'm not sure that's going to be possible." "Oh, but I'm planning on changing dates. My fiancé would prefer a longer engagement, so we're thinking late summer or fall." The woman on the other end of the line cleared her throat. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid that's not going to work for us either. Good luck." "Wait!" Olivia cried, but the line was already dead. Frustrated, she slapped her hand on the steering wheel. Her wedding was unraveling faster than her dog's favorite rope toys. Glancing down, she saw that Andrew had answered her. "Cute. We'll be there at 7. See you there." The heart emoji at the end made her feel marginally better, but she was starting to think that she should just toss her phone. Every time it rang, it brought her nothing but bad news.
The door opened, and Jackie slid back in the car. She didn't say a word, and Olivia stared at her expectantly. "Well, I have what you want," Jackie said with a sly smile. "But I'm not giving away the goods until we've ordered dinner." At least one thing was going to go well today. "Andrew and Brett are joining us. Did Derek suspect that I was involved?" "Of course he did. He expressed his displeasure about the curse and wanted to help in any way that he can." "You know that's not what I meant." Olivia started the car and headed toward Endgame. "Relax. He also mentioned that he was glad you were busy with the wedding so you weren't getting involved in the case." Jackie pulled out the list and studied it. "I know some of these names. I could even wager one or two of them might commit murder if their wedding wasn't perfect." "Are you planning on sharing?" "Dinner first," Jackie said firmly with a wide grin. "Then we'll chat. What does Andrew think of you investigating?" "He didn't say that I couldn't investigate, but then he also was pretty sure that Matthew was the killer. I doubt he's going to be pleased that I put you up to this." "He may not be happy about it, but he won't be surprised. He knows what he's marrying into." Olivia grimaced. "That's if there is a wedding. Petals and Bows just called me. I guess rumor of my curse reached their ears, and now they're pulling out." "Really? They outright told you it was because of the curse?" Putting on her blinker, Olivia pulled into the parking garage. Endgame was on Main Street, and although they had a small parking lot in the back of the restaurant, it was almost always full. Either people got there before happy hour, or the cars were still there from when people had left them the night before. "Of course not. They're a place of business, so they would never admit to turning down clients for some curse. First, they told me that my original contract dissolved with Lacey's death. Then they told me that they were busy that weekend and couldn't cater my wedding. Finally, when I let them know that I'm having a later wedding and we haven't set a new date, they informed me that it didn't matter." She actually hung up on me. "Olivia, I'm sorry," Jackie said quietly. "What are you going to do if you can't solve Lacey's murder?" "Elope. At least the courts can't deny us because of a curse." Jackie gave a sudden guffaw. "Maybe Andrew killed Lacey to get out of the big wedding," she joked. Olivia laughed. "I can assure you that if he did, he wouldn't use a wedding cake to do it. If I remember, when it came to choosing a wedding cake, Andrew told me that he liked the tasty one." A few minutes later, they were entering the restaurant and bar. As usual, the bar was filled. Olivia spied Andrew and his best friend Brett at a corner booth. Brett was a good man and a good friend, but he was also a womanizer. Olivia wanted him to settle down with someone so he didn't try to use Andrew as his wingman every weekend. There had been a time when she'd entertained the idea of setting Brett up with Jackie, but privately she thought that Jackie might be too much woman for Brett. "Hello, sweetheart," Andrew said, standing up to kiss her on the cheek. "Jackie, this is my friend Brett. I'm actually surprised that you two haven't met." Olivia stifled a chuckle when Brett reached out and took Jackie's hand. Lifting it to his lips, he gave her a slow and sexy grin. "Obviously, he's been hiding you away because you are clearly too good for me." "Really?" Jackie asked with an arched eyebrow. "I think it might be so that he didn't have to awkwardly watch a situation like this." Brett just laughed and shook his head. "I can admit that it wasn't my best first line. Hopefully I'll redeem myself before the night is over." Jackie looked at him as though she didn't believe such a thing was possible. But then she shrugged and slid into the booth next to him. "I'd say that you could redeem yourself with a drink, but Olivia owes me dinner and drinks." "Why is that?" Andrew asked. Olivia sat next to him. "She did me a favor today," she said hastily. Jackie shot her a pointed look, and Olivia sighed. "I asked her to get some information for me from Deputy Jameson." Andrew held out his hand. "My wallet. If you owe her dinner, I want to make sure that my credit cards are in my possession." "I'm doing this for us," she insisted, but she handed the wallet over. "You never said that I couldn't investigate, and our flower vendor pulled out of our wedding today." "Does that mean we're eloping?" "It means that no matter what happens, this town is going to continue to think that I don't love you." Andrew kissed the top of her head. "I know that you love me.
Isn't that enough? No, it's not. Jackie, can you at least try to make sure that she stays out of trouble? Andrew asked as he picked up the menu. Olivia didn't even know why he bothered. They ate here so often that they practically had the menu memorized. Mind if we join you? Olivia looked to see Janelle and her husband Patrick approaching them. Sure, Olivia said slowly. But I thought this was date night. We had reservations at Donaldi's, but someone was a little late leaving the bakery today, Patrick said. We missed our reservations. Olivia was surprised. Janelle usually adored their date nights. They scooted over in the booth to let Janelle and Patrick sit down, and Olivia asked casually, Did something happen at the bakery? Janelle avoided her gaze. No, I just lost track of time. Have you guys ordered yet? Her sister was a horrible liar. Not yet, Jackie said, and passed the menu over. Here you go. I already know what I want. After the waiter, a young man with shaggy blonde hair and a stubbled chin, stopped by and took their order, Olivia leaned over and tapped her fingers on the table. Okay, you've ordered. Give it up. Jackie slid the paper over, and Janelle watched them curiously. What is that? These are the names of Lacey's former clients. Olivia scanned through the list and shook her head. I don't recognize any of these names. Olivia, you're supposed to be planning a wedding, not investigating a murder, Janelle said scornfully. Haven't you heard? I'm cursed. No one will work with me. There is going to be no wedding until someone proves that Lacey was killed for reasons other than some ridiculous curse that's following me. Quickly, Olivia caught her sister up on what she knew so far. I figured that Matthew had the strongest motive, but that's rapidly falling apart. I'm hoping the killer is on this list. Janelle shook her head. I don't understand. Why would one of Lacey's former clients kill her? Brett snorted. Clearly, you've never heard the term bridezilla. Something happens to even the most well-mannered brides when it comes to planning a wedding. I have no doubt that any of them could be capable of murder. That I believe, Andrew muttered. Olivia elbowed him gently in the side. Janelle reached out and snagged the list. Oh, I know all these couples. Derek just gave you the list? Not exactly, Olivia hedged. Jackie might have mentioned my wedding planning problems to Derek, who just happened to happily supply the names of the most recently married couples who might help me. You went investigating without me? Janelle actually looked a little hurt, and Olivia felt bad. She wanted to point out that Janelle was a little fixated on the sale of the brownstone, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Deanna and Mark were married last month. Both of them are accountants, and from what I heard, they had a beautiful wedding. I don't see them committing murder. Kim and Harris had a very small wedding, and they're very much in love. Plus, Kim is pregnant, so I don't think she'd be dabbling in poisons. The waiter arrived with their drinks, but the group ignored them as Janelle continued to skim over the list. Oh, Iris and Neil, she grimaced. I don't know about their wedding, but I'm pretty sure they aren't going to live happily ever after. Iris, long blonde hair and green eyes? Brett asked suddenly. A dusting of freckles on her nose? Yeah, Janelle slid the note back over to Olivia. Do you know her? I do, he said slowly. I certainly didn't know that she was married. Brett, Olivia admonished. You didn't. Jackie laughed. Hang on, cowboy. Iris just got married about 2 months ago. Relief visibly swept over Brett, and he reached for his beer. Thank God for that. Still, I dated her a couple of times not long before that. I can't believe she was seeing someone. She may not have been, Janelle said with a shake of her head. She and Neil only dated maybe 2 months before they got married. They claim it was love at first sight, and Iris might very well be in love, but I'm pretty sure Neil only married her to get on her insurance. Iris is a pharmacist, and Neil has bounced around from job to job. He's a notorious daredevil. I think he's broken something like 3 bones in the past year. Olivia bit her bottom lip. If Iris just discovered that her marriage is an unhappy one, I can't imagine that she would take her rage out on Lacey. Wouldn't she be upset with Neil? It was a huge wedding. If Iris was having some doubts, she might be experiencing some financial regret. Andrew frowned. Lacey does have a tendency to bully people into doing what she wants. This again. It was all Olivia could do not to shoot him a dirty look. All right, it's not a huge lead, but at least it's something. Janelle, you know more about the wedding planning circuit. Can you think of anyone else who might have a beef with Lacey? Janelle just shook her head. Just because I'm a baker doesn't mean I know anything about weddings. Why would you assume that? Her tone was sharp, and everybody stared at her. Sorry, Olivia said slowly. I didn't mean to offend you. Her sister's shoulders slumped. I didn't mean to sound upset. I guess I'm just unhappy that I'm spending date night here. She shot Patrick a crooked smile. I know that it's my fault. You said Iris is a pharmacist? Olivia mused. Everyone knows that cyanide is a poison, but Iris would probably have an easier time getting some. Where does she work? The health center on 12th Street? I don't want you going alone, Andrew said suddenly. Can you wait until this weekend so I can go with you? This weekend? I was hoping to have this solved by this weekend. Olivia gave him a pleading glance. Do you want a wedding or not? Yes, I do. In the fall. I'll go with her, Janelle said quickly. I wasn't planning on going into the bakery until tomorrow afternoon, so we can go in the morning. We've already faced one killer and survived to tell the tale. Soon we'll be pros. I would prefer if that didn't happen, Andrew said darkly. He looked at Olivia for a quiet minute before sighing. Fine, but you'll talk to her in public, and you'll call me both before and after. If this gets dangerous, you're done. I'd rather not get married at all than to lose you. Do you understand? Olivia smiled and kissed him. I love you, and we'll be careful, I promise. Can I come? Jackie asked. I have tomorrow off. You do? Brett asked, with an interested look on his face. Does that mean you're free to have dinner with me? I imagine I'll be too shaken up after confronting a murderer, but if things change, I'll be sure to give you a call. Brett looked wounded, and Olivia laughed. Despite everything weighing on her shoulders, she was feeling more relaxed and at ease. If everything went well, the murderer would be behind bars soon. The idea of some stupid curse would die down, and Olivia would persuade Andrew to get married as soon as possible. Chapter 11. The next morning, the three women found themselves standing by a bench next to the health center. The sky was overcast, and Olivia hadn't prepared for a lack of sun. She shivered and stared at the sign above the door. Janelle and Jackie looked at her expectantly. Well, her sister asked, what's your plan? Before I can ask Nick to bring her in for questioning, I have to establish motive and opportunity. An unhappy marriage isn't exactly a smoking gun. I don't suppose either one of you has a reason for being in a pharmacy, do you? Feeling a little under the weather? There's no need for an elaborate scheme, Jackie said with a frown. We'll just go in and ask her for the names of the vendors she used for her wedding. That should open up the conversation to her feelings about Lacey. Janelle looked disappointed. That's no fun. This is my morning off. I was hoping for a little more excitement. All right, we'll tell her that you suspect you're pregnant and want her recommendation for the best form of birth control, Olivia said with a wicked grin as she stepped forward. Don't you dare, Janelle hissed. It'll be all over town that I'm pregnant, and I won't have it. Just think of all the people who will come into the bakery hoping to get a look at your baby bump, Jackie said mischievously. Janelle glared at her. You two are terrible. Chuckling, Olivia opened the door and stepped in. The small pharmacy was only a few years old, but it was meant to resemble a quaint apothecary. Rather than metal shelves, all the decor was made of dark-stained wood. The high ceilings gave the place a misleadingly spacious feeling, and the large windows at the top would have let in the welcoming sunlight, if there had been any. Instead, it just gave an ominous view of the sky.
There was only one other woman in the store, a little old lady slowly shuffling down the cold remedy aisle. She sneezed loudly and failed to cover her mouth, and the three women quickly gave her a wide berth. Stopping as though to look at the allergy pills, Olivia cast a quick look over her shoulder to scope out the pharmacist's counter. The only person back there was a tall, dark-skinned man. "I take it that's not Iris," she whispered. "No, but he's yummy," Jackie answered softly. Suppressing a snort of laughter, Olivia elbowed her friend sharply and walked over to the counter. Praying that Iris was hiding in the back somewhere, she gave the man her brightest smile. "Excuse me, I don't suppose you can tell me when Iris is working next? She was looking into something for me."
Iris? I'm afraid that she's on vacation all week. A delayed honeymoon, I think. Perhaps I can help you with something?"
Olivia bit her lower lip. "She left last weekend?" The man nodded.
"She's not scheduled to return to work until next Monday."
Exchanging looks with Jackie and Janelle, Olivia muttered a quick thanks to the man and hurried out of the store. Once on the sidewalk, she balled her fists in frustration. Iris couldn't have murdered Lacey. She wasn't even here. It's just another dead end. Why is this so difficult? It's not like there's a slew of murderers running around Luxembourg.
"That doesn't mean they're easy to identify," Janelle said in an attempt to comfort her.
"Did you ever think that Samantha could be capable of killing?"
"I did," Jackie muttered. "No one is that perfect."
Slumping onto the bench, Olivia let her head drop. "I have no more leads. I need this wedding. I need to prove to Andrew that I want to marry him."
"Is that what this is about?" Jackie asked as she sat down next to Olivia. "You're afraid that if you don't plan a fancy wedding, Andrew will doubt your decision?"
"I spent weeks doing the most ridiculous things to avoid his proposal. If I were him, I'd doubt me too," Olivia said miserably. "I wanted this to happen quickly so there were no lingering doubts in his mind, but also so that I could get it over with. It's not like I'm dreading it, but like I don't have to keep stressing about it. I just want to enjoy my wedding day and start my marriage."
"Oh, sweetheart." Jackie leaned over and gave her a hug. "We're going to figure out who killed Lacey, and we're going to make sure that you have the best wedding ever, even if you are still thinking about those horrible pink bridesmaid dresses."
"They're peach. And you pick now to complain about my color scheme?" Olivia asked in mock indignation. But she couldn't maintain her look of outrage, and it soon dissolved into a chuckle. Jackie shrugged. "It seemed like a good time. I'm a redhead, and you hate pink."
"She's not wrong," Janelle pointed out. "All right, come on. Let's go to Happy Ending, get some scones and coffee, and put our heads together. Surely between the three of us we can come up with a new plan of action."
Feeling invigorated with the idea, Olivia stood and nodded her head. She never gave up on anything, and she wasn't about to start now. Of course, now that she thought about it, there were a few boyfriends that she'd given up on, and a few dead-end jobs, but all of that stopped now. Olivia was turning over a new leaf. She would see things through to the end, starting with her wedding. There was a small line at the counter when they entered the bakery. Olivia was impressed when Janelle didn't immediately put on her chef's coat and jump behind the counter. Maybe she was finally able to see the stress that Olivia was under. Over the past few years, the sisters had drifted apart, but the investigation into Yvette's death had helped to close the gap between them. She'd hoped that their progress would continue, but lately Janelle seemed distracted. Maybe that was finally about to change. "You two grab the table in the corner, and I'll grab our goodies," Janelle said with a smile. She headed to the back of the counter, but someone in the line called her name. Olivia watched with interest as Janelle pulled the blonde stranger out of the crowd and led her to the back. "Who's that? She looks familiar," Olivia asked as she sat down. "That's Patricia Lamette. She was Janelle's boss at Patty Cakes." "I remember now," Olivia murmured. "She was Janelle's mentor in college. She looks really stressed. Do you think there's bad blood between her and Janelle since Janelle opened her own bakery?" "I doubt it. Patricia mostly caters to parties. She doesn't have a large dine-in area." "Too bad I can't use her. No matter what happens, at least I know that I'll have a wedding cake." Settled in the chair, Olivia returned her thoughts to the case. If it's not Matthew and it's not an angry bride, then that has to leave someone that Lacey worked with, right? You have to admit that you don't know anything about Lacey. For all you know, she had a string of angry exes, or maybe even a disgruntled family member, Jackie pointed out. True, Olivia hated to admit it. But I have to focus on what I know, and I know, or at least I've learned, that Lacey isn't an easy person to work with. If she severed a relationship with a vendor, it would cut them out of a lot of weddings. Oh, Jackie said suddenly. Olivia blinked and looked at her expectantly, but her friend didn't say anything. What? What are you thinking? It's just some gossip that I heard, she said uneasily. It was right around Kim's wedding. Spit it out, Jackie. It's not like you to beat around the bush. Well, I don't know the particulars. If I tell you, you're going to have to be discreet about your investigation. I mean, really discreet, Olivia. I don't think that Janelle is going to be very happy. Jackie, all right. Patricia was supposed to do the cake for Kim's wedding, but something happened. I think it had nuts in it, and Kim's allergic to nuts. Lacey blasted her in front of everyone and had to get an emergency cake brought in. I don't think Patricia's been able to work a wedding since then. It's probably why she looks so stressed. Olivia felt her heart sink. That really was one hell of a motive, but Jackie was right. If she accused Janelle's mentor of murder, her sister would never forgive her. Uh-oh, Jackie whispered. I don't think your morning is going to get any better. What do you mean? Your mother just walked in, and she's heading straight toward you. Her eyes widening in horror, Olivia stood and turned to see Pamela Rickard marching to the table. Olivia recognized the look on her mother's face all too well. It was the same look that she'd had when she discovered that Olivia, at 17, had played hooky from high school for a day so she and Jackie could drive to another state and see a concert that night. It was the same look that she'd had when Olivia had tried to hide a wild baby bunny in her closet when she was 13. And it was the same look that she'd had when she'd discovered that Olivia had tried to dye Janelle's beautiful pink prom dress blue. It meant that Olivia was in big trouble, and there was nowhere to hide. Hi, Mom, she said weakly. Olivia, I'm so furious with you that I don't even know where to begin. You find another dead body and don't call me? Olivia shot a pleading look at Jackie, but her friend was already turning her head as though she didn't see what was happening right in front of her. With Janelle still off talking to her mentor, there was no one else to save her. You haven't been speaking to me, she said softly. Just because we're fighting over the wedding doesn't mean that you should not call me when something like this happens. I'm sorry, Mom. Tears suddenly sprang to her mother's eyes, and Olivia hurried to hug her. It was so rare for her mother to cry, and Olivia couldn't stand it. Pamela Rickard was one of the strongest women that she knew. Mom, please don't cry. It's not like I'm in any danger. It's not that, Pamela sniffed. I just hate that we're fighting. I hate that you feel you can't come to me. It's all her fault. My fault? Jackie squeaked. No, Pamela scoffed. That damned wedding planner. Horrified, Olivia slapped her hand over her mother's mouth. Mom, you can't say things like that. Nick will think that you did it. I don't care, Pamela huffed. I know you thought the damned woman hung the moon in the stars, but I've been talking to people, and that Lacey McBride was horrific. She doesn't deserve to be anywhere near a wedding. She's got so much bad karma that it's a wonder she even lived this long. Olivia's cheeks burned with embarrassment as people started to look over and stare at them. Praying that the floor would open up and swallow them whole, she glared at Jackie. Would you please get me something that I can stuff into my mother's mouth? Jackie scrambled away from the table as though she couldn't get away fast enough. Olivia pulled out the chair next to hers. Mom, sit down. Let's talk about something other than Lacey. Really, anything else. I don't want to have to come visit you in jail. A sly smile passed her mother's face, but at least she stopped looming over Olivia like some angel of doom and perched on the chair, looking up expectantly, as if waiting for Olivia to take her own seat before she pounced. We could always talk about your wedding. Now that you don't have a wedding planner, I'm sure you're just dying for my help. I've heard about your troubles, and I don't believe in a curse. I do believe that a mother should be involved in her daughter's wedding, though. Don't you?" Olivia groaned inwardly. Her mother had just played her like a fiddle. With a sigh, she sank down onto the chair and prepared for the worst. Chapter 12. It took Olivia 20 minutes and a promise to let her mother help with the wedding before she could escape from Pamela's guilt trip. Even though all Olivia had done was try to deflect some of her mother's atrocious ideas for the perfect wedding, she felt lower than low as she gathered that afternoon's dog entourage. Nick was supposed to walk Tucker, but he'd handed the leash off to Olivia so he could work. Between the sheriff's labradoodle, her own 2 mongrels, and Lily and Clyde, she had a time getting them to the dog park. Waiting at the crosswalk, she sighed and eyed them with jealousy. "You guys are lucky," she informed them. "You don't have to deal with upset boyfriends, silly curses, overbearing mothers, terrifying mothers-in-law, disastrous weddings, and ridiculous curses." To show his lack of sympathy, Clyde waited until they were halfway across the street before squatting to do his business. "Really? You can't do anything to make my life easier, can you?" As the walk signal turned red and started to flash in warning, she pulled out a bag and smiled apologetically at the waiting cars. Finally, she was in the park and closing the gate behind her. Unleashing the dogs, she sat heavily on the nearest bench and had pulled out her phone to snag another chapter of her book when a text message from Jackie caught her eye. "OMG, have you seen this?" Curious, Olivia clicked the link, which led her to a blog post on the newspaper's website. When she'd read the blog headline, she leaned down, put her head between her legs, and groaned. "The Curse of the Bride is back. Olivia Rickard's wedding put on hold." It took a few minutes before she could calm herself enough to scroll through the whole post. The anonymous writer was spouting outlandish facts that added up to the conclusion that death seemed to follow Olivia wherever she went. According to the article, every single vendor had pulled out. "Not true," she muttered. "My venue is still good to go, although Andrew doesn't like it. Her boyfriend was ready to break up with her. Slander! And anyone who was betting that she'd be able to say her wedding vows had better be prepared to lose their money." Gritting her teeth, she gave the dogs a few more minutes to run laps around the park before she recalled them with a loud whistle. Tucker happily bounded to her, jumping up to lap enthusiastically at her face. Goodwin was next, shoving in next to the wildly bouncing labradoodle so he could lean against her legs. Clyde and Fender took their sweet time getting back. After leashing everyone, she straightened and smiled grimly. "We're going to pay a visit to the newspaper and find out just who is writing all these lies about me." Goodwin barked sharply, but Olivia knew the dogs didn't care where they went, as long as they got to sniff stuff. It was a long walk across town, and she ended up carrying the pug for half of it, but by the time she marched through the doors, she was still steaming mad. "Hey, you can't bring all those dogs in here." The man at the front desk stood pointing at the door with a businesslike look on his face, but when he recognized her, his mouth closed with a snap. "Uh-oh," he muttered. "Uh-oh is right," she snapped, glancing at the nameplate sitting on his desk. "Gary Knowles? I don't suppose you're the brilliant writer behind that outlandish cursed bride blog post?" "No," he mumbled. "It was submitted anonymously, and just like we put in the disclaimer, it's not affiliated with the newspaper." "It's lies, and you need to take it down immediately. So I'm having a few problems with my wedding. My fiancé isn't ready to call it quits, and I am going to get married." As if to back her up, Goodwin grumbled a little under his breath. The poor man looked absolutely terrified, but he stood his ground. "We've got someone covering your wedding, so once we have all the facts in, we'll be happy to run an official article. Would you care to make a statement?" Olivia rolled her eyes. "My wedding cannot be the highlight of Luxembourg." Even as the words left her mouth, she knew that it was true. You want a quote for your damn article? You can write that I think anyone who believes in this curse is an idiot, and when I do get married, they won't be welcome to what's going to be the most gorgeous and sensational wedding of the year. Did you get all that, Gary, or would you like me to repeat myself?" He cleared his throat. "Perhaps you'd like to schedule an interview?" "No, I would not, because I'm trying to solve Lacey McBride's murder. You know that she's dead, right? I would think that would be headline news." Gary shrugged. "We've talked to a bunch of people, but she's so disliked that we're having a hard time garnering sympathy for her death." "Oh, so you care about a dead woman's feelings, but I'm chopped liver?" She huffed until she realized what he'd said. "What do you mean, she's so disliked?" "Everyone who worked for Lacey was terrified of her. If there was even one small mistake, Lacey had the power to make sure that vendor never worked in Luxembourg again. Lacey ruined budding careers. She refused to pay going rates for highly valued vendors, and she was just all around rude. The only reason vendors put up with her was because she still brought them tons of business." Olivia felt all her anger leave her. How was it possible that the woman she had liked so much was so hated by everyone else? Was she so easily duped? "I don't understand how everyone can still blame this curse on her death, if everyone she worked with hated her." "That one blog post has doubled our views on the website in the past hour," Gary said unapologetically. He pushed his glasses up on his face and grinned at her. "To be honest, I think the town just likes talking about you." "I'm a dog walker. I'm really not all that interesting." "And now you're a cursed bride. You should enjoy the fame." "The fame is ruining my wedding," she grumbled. Gary sighed. "I'll take it down if you really want me to." She was about to demand that he do just that when a sudden thought occurred to her. What if she could draw the killer out? "I'll let you leave it up, but I want you to make an addition to it. Let this town know that I'm not going to stop until I figure out who the real killer is. Then I'll be able to prove that this isn't my fault. Make sure you include my participation in the capture of Yvette Dunn's killer." The reporter's eyes widened, and he leaned over and scratched something down on a piece of paper. "Is there anything else I can do?" "Yes. When it's time to put my wedding announcement in the paper, you're going to do it for free, and I'm going to make Luxembourg eat their words." Satisfied that she'd been able to spin this to her advantage, she tugged on the dog's leashes and left the office with her head high. Hopefully the killer would see the notice and do something to reveal their hand. When that happened, Olivia would be ready. "Why are you following me?" he snarled as he grabbed her wrist. His grip was painful, but Rose didn't flinch. She kept her face impassive as she looked him dead in the eye. "You murdered your wife, and I'm going to prove it. I'll follow you night and day if I have to. You may have fooled the police, but you don't fool me." His eyes narrowed. "I'll get a restraining order against you. I'll have you jailed for harassment." Rose just shrugged and stirred her tea with her other hand. "I don't think you will, Mr. Jones. I think you like knowing that I'm chasing after you. It's a thrill for you, isn't it? Knowing that I know what you've done. You're not the kind of man to back down from a challenge. Using the law to keep me away only proves that you know that I'm smarter than you." A slow smile spread across his face, and he released her. "I don't know what you're talking about. I suggest you use your talents and find the real killer, Miss Palmer. Maybe I'll even hire you myself." As he walked away, Rose raised her glass and saluted him. He'd played that well, and he was a worthy adversary. But Rose had yet to meet someone who could best her at this game. He might think he'd gotten away with murder, but he hadn't even begun to realize just how good she really was at uncovering a man's deepest and darkest secrets. After dropping off Clyde and Lily, Olivia swung by the sheriff's station to leave Tucker with Nick, only to discover that he wasn't there. All the dispatcher would say was that Nick was out following a lead. Knowing that if she took Tucker home, Mary would figure out that Nick wasn't walking Tucker, and interested in Nick's new lead, She called the sheriff. "I'm sorry, Olivia," he said as he picked up. "I completely forgot about Tucker." "That's okay. I'd be happy to meet you wherever you are," she said brightly, hoping that Nick would give her some clue. "Nice try," he said mildly. "I'll tell you what. I should finish up in about 20 minutes. I'll meet you at Happy Endings and pick Tucker up there. Is that okay?" At least he didn't ask her to just drop Tucker off at the station. This way she'd be able to grill him in person. After she agreed, she stopped by the house to drop off Goodwin and Fender and grab her car. She was supposed to meet Andrew for dinner at Double Stacked, the burger joint next to the hospital, at 6. Tucker, always eager for a car ride, happily jumped into the Jeep. When she arrived at the bakery, she glanced in the window and frowned. It was just about time for people to get off work, and usually there was a line at the counter. Why was the place empty? Janelle had taped a handmade sign on the door declaring the place temporarily closed for the night. Olivia was about to knock on the door when Nick showed up. "Everything okay?" he asked as he watched her tap on the glass. "I'm not sure. Janelle didn't say anything to me about closing the bakery." Tucker jumped up on Nick and slobbered on his face. Olivia handed off the leash and knocked at the window, in case Janelle or one or more of her workers was in the back. "Do you have another suspect?" "As a matter of fact, I do," he said grimly. "I was on my way to bring her in for questioning, but she's not at her bakery." "Bakery?" Olivia whipped her head around and stared at him. "Who is it?" "You know that I can't tell you that." When no one came to answer the door, Olivia fished in her bag for the key and unlocked it. Frustrated, she held the door open for the sheriff as she called out for her sister. "Janelle?" She glanced at Nick. "Is everything okay?" "Olivia!" Janelle rushed in from the back. "Quick, lock the door before—" She skittered to a stop and her eyes widened. "Sheriff Limperos, what are you doing here?" Olivia stared at Janelle before glancing back at Nick. He looked equally stumped by Janelle's strange behavior. "He was meeting me here so that I could give him Tucker," she said slowly. "Janelle, is everything okay?" Her sister's face was flushed, and she'd clasped her hands behind her back, a telltale sign that she was hiding something. "Everything is fine," Janelle said brightly. "Sheriff Limperos, I'm sure you're very busy. I wouldn't want to keep you." She kept putting a loud emphasis on Nick's name. What in the world was going on? Nick cocked his head. "I thought I might take one of those apple pie muffins that Andrew is always talking about and a cup of coffee." "I'll get those for you, on the house. You just stay right there. Don't move." Janelle scurried behind the counter. Nick ignored her command and slowly moved around the counter. Curious, Olivia followed him. Standing quietly around the corner inside the kitchen entrance was Patricia. Olivia was about to greet the woman and ask her what was going on when Nick shook his head. "Patricia," he said softly, "I've been looking for you." Janelle's mentor bit her bottom lip. "You have?" Olivia's heart sank when Nick handed her Tucker's leash. When he rested his hand on his belt near his gun, her eyes widened. He couldn't possibly think that Patricia was dangerous, could he? "You're not at your bakery." Before Patricia could say anything, Janelle shot forward. "That's my fault," she said hurriedly. "I needed some advice on Olivia's wedding cake." "Oh, Janelle," Olivia muttered sadly. Nick shot her a suspicious look, but when Patricia walked forward with her head down, he took her gently by the arm. "Let's go. I've got some questions for you." "I didn't kill Lacey, I swear," the older woman protested. But she walked with him to the door without fighting him. Nick took Tucker's leash back, and it wasn't until they'd left the store that Olivia whirled around to Janelle. "Were you hiding her from Nick? Have you lost your mind?" "I didn't know that Nick was looking for her," Janelle said, cringing. "She came in here this morning and told me what happened, and I thought maybe she should lay low for a while." Olivia crossed her arms. "So what happened?" "First of all, Patricia would never kill anyone. I know that woman. I owe her my whole career." "Janelle, calm down. Maybe I can help. but I need to know exactly what happened. I know that she and Lacey didn't get along, but that seems to be the story with almost every wedding vendor in town. Nick wouldn't question her just for that. Her sister took a shuddering breath and shook her head. The cake that was poisoned? It was Patricia's. It was a special request from someone, and Patricia admitted that she knew it was for Lacey, but she didn't poison it. How does Nick know that it was Patricia's cake? Rachel told him. Rachel? The wedding planner's assistant? She requested the cake for Lacey? Janelle nodded. Apparently, she was hoping to get back on Lacey's good side and work for her again. I guess her new employer isn't doing all that well, so she talked to Patricia that night and said that she needed a peace offering. She said that Patricia special made the cake. She has to be lying. Janelle, Lacey ruined Patricia's business, Olivia said gently. People have killed for less. No, her sister snapped. Patricia is no killer, Olivia. I need your help. You have to prove that Rachel is lying. She killed Lacey. Olivia wanted to say something to comfort her sister, but it seemed like Nick was right to arrest Patricia. She had motive, and she'd made the weapon. Why would Rachel kill Lacey if she wanted to work for Lacey again? That doesn't make any sense, Janelle. Rubbing her hands on her chef's coat, Janelle looked as if she was about to burst into tears. She shook her head emphatically. I don't know, but I know that Patricia isn't a killer. I told her that we would help her. Olivia relented. All right. Rachel's boss, Tina, has been giving me some advice on my wedding. Maybe I can use that to get more information about Rachel. But I don't want you to get your hopes up. Patricia has motive, and she baked the murder weapon. It doesn't look good for her. After giving Janelle a hug, Olivia headed back out to her car to meet Andrew. Even though she'd promised to help, it seemed like maybe the case was already wrapping up. Chapter 13. Olivia had just pulled into a parking spot when her phone rang. Glancing down at the caller ID, her heart skipped a beat. Mrs. Patterson? She said in a bright, fake voice. How can I help you? Andrew has told me all about this investigation that you're doing, Tabitha said with a sniff. I don't know why you're putting so much effort into solving that horrid woman's death. Olivia cringed. Just how much did Andrew's mother know? I'm not really doing it for her. I'm doing it so I can get my wedding back on track. Yes, I've heard. I do believe you live in some backwards town. Anyway, that's not why I called. I'm rather impressed that you would come to me with questions about Andrew's gift, and I've decided to help you. If you'll please give me your email address, I'll send you some stories and items that should give you an idea. I'm sure if you love my son, you'll come up with something that he'll cherish for all time. There was an underlying threat in her voice. If Olivia didn't choose the right gift, Tabitha would know, and Andrew's mother would hate her forever. Swallowing hard, Olivia rattled off her email address. Thank you so much for your help, Mrs. Patterson. Perhaps you'd like to hear about my wedding plans as well? God, why had she said that? It was bad enough that her own mother was trying to plan her wedding. Now she was inviting Andrews to do the same. Tabitha was quiet for a few seconds before she finally sighed. I suppose you could email me your ideas. I'll let you know if they're atrocious or not. The woman hung up before Olivia could answer. Blinking at the phone, Olivia slowly shook her head. She had a feeling that Andrew's mother was going to hate every idea she had. This was what she was marrying into. Andrew was already waiting for her in a booth when she got to Double Stacked. The smell of grilling beef and beer made her feel instantly better, but Andrew looked haggard. His face was drawn and his eyes were weary, but he still smiled when he saw her. Her heart skipped a beat, and Olivia knew that she'd do just about anything to make sure this marriage happened. You look tired, she said softly as she kissed him. Is everything okay? I didn't sleep very well last night, and work was a little crazy. Frowning, she slid onto the seat across from him. You didn't sleep well? Just too much on my mind. Part of her wondered if she was the reason that he wasn't sleeping well, but she didn't dare ask. Their regular waiter came by and brought them their drinks. He asked if they wanted their usual, but it was a needless precaution. Andrew always got the black and blue burger, and she always ordered the jalapeno burger. I've got some news. So apparently, Patricia made the cake that killed Lacey. Andrew yawned. Who's Patricia? Janelle's mentor. She ran a really successful catering business called Patty Cakes until she and Lacey had a huge fight. Apparently, Lacey forgot to tell her that a bride was allergic to nuts, and Patricia made a nut-based cake for the wedding. Lucy blamed the whole thing on Patricia and basically made sure that she never got another wedding gig again. Your wedding planner was a real peach, wasn't she? Andrew muttered darkly. Her shoulders slumped and she nervously ran her fingers along the wood grain of the table. It gave her something to focus on, so that maybe Andrew wouldn't see the pain in her eyes. She knew that it was ridiculous, but discovering that her new friend was really no friend at all hurt her more than she wanted to admit. I guess I didn't really know her very well. You were right. She wasn't my friend. I was just another client for her to dupe. I feel like a complete idiot. Sweetheart, you're not an idiot. He reached across the table and clasped her hand. You just like to see the good in everyone. It sounds like Patricia had motive. So does that mean we can put this whole thing behind us? Olivia grimaced. Janelle is certain that Patricia didn't do it. She's asked me to try and help. Andrew groaned and leaned back. I should have known. Tell me what happened. Sitting up, Olivia launched into her story. She told him about Rachel and Lacey's history and how it was possible that Rachel was setting Patricia up. Unfortunately, if Rachel really wanted to work with Lacey again, I don't think that killing her is really the answer. I'm going to visit Tina tomorrow and try to get some more information about Rachel, and maybe get Tina to give me some more advice about the wedding. 2 birds, 1 stone. Or you could just plan the wedding yourself, Andrew reminded her. That's what you said you wanted to do in the beginning. That's before this whole curse mess happened. Did you see the blog on the newspaper website? I'm the laughingstock of the town. Now I have to prove that I'm good enough to marry you. It's ridiculous. Andrew raised an eyebrow. That doesn't explain why you hired Lacey. Olivia, I'm really concerned about how you're approaching this whole wedding thing. If it's too much stress, we can just go to the courthouse and... No, she said sharply. We're going to do this right. He sighed and reached for his beer. She wanted for him to tell her that everything would be okay, but he just studied her intently over the rim of his glass. She was starting to miss the moments where he was losing his temper with her. At least then she knew what was going on in his head. Their food came and they ate in an uncomfortable silence. By the time dinner was over, she was so upset that she wanted to just bolt from the table. When they got up, he reached over and took her hand, and he held on firmly as they walked out of the restaurant. I'll see you at home, he said, as he squeezed it reassuringly. She only felt marginally better as they got into their separate vehicles. Blasting her favorite tunes in her car, she tried to clear her mind. For 20 minutes, she didn't obsess about the case or worry about the rumors. She didn't stress over the wedding plans, and she didn't mull over Andrew's strange behavior. Andrew pulled into the driveway right before she did. Like a gentleman, he opened her car door and bowed low as he swept his arm out. "M'lady," he said in a low voice. Laughing, Olivia got out and let him shut the door behind her. "Why, thank you," she cooed. "Do I have to tip you now?" "I'm sure you'll figure out some way to thank me," he said with a wink that sent shivers down her spine. Apparently he'd found a way to relax, just as she had on the way home. As they approached the door, they could hear Goodwin going nuts inside the house. Normally he recognized the sound of their cars and didn't bark. "I wonder what's gotten into him," she muttered. "He's just glad that we're home." Wrapping an arm around her waist, he guided her up the sidewalk. There was a small cardboard box sitting outside the door. "Are you waiting on a package?" she asked as he bent down. "No." He picked it up and frowned. "It's got your name on it, but it's not addressed. Someone just dropped it off." "Weird. Maybe it's a sample from one of the vendors." Andrew pulled out his pocket knife and slit it open.
Even before he reached inside, the strong scent of almonds hit her. "No!" Knocking the box out of his hands, she grabbed his arm and pulled him down the steps. "Olivia," he stumbled after her. "What's wrong?" Looking over her shoulder, she saw the red cupcake that was smashed on the ground. A piece of paper fluttered to the ground. "Call Nick," she said in a shaky voice. The message on the note was all too clear under the porch light. "Keep digging, and you'll be dead before you reach the altar." By the time Nick arrived, Andrew was shaking with anger. The paramedics kept trying to look them over, but he waved them off. All of his focus was on Olivia, and from the way that she averted her eyes, he could tell that she was hiding something from him. When the sheriff's squad pulled up, Olivia tried to go to meet Nick, but Andrew put a hand on her arm. "Stay here," he said quietly. "I want to talk to him first." "Andrew, stay here." There was no room for argument in his voice, and she sagged back against the ambulance. Striding to Nick, he glanced at the other houses on the street. Curtains were fluttering as neighbors peered out curiously. He hoped that someone had seen the person who'd left the deadly present at their door. "Andrew," Nick greeted in a tired voice, "are you and Olivia all right?" He nodded. "She smelled almonds, but I don't think it was meant to kill her. I think it was just meant to warn her away. Any ideas why someone would be targeting her?" The older man pulled out his phone. "I imagine that it has something to do with this." Andrew scrolled through the blog, remembering that Olivia had mentioned it earlier, and his lips tightened. No wonder she'd been upset. He hated seeing the way they were slandering her, but it wasn't until he saw the comment at the bottom of the page that he understood why Nick was showing it to him. Apparently, Olivia had already spoken to the reporter and had a warning of her own. "I imagine after helping call her Samantha, the killer thinks that Olivia has a real affinity for solving cases," Nick said gruffly. "I tried to warn her away. I was afraid that something like this would happen." Shaking his head, Andrew handed the phone back. "I sort of told Olivia that it was okay if she looked into things," he admitted. "But I had no idea that it would go this far. Do you think the baker that you arrested is the killer?" "The evidence is pretty damning, so we're holding her. Unless we can turn up some concrete evidence in the next 24 hours that suggests she didn't do it, I'll have to arrest her. There's just something that doesn't sit well with me, though. She had to know that it would point back to her. If she's been with you this whole time, then it's not possible that she left the present on the door," Andrew mused. "That doesn't mean she didn't put someone else up to it," Nick pointed out. "Hell, I sometimes get my neighbor's kid to deliver things for me. I'll have the deputies canvass the neighborhood. Maybe someone saw something. Old man Kramer is always writing things down in that notebook of his." Andrew looked over at their next-door neighbor's house, but there was no sign that the older man was even home. "Do you think we should get a hotel until this case blows over?" "If I thought that Olivia would keep it to herself, I would say yes," Nick said grimly. "But since I don't see that happening, I'm not certain that she'd be any safer there. Until I can close this case, I would say make sure she is never alone." Turning around, Andrew looked over at his fiancée. She looked so small and helpless as the paramedics examined her, but he knew that she was anything but. Nick was right. This wouldn't do anything to deter her. Instead, it would just convince her that she was on the right track. Before, he'd just been worried about what his wedding was doing to her, to them. But that was the least of his problems. Whatever feelings he had about her crazy wedding obsession would have to go on the back burner. He wasn't crazy about Olivia investigating, but now he wouldn't be able to sleep until the real killer was behind bars. Chapter 14. Rose's hands balled into fists as she stared at the corpse floating in the water. He couldn't have been dead for more than a day, but it meant that he hadn't left that lovely little present in her car. Still, just because he was dead didn't mean that he hadn't killed his wife. It just meant that this case had gotten a whole lot more interesting. The husband killed the wife. Who killed the husband? It was a long list. First, there was the husband's girlfriend. Then there was the wife's sister, the husband's business partner, the wife's secret admirer.
The questions were piling up, and Rose was no closer to getting any answers. "Rose," Lieutenant Dawson said in a quiet voice, "you can't be here." "If you think I'm going to drop this just because he's dead, you're wrong," she muttered. "I still aim to prove that he killed his wife." "What if you're wrong, Rose? I'm sure that's happened before." It had, once. Rose couldn't think back to that moment without her heart aching. "I'm not wrong now." Stepping away from him, she ignored the pity that she saw in his eyes. She wasn't losing her touch, no matter what they said. When Olivia woke up the next morning, she discovered that she wasn't alone. Only it wasn't Andrew in the bed with her. Janelle sat up against the headboard and stared at her. Her feet were crossed at the ankle, and she looked almost relaxed. "God!" Olivia yelped in surprise. "Janelle, what are you doing here?" "Andrew called," she said as she glowered at Olivia. "I can't believe you didn't tell me that someone tried to kill you." "It was just a warning," Olivia grumbled as she stretched and tried to work out the kinks in her shoulder. "Did you really break into my house this morning to yell at me?" She'd barely slept a wink last night, and knowing that Andrew was also awake made it even worse. He didn't say anything about her continuing to investigate, but she could tell that he was angry. The problem was that she couldn't figure out if he was angry at her or at the situation. Eventually, she'd stuck her earbuds in so she could listen to more of her story. She must have finally fallen asleep halfway through the chapter. "Of course not," Janelle said primly. "I have a key, so it's hardly breaking in. Besides, Andrew asked me to come over. You're not to be alone, ever, until the real killer is arrested. Honestly, I don't know how you get yourself into these messes." "You asked me to help you prove that Patricia was innocent," Olivia pointed out as she slipped from the bed. Scratching Goodwin and then Fender on the head, she searched for something to wear. Pulling on a wrinkled t-shirt and a pair of yoga pants, she wondered briefly if she should take a shower. Instead, she decided that getting coffee was a more pressing issue. To her annoyance, Janelle got out of bed and followed her to the kitchen. "I didn't tell you to taunt the killer. Have you lost your mind? What were you thinking?" Coffee. God, she needed coffee. "I was thinking that the killer would reveal their hand if I pushed hard enough. And it worked." "So Nick was able to figure out who left that box on your porch?" "No," Olivia admitted. There was half a pot of coffee still on the warmer, and she mentally thanked her beautiful boyfriend. "But they're processing it now. Who knows what they'll find out when they examine it?" Janelle suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. There was a stricken look on her face. "Olivia, I know I asked for your help, but I don't want to see you get hurt." Olivia pulled her sister into a hug. "It's going to be okay," she whispered. "I won't be alone, and I'm not going to give up. I know Nick thinks that Patricia could have had a messenger drop off the box while she was in jail, but I don't think she did. I think we really need to examine Rachel." Janelle bit her bottom lip. "I talked to Nick this morning. Patricia can't afford a lawyer, so she's waiting for a public defender from Lowell. Nick is going to charge her tonight with murder if we can't prove something different." "Is he going to question Rachel?" "He said that he already did. He doesn't see a motive." Pouring her coffee, Olivia frowned. She delivered the murder weapon. That's suspicious enough. But if she lied about why she went to see Lacey, that's motive. Tina told me that Rachel and Lacey didn't part on good terms. Of course, it seems like Lacey had arguments with everyone. She pulled the creamer from the fridge, shook it. Not much left. Time to buy more. Emptied it into her coffee, and tossed the carton into the sink to be rinsed and recycled later. First things first. She picked up the mug and cradled it in her hands for a moment. Janelle watched her in silence. "So what are we going to do?" Taking those first few sips of the warm, creamy hazelnut-flavored liquid was heaven. Olivia smiled. "We're going to pay Tina a visit. Maybe once she hears that Rachel was looking for employment elsewhere, she'll be far more open to giving us all the details on Rachel. With any luck, Rachel will be taking Patricia's place tonight." Her sister looked skeptical. We're just going to walk up to Tina and tell her that Rachel wanted to go back and work for Lacey? Of course not. Olivia reached over and grabbed the folder of wedding brochures on the table. We're going to finish planning my wedding. Janelle groaned, but Olivia ignored her. She was feeling optimistic about today. The real killer was obviously scared that she was about to bring them down, and maybe today she'd figure out why Janelle was so uninterested in her wedding. In fact, as she got ready, she was practically whistling. 20 minutes later, they walked into Candlelight Farms. Tina was nowhere to be found, but Rachel was dusting the purple silk flowers that were on display. They'd redone the whole store in violets and blues and accents of creamy ivory. The satin bows shone against the darker colors, creating a breathtaking scheme. Instantly, Olivia wondered if she should change her color scheme to something darker and more dramatic. Gripping her wedding book in her arms, she smiled brightly. Hi, Rachel. The young woman scrambled down from the ladder and gasped. What are you doing here? Poison practically dripped from her words, but Olivia couldn't tell if it was because the whole town thought she was cursed, or if it was because Rachel had really killed Lacey. Ignoring both possibilities, Olivia continued as if nothing strange was happening. Rachel, I'm not sure you've met my sister, Janelle. She owns Happy Endings Baked Goods. She doesn't normally do large parties, but she's making an exception for my wedding because she loves me, and she's just so happy that I'm getting married, Olivia said the last part pointedly, and watched as Janelle shifted nervously from foot to foot. Anyway, I was wondering if Tina was in. I was hoping that she could look at my wedding binder and give me some pointers on where to go from here. I'm starting to think that I should just start all over. After folding up the ladder and leaning it against the wall, Rachel headed for the door, and Olivia knew exactly what she was planning on doing. Before getting booted, she stepped in front of the woman and threw down the challenge. Unless, of course, you don't think that you and Tina are good enough to finish what Lacey started. The assistant's eyes narrowed, and she reached out and yanked the book out of Olivia's arms. Without another word, she marched to the table and threw it down. As she flipped through the pages, her lip curled more and more in disgust. First of all, you don't have the right head shape for a veil. And really? Peach tulle draped everywhere? Janelle grimaced. Really? She whispered. Peach decorations, too? You can't possibly expect to have all these candles placed everywhere without setting something on fire. A single tall candle in a hurricane in the middle of the table is fine, Rachel continued. 6 candles on a table are just asking for trouble. And really, salmon-colored tablecloths? That's just hideous. Olivia caught Janelle's horrified gaze, and she ducked her head. Lacey picked most of that. I don't understand. When I asked you what colors you were thinking of, you told me you wanted soft greens and maroon. How did that change? Her sister questioned. Rachel smiled smugly. It changed because, to save money, Lacey used the cheapest fabrics and pretended they were very exclusive. She only had so many different color schemes to use. She shut the book. Seriously? I would burn this book and start over. Lacey might have been a salesperson, but she was no wedding planner. I did most of the work when we were together. But when she stole my one-stop shopping wedding idea, I knew it was time to branch out on my own. Olivia took the opportunity to focus things back to the investigation. Why would you want to work with her again? Once she got her claws on that venue, I knew it was over. She'd take everything. I hate the woman. But I figured the only way I'm going to make it on my own is to have her on my side. Keep your enemies close, right? Once I started working with her again, I was going to expose her for the fraud that she is. I was going to take that bitch for everything she had. Rachel! Tina's sharp voice carried from the back, and everyone turned around. The wedding planner hurried to them. I need you to pick up the new personalized champagne glasses at Remembrances. But now. Rachel narrowed her eyes, but she grabbed her keys and stomped out of the store. When they were alone, Tina's shoulders slumped and she forced a smile. I'm so sorry that you had to witness that. Rachel is still angry over what Lacey did to her. Olivia watched her closely. Did you know that Rachel wanted to work with Lacey again? I know that she was unhappy with how little work I had for her, and I knew that she wanted revenge, but no. I had no idea that she'd gone to Lacey personally. Tina put a hand over her chest. To think that she delivered the very cake that killed Lacey. She doesn't seem as torn up about it as you, Janelle pointed out. No, but I suppose things still worked out in her favor. Her eyes fell to the binder on the table and she stiffened. Olivia, I know I've given you some tips in the past, but I'm still not sure that I can help you. Despair settled over Olivia. You don't really believe in this curse? It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is that I maintain a reputable business with the vendors. And if they're scared of you, then I need to be cautious. Did you call the places in Lowell? Olivia nodded. I did, but I grew up here. I want my wedding to support Luxembourg. Tina sighed and reached over and pulled out a packet of brochures. I did hear that the sheriff has someone in custody, so maybe that will help everything blow over. If you want to go ahead and look through these, maybe there'll be enough time to get everything together. But until I know that the vendors will support you, I'm afraid I can't help. I understand. Feeling dejected, Olivia took the information from her and grabbed her notebook. She could almost feel Tina's pity as the woman watched them walk out. Did you hear what Tina said? Janelle said excitedly when they were outside. I bet Rachel went to Lacey's to ask to work for her again, and when she declined, Rachel got her revenge. Olivia nodded. We can go talk to Nick, but I'm afraid that without evidence, it's not going to be enough. Hey, Janelle reached out and touched her elbow. This wedding plan that you have is nothing like you wanted. Why did you let a perfect stranger take everything over? Because you weren't there, Janelle. Her sister stepped back in shock, and Olivia plunged ahead. You're so concerned about the brownstone, and I get that. It's important. But whenever I brought up the wedding, you sidestepped the idea. Mom tried to help, but in the end, I felt like I was being pulled in so many different directions, and I want this wedding to be perfect for Andrew. I just thought that Lacey knew best. Olivia, I do care about your wedding, Janelle argued. Really? Since I asked you to do the cake, you haven't asked me a single question about it. Not colors or flavors or design. Olivia shook her head helplessly. What was I supposed to think? Her sister reached over and hugged her. I'm sorry, Olivia. The truth is that I was so scared about doing your wedding cake that I didn't even want to talk about it. I've never taken on such a big project before. I've actually been meeting with Patricia to talk about ideas, but I didn't want you to know that I was getting outside help. I had no idea you thought I didn't care. I just didn't want to stress you out. Janelle's confession relieved Olivia, and she hugged her sister back. It was so good to know that she could still count on her sister, and she felt like at least one piece of the wedding puzzle was falling back in place. They separated, and Janelle smiled. Now, how about we get back to happy endings and look over these brochures together? It won't be such a bad thing starting over. At least you know that you'll be getting the wedding that you want. I would love that, but first I need to talk to Nick. Even if he can't arrest Rachel, maybe he'll release Patricia now that we can offer him a pretty solid alternative. It made her anxious to think of starting over again, but as much as Olivia wanted to plow through the wedding, she could not stand by and let an innocent woman sit in jail for a crime that she didn't commit. After all, it seemed like Lacey McBride had hurt enough people. Chapter 15. To Olivia's surprise, the lobby at the sheriff's station was far from empty. People were lined up at the desk, and those who weren't standing were sitting in chairs, hunched over clipboards. Was some kind of crime spree happening in Luxembourg that Olivia wasn't aware of? As they pushed their way to the front, everyone started to give them dirty looks and to mutter about rude people who cut. What is going on? Janelle whispered as she looked anxiously around her. Derek looked almost haggard as he handed out another piece of paper to the person in the front of the line. Fill this out, and I'll take your statement when I can. Derek, Olivia hissed. Why are all these people here? He stood and motioned them to the back. There was a collection of groans, but he ignored them. Pulling them into the hallway, he shook his head. These are all people who ate at Patricia's bakery in the past couple of days. They think they've been poisoned as well. They think? Olivia raised an eyebrow. I think they'd know if they ingested cyanide. As far as I know, none of them went to the hospital, so it's highly unlikely that anything will come of this. Just more hype and mass panic, he sighed. What are you two doing here? We want to talk to Nick. Is he in? He frowned. Is this about the murder investigation? He's got too much going on without you stopping by and plying him for information. Olivia gave him her most innocent look. Deputy Jameson, didn't you hear? Someone tried to poison me last night. I'm just here to get an update. Fine, he grumbled. But he's on the phone with the mayor, so you'll have to wait in the hall until he's done. He went back out to deal with the people in the lobby, and Janelle started to pace nervously. Patricia is going to be ruined if we can't prove her innocence, she whispered anxiously. What are we going to do? Olivia pointed to the chair. Her reputation isn't going to matter if she's in jail. Once Rachel is behind bars, everyone here is immediately going to recant their story and feel like idiots. Don't worry. She felt sorry for Janelle. She'd never really paid attention to how close Janelle and Patricia really were. Olivia had never really had a mentor, but she could see how much Janelle loved the older baker. Hopefully, when they sorted all this out, everything would be back to normal, and she and Janelle could go back to fighting about the brownstone again. With a start, she realized how bad things were if she was hoping to jump back into the real estate nightmare. Olivia, Nick called out in a low voice through the open door. What are you doing here? Janelle raced in ahead of her. Nick, we found the real killer. You have to let Patricia go. She's already lost work because of that dreadful wedding fiasco, but now this? You've got to arrest Rachel. She's the real killer. Whoa, Nick put up his hand. Slow down, take a deep breath, and tell me what's going on. Olivia slowly pulled her sister back and shot her a warning look. Hysterics weren't going to free Patricia. We went to Candlelight Farms this morning to talk to Tina about Rachel and my wedding, she added hastily. We weren't looking for information about Rachel. So you weren't, he grumbled. Go on. As it turns out, Rachel left Lacey's employment because the one-stop wedding shop was all her idea, and Lacey took credit for it. The only reason she was trying to patch things up with Lacey was to take her down from the inside. Now that Lacey is dead, Rachel doesn't have to put in the work. She and Tina are going to get all of Lacey's clients. She has motive, and she delivered the murder weapon. Nick shook his head. I know you want Patricia to be released, but delivering the cake and having a feud doesn't mean anything. What you need to do is prove that Rachel had access to cyanide. Did you prove that Patricia had access? Olivia asked. Well, no, Nick hedged. But Patricia's manager has already admitted that they keep rat poison on hand. We just couldn't find it. But we can still prove that Patricia did have access to it. At least bring Rachel in for questioning again. The sheriff leaned back in his chair and sighed. Olivia, I'm sorry. I'm already put in for the arrest warrant. Patricia will be formally charged tonight. No, Janelle burst out. You can't do that. Olivia reached out and put a steady hand on her sister's arm. Have you found any evidence on the package that was delivered to me last night? No discernible fingerprints, Nick said, avoiding Janelle's gaze. We were able to determine that there was cyanide in the frosting. We're fairly certain that it came from patty cakes. If there are no fingerprints, then it stands to reason that the killer delivered it and not some messenger, right? The sheriff shook his head. I know where you're heading with this, but it's still not enough to go on. I'm sorry, Olivia. I really am. I don't want to arrest Patricia any more than you do. Can we see her? Olivia asked calmly.
Nick looked as if he was about to say no, but then he shrugged. I guess it won't harm anything. Come on. He grabbed his keys and led them to the back where there were 2 holding cells. Normally they were only for the drunk and disorderly, but lately it seemed that Luxembourg was getting more and more dangerous. Patricia looked miserable as she sat against the wall on the bench with her legs curled up under her. She'd pulled at her hair until her waves had straightened and hung down to her shoulders. Tears had tracked her mascara down her face, and her eyes were bright red. The flickering fluorescent light showed every blemish on her pale skin. "Oh, Patricia!" Janelle cried. Nick nodded his head to the sisters. "I'll give you 5 minutes." Janelle and Patricia murmured quietly to each other, but when Nick was gone, Olivia got down to business. "Patricia, you need to think. Someone sent me a red velvet cupcake with buttercream frosting from your bakery last night. It was laced with cyanide. How easy is it for someone to get their hands on that flavor?" Patricia wiped at her cheeks and shook her head. "I usually make a dozen in the morning unless I get a special order. Anyone could have gotten their hands on it." That wasn't helpful. "A dozen isn't all that many. You hang on to all of your receipts, right?" Patricia nodded. "Sure, but unless they paid with a credit or debit card, it won't have their name on it." "That's okay," Olivia said as the wheels in her head turned. "Even if we find one that's been paid for in cash, maybe your employees will remember who bought it. Nick is going to press charges against you tonight because we don't have the evidence that we need. But if we can prove that Rachel bought that cupcake, that'll go a long way to help clear your name." Janelle and Patricia's faces brightened at the same time. "Olivia, do you really think so?" Janelle breathed. "I do. Patricia, is there anything else that you can think of that might help your case? Maybe Rachel said something that could throw more suspicion on her?" The baker shook her head. "Honestly, I barely even remember that night. I just remember thinking how ironic that a slice of my cake was going to be used to help smooth things over between Rachel and Lacey. I was still working with Lacey when Rachel was there, and believe me, those two were thick as thieves until Lacey stole Rachel's idea." Olivia pursed her lips. "What's ironic is that someone used a poison to kill Lacey that smelled like almonds, and you were nearly ruined because of a nut allergy. Someone is going to great lengths to set you up. Did Rachel order the cake ahead of time, or did she just stop by and pick it up?" "I don't make many cakes anymore unless they're special order. She requested it that morning and picked it up that evening." "When did you finish it?" "Maybe a couple of hours before. We were running a buy one, get one free special on cupcakes, so I wanted to make sure that it was finished before the rush hit. And it was a good thing, too, because I was out front the rest of the evening." Olivia narrowed her eyes. "Where did you put it?" "In the office." "Was your door locked?" Patricia laughed. "Oh, Lord, no. There isn't a lot of space in the back, so we use the office as a storage area as well. It's never locked. I'm not even sure who went to retrieve the cake when Rachel got there." "Wait," Olivia said sharply. "You didn't hand the cake to Rachel?" "She paid for it with a credit card when she ordered it," Patricia said with a shrug. "I just know that when things died down, the cake was gone." Excited, Olivia stared at the baker. "Did you tell Nick this?" "Does it matter?" "Patricia, of course it matters. That cake sat unattended for hours, which means that anyone who worked for you that day had access to it." "Actually," Janelle said softly, "anyone in the bakery at all had access to it. The office is right next to the bathrooms. It's clearly labeled, but anyone who wanted to get in could." Olivia took a deep breath. "All right. It's not the evidence that we need against Rachel, but it will help your case. You need to tell your lawyer this when they get here, okay? Don't leave anything out." Patricia nodded. Olivia glanced at the clock and realized that their time was almost up. "We're going to get you out of this," she promised. "Just hang in there, okay?" The door opened and Nick cleared his throat. "Time's up, ladies.
Janelle squeezed Patricia's hands through the bars and hung her head as she followed Olivia out. Nick looked almost sorry. I know you want to help her, but you need to stay away from this investigation, Olivia. I don't want to see anything happen to you. The only way that's going to happen is to put the real killer behind bars, she reminded him. And as you can see, I'm not alone. It's true, Janelle piped up. In fact, we're going to happy endings now, so I can hand her over to Jackie until Andrew gets off work. What? Olivia frowned. I have dogs to walk. I can't hang out at Shelfie. You don't have to. Jackie swapped shifts so someone else is closing. She'll walk with you. Fine, Nick grunted. Just try to stay out of trouble. Olivia grinned. I'm never in trouble. Even Janelle snorted. Nick rolled his eyes. Do you think you could stop by and pick up Tucker? Mary's out running errands, and I promised her that I'd walk him today. Olivia cocked her head. It's going to cost you a favor in the future. For a moment, it looked like Nick might prefer to face the wrath of his wife, but he finally waved his hand and nodded. Fine, but it has to be within reason. I still have to uphold the law. Don't worry, Sheriff. I'm sure we can come up with something. Chapter 16. Olivia felt ridiculous as Janelle dropped her off at Shelfie. Jackie was counting the money in the register before handing it over to a bored-looking blonde teenager. Danielle, are you paying attention? Yes, geez, I've got it. Danielle whined and rolled her eyes. Shaking her head, Jackie sighed and grabbed her purse. When did we get so old that we're the unbearable bosses? When you started hiring teenagers to work for you, Olivia laughed. She glanced down at the kitten heels that Jackie wore. Please tell me that you have tennis shoes in your car. I don't. I didn't realize that I'd be walking dogs tonight. Can't I just borrow a pair of yours? We're close enough in size. My feet are 2 sizes bigger than yours, Olivia pointed out. But I guess we can use some Band-Aids to put on your heels to keep from rubbing blisters. Oh, and before we head back home, we need to make a stop. Where are we going? Patricia's Bakery. I want to get a look at those receipts from yesterday to see if I can find out who bought the cupcake that someone dropped off at my house. You mean the cyanide-laced cupcake that someone tried to kill you with? Jackie said dryly. May I remind you, this is the second time in several months that someone has tried to kill you? How many times do I have to say it? It was clearly meant as a warning and not an actual death attempt. You guys get all worked up over nothing. Olivia tried to make a joke about it, but she still had nightmares about the time Samantha had tried to run her over with a car. She couldn't help but wonder if Janelle and Jackie were in danger just by being near her. How did Andrew react? Not well, Olivia admitted. I thought that we were going to have a huge fight last night, but he was strangely quiet. I explained that I'm solving this case so we can have the wedding, and he just kissed me on the forehead and told me to go to sleep. He was gone before I woke up this morning. There's something off with him, but I just don't know what it is. To save time, they took Jackie's car to Patty Cake's. Jackie hummed along with an obnoxious song in the car before Olivia finally reached over and shut the radio off. What's going on with you? You never hum. Maybe I'm just in a good mood, Jackie teased. Olivia stared at her. Oh my God, you met a man. Did you go on a date with Derek? God, no, Jackie laughed. Although the truth is probably just as absurd. Explain. Her friend ducked her head. I went to dinner with Brett. Brett? Andrew's Brett? A new woman every week, Brett? Jackie, what were you thinking? What? Jackie said defensively. I was thinking that I'm your best friend, and he's Andrew's best friend. The least I could do is get to know him a little better, and before you even ask, no, I did not invite him home with me. Although I was tempted, I decided just to have dinner and talk. It was actually really nice. You're humming, so it must mean that you're planning on seeing him again. Jackie smiled mysteriously. Maybe, if he meets my challenge. Then maybe. We'll see how things go. What challenge? He can't sleep with a woman before your wedding. For a moment, Olivia just stared at her friend. Then she threw back her head and laughed so hard that tears ran down her face. That is never going to happen. But I don't think Brett's ever been challenged before. He might actually give it a go, and I can't wait to see what happens. You are a devil of a woman. I know. Don't you love it? They parked the car, and as Olivia stared at patty cakes, she instantly sobered. Jackie's relationship was going to have to go on the back burner. They had a job to do. It saddened Olivia to see that there weren't any customers in the small shop. Since Patricia was used to making money through big events, her bakery wasn't really designed as a dine-in type cafe like Happy Endings. But Olivia could see where Patricia had tried to make some changes. A few tables were squeezed into a corner, and she'd set out some plants to make it look homey and welcoming. Where Janelle had recently painted her place a bright and cheery yellow, Patricia had gone with a soft cream color with green accents. A stocky-looking woman with dark auburn hair and mean eyes glared at them when they walked in. "I know who you are," she grumbled. "What do you want?" "Not exactly customer service representative of the year," Olivia muttered to Jackie. "And you thought that your employee was bad." Still, the bad attitude didn't deter her, and she sauntered up to the counter. The woman's name tag read Jennifer, and she had a stack of papers in front of her. Olivia managed to get a look at the heading before Jennifer hastily pushed them out of view. "Patricia said that we could come by and get the receipts from yesterday." "Did she now? She didn't tell me that," Jennifer said, her tone challenging. "That's because Patricia is in jail," Olivia said evenly. "I don't think she's going to use her one phone call to call you." "I know that," Jennifer snapped. "But your sister is a spy. She's been in here God knows how many times in the past few weeks. How do I know you're not here to steal our recipes?" "First of all, Janelle worked for Patricia for a long time. I guarantee she knows most of the recipes. And we didn't ask for your cookbook. We asked for the receipts." Jennifer straightened her back and glared at them over her long, straight nose. "If Patricia gets out of jail, you can ask her for the receipts. Otherwise, the only way you're getting them is with a warrant. This business is already in enough trouble without Happy Endings trying to take over." She turned on her heel and stalked to the back. Jackie giggled and shook her head. "I had no idea that we were corporate spies. What do you think that was all about?" "Did you see what she was reading?" Olivia pushed the door open and glanced over her shoulder. She was looking at the bylaws for business licenses. "I think Jennifer means to buy Patricia's business out from under her while she's in jail. It's a hostile takeover." Jackie's eyes widened. "Do you think she killed Lacey?" "It's possible, but it's a pretty convoluted plan," Olivia muttered. "I need those receipts." A slow, sinister smile spread over Jackie's face. "I know how we can get them." "Am I going to like this?" "You're going to love it," her friend promised her. "But your sister is a different story entirely. And I'm pretty sure you're never going to want to tell Andrew." "We're breaking in, aren't we?" "We're breaking in." Half an hour later, Jackie walked awkwardly along in Olivia's two big shoes, and Tucker, Snowball, Goodwin, Fender, and a Great Dane named Cisco bounded happily along the sidewalk. The difficult thing about walking so many dogs was that half of them were pulling, while the other half were stopping to sniff the ground, trees, street signs, bushes, fire hydrants, whatever, mix and match. While her normal dogs were at least a little used to her commands, Cisco was still young and far too excited to be with the other dogs to listen to her. The leashes tangled, and Olivia was nearly pulled in two different directions. "I'd help, but then you'd have to pay me," Jackie laughed as she pulled out her phone. "You are not taping this," Olivia panted as she struggled to keep the enormous puppy in line. "It's going to look great on your website." "I don't have a website." "You will, once you buy the brownstone. When are you doing that, by the way?" Olivia grimaced. "I did turn in all the paperwork, so we're just waiting to hear back from the real estate agent, much to Janelle's everlasting surprise. I guess I have been dragging my feet on things, but she acts as though I've made things way more difficult than they need to be. Did she thank me for getting her new roofing and pipes? Of course not. In any case, if everything goes through, and I don't know why it wouldn't, we'll just need to sign the papers. Aren't you freaking out? Olivia shrugged. Believe it or not, the brownstone is the best thing on my mind. Goodwin, what is wrong with you today? Rather than listening to her commands, he and the others were far too busy checking out Cisco. As the dogs started trying to wrestle in the middle of the sidewalk, Olivia waded into the fray and forced them to separate. Time out, she shouted. Suddenly, Tucker gave a sharp, high-pitched bark of joy and lunged forward. Olivia looked up just in time to see a familiar blonde walk out of the stationery shop. In a panic, she shoved Tucker's leash into Jackie's hand and pushed her between the buildings. It's Mary. Hide. What? Jackie hissed, but Mary had already turned around. Olivia! A huge smile broke over Mary's face, and the older woman hurried toward her. This time, Olivia let the dogs pull her forward a few feet, so she didn't accidentally give away Jackie's hiding spot. Tucker continued barking. Hi, Mary. It's been a while, Olivia said awkwardly as she tried to hug Nick's wife. It was no easy feat, considering that the dogs were also trying valiantly to jump on her. A true dog lover, Mary leaned down to scratch each of the dogs behind the ears. She gave Goodwin a kiss on the nose and frowned at the Great Dane. And who is this? This is Cisco, the Reynolds' new dog. He's sweet, but just a little too mischievous. Aren't they all? Mary laughed. I've been sending Tucker to the sheriff's station with Nick every morning. I think it helps his blood pressure to have the dog around. Plus, it means Nick has to carve out some time to exercise. I do miss him when he's gone, though. I swear I think I hear him barking even now. Olivia forced a laugh. I'm like that, too. When I'm away from Goodwin, I think I hear him barking all the time. As if on cue, her shaggy dog barked in agreement. Mary cooed and rubbed under the dog's chin. I'll be so glad when this murder investigation is over. Although I'm shocked to know that it was Patricia. We used to be such good friends until that horrible scene with Lacey happened. Patricia just seemed to withdraw from the community, but I never thought she would resort to such extreme measures. Patricia didn't do this, Olivia said firmly, and I mean to prove it. Mary frowned. Nick would not like to hear that. I heard about what happened the other night. You shouldn't get involved, and you shouldn't be out here alone. Resisting the urge to look over her shoulder, Olivia smiled brightly. I'm not alone. No one would try anything with all these monsters hooked up to me. I suppose that's true. Mary still looked troubled, but she reluctantly backed away. All right, well, I should get going. I have some errands to finish up. She took a few steps towards Jackie's hiding place, and Olivia immediately stepped to the right to block her. Have you tried Janelle's new blueberry scones? She just rolled them out yesterday, and they're to die for. I think you should head over to Happy Endings and grab a few on the house to take home to Nick. He's going to deserve a treat after working so diligently on the case. That does sound nice. Maybe I'll do that after I go to the post office. No, you need to go now, Olivia practically bellowed. Mary stepped back in alarm, and Olivia forced herself to relax. What I mean is, they may not last that long. You know how busy Janelle gets around this time. I wouldn't wait. Oh, okay, Mary said slowly. I guess I'll go now. Have a good day. She shot Olivia one last look of concern, no doubt thinking that the dog walker had lost her mind. But she did turn around and start walking in the opposite direction. When she'd turned the corner, Olivia sighed in relief, hurried back to snag Tucker's leash from her friend. Tears were running down Jackie's face as she finally released the bubble of laughter that she'd been holding. I see you're still keeping Nick's secret, Jackie finally gasped. For the amount that he's paying me, I'll keep all his secrets, but it works out in my favor. You think he would have let Janelle and me see Patricia this afternoon if I didn't do this for him? Good point. How is Janelle going to feel when Mary tells her that she's due free blueberry scones? Olivia smiled and pulled out her phone. I'm about to let her know right now. Invite her out tonight. We may need her. Need her? Olivia stared at her friend. I'm sorry. Do you not remember what happened the last time we took Janelle out to investigate? Jackie just shrugged. If everything goes to plan, we won't be meeting anyone tonight, so she won't have to lie. Besides, if Patricia has an alarm in the store, Janelle might know the code to disarm it. Olivia hadn't even thought of that. When did Jackie get so smart at breaking and entering? With one last suspicious look at her friend, Olivia called her sister and filled her in. While she and Jackie finished walking the dogs, Olivia tried to figure out just what she was going to say to Andrew when she went out late tonight. She had a feeling that telling him that she was breaking into Patricia's shop just wasn't going to cut it. Chapter 17. The handcuffs were cold around her wrists. You can't do this, Rose cried out. He's going to get away with it. Please, Hank, you have to let me go. Damn it, Rose. What did you expect me to do? You broke into a crime scene and stole evidence. The lieutenant's eyes flashed in anger. You told me that you'd help me, she accused. You told me that you loved me. His lips pressed together in a thin line, and he glared at her. Weren't you the one who told me that we had to keep things separate? The man in your bed had to be different from the man in the uniform. I'm just doing what you asked. He hated her because she hadn't said the words back. For the first time in her life, she regretted not telling him how she felt. Maybe they could have made things work. But now he was letting his own ego get in the way, and a killer was going to go free. She'd never forgive him for this. Never. When Janelle and Jackie showed up at Olivia's door, Andrew stared at them suspiciously through narrowed eyes. Olivia stood in the doorway to the kitchen and watched nervously. After dinner, Andrew had volunteered to do the dishes, but she'd told him that she would be happy to clean up. Since Olivia never wanted to clean, she had a feeling that Andrew was already suspicious, but she wanted him to be in a good mood when the girls showed up. They'd worked on their plan all afternoon, and it was still pretty flimsy. You need Olivia's help for a top-secret recipe? Andrew echoed with disbelief in his voice. You do know that Olivia doesn't bake, right? Janelle can't seem to get it just right, and she knows that Olivia has such a sweet tooth. We thought we'd get together and help Janelle out. It'll keep Olivia's mind off the case, and Janelle needs to bake. She's such a mess over Patricia, Jackie explained sweetly. Olivia cringed. Jackie was never sweet. Andrew was going to see through the charade. She cleared her voice and stepped forward. Feigning innocence, she smiled. What's going on? I can't say that I'm 100% sure, Andrew said dryly. According to Jackie, you're needed for some midnight mission dealing with baked goods. But since Janelle hasn't said a word since I opened the door, I'm not entirely sure that I believe her. Crap. He was on to them. Jackie looked at her in alarm, and Olivia leaned over and hugged her sister. You poor thing. You're still upset about Patricia, aren't you? Andrew, you shouldn't pick on Janelle. She's been crying for half the day. You know how close they are. To his credit, he did manage to look chagrined, but his eyes still held suspicion. Andrew's gaze moved from Olivia to Janelle and Jackie. Olivia could see the wheels in his head turning. Janelle was obviously the weaker link, and if he leaned on her, she'd crack like an egg. Finally, he just sighed and shook his head. You are not to leave her alone for a single second. Do you understand me? Of course. Jackie hooked a protective arm around Olivia's waist. We would never put her in danger. Danger, no. But I can't help but wonder if you three are about to stir up some trouble. Trouble? We would never, Jackie declared, but her face wasn't quite as convincing. Of course not, Andrew muttered. And the fact that all three of you are dressed in black is just a coincidence. Olivia leaned up and gave him a kiss on the lips. Don't worry, she whispered. We'll be back soon. I didn't used to have to worry about you,
he reminded her gently. But now it seems like every time I turn around, you're getting yourself into more and more danger. I love you. He studied her intently for a second before smiling in submission. I love you too. I expect to be the first to taste this new top-secret baked thing. It better be out of this world. Olivia grabbed her raincoat. The skies were overcast again and followed the girls out. When Andrew had shut the door, Janelle gasped. He's going to want to taste something amazing. What am I going to do? How do you two always get me in these messes? Relax, Jackie laughed. We'll brainstorm on the way over there and come up with something amazing. You never know. It might be a huge hit and you'll be thanking us. You'll definitely be thanking us once Patricia's out of jail, Olivia reminded her. Remember why we're doing this. She changed the subject. Do you know if Patricia has an alarm in the store? Janelle nodded. She has a silent alarm, but the code to disarm it is her daughter's birthday. I doubt she's changed it. Easy as pie, Jackie announced. They parked several streets down so they wouldn't stir up suspicion. The sidewalks were deserted, and as Jackie and Janelle talked cupcake recipes, Olivia couldn't help but remember the last time she'd walked the streets late at night. She'd just ruined Andrew's engagement proposal dinner at L'Amour, and they'd drunk the bottle of champagne as they walked under the moonlight. Not only had it been a wonderful and romantic evening, but it had also turned out to be instrumental in exonerating Janelle from Yvette's murder. Andrew had spotted a second security camera facing the food truck that night. Remembering that night made Olivia feel at ease. Everything had worked out then, and everything would work out now. Despite the chaos around her, if there was something that she could never doubt, it was that Andrew would be by her side. They finally stopped outside Patricia's bakery. To Olivia's surprise, Jackie pulled out a lock-picking set. Seriously? Why do you have that? Jackie stared at her. We're breaking and entering. How did you think we were going to get past the locked door? Put that thing away, Janelle said in a hushed tone. I still have a key from when I used to work here. Let's see if it still works. It did, and Olivia felt her spirits lift even more. This was going to be easy. Janelle punched in the code to disarm the silent alarm, and Jackie pulled the shade down over the door. Turning on their flashlights, they moved to the office. Janelle was right. Patricia had converted the office space into storage. A desk was shoved in the corner, but based on the piles of papers and office supplies on the desk, it was obvious that it was rarely used as it was intended. The shelves against the wall were full of flour, baking soda, salt, sugar, and other dry goods items. Customers had to walk by the office to get to the bathrooms, so anyone could have ducked in during a busy hour and not been noticed. Her sister and Jackie rifled through drawers as they tried to find the receipts, while Olivia shone her flashlight on the other side of the office. What are you doing? Janelle whispered. The receipts aren't going to be up there. Tricia's manager said that they keep rat poison in here. I'm curious to see if she stores it in here. It's where they kept the cake. Janelle shook her head. It wouldn't be near the food. There's a small closet in the back of the store where she keeps cleaning supplies. It's usually there. Olivia cocked her head. There were a lot of people who wanted Lacey dead, but this was premeditated. No one had access to the closet except an employee, which meant that someone must have brought the cyanide with them and laced the cake before Rachel picked it up. If it wasn't Rachel, then it was someone who knew about Rachel's visit. I think it had to be Rachel, Janelle muttered. You heard her today. She obviously wanted Lacey out of the way. That's true, Olivia agreed, but something was still bothering her. From the way that Rachel had spoken, it sounded almost as if she wanted to humiliate Lacey. Most people who commit murder don't go around making themselves the obvious suspect. I got it! Jackie gasped as she triumphantly held up the small stack of receipts. Olivia eagerly plucked them from her grasp. You and Janelle look those over. I'll see if I can't find the poison in the closet. She hurried to the doorway and suddenly gasped and stepped back into the room. Just then they heard the sound of the door opening. Telltale blue lights flashed into the building, and a familiar voice cut through the darkness. Freeze! Police! Hurriedly stuffing the receipts into her jacket pocket, Olivia glared at Janelle. I thought you disarmed the alarm. I thought I did too. I know you're in there,
the deputy demanded. "Come out with your hands up." Slowly, the three sheepishly walked out of the office. When Olivia got a good look at the deputy, relief washed over her. "Derek," Janelle said happily. "Hi, what are you doing here?" He shone the flashlight in their faces and frowned. "It's Detective Jameson," he growled in a low voice, "and I believe that I should be the one asking the questions." "Sorry," Olivia said smoothly as she stepped forward. "I'm sure this looks suspicious." "Really?" He cocked an eyebrow. "Breaking and entering does tend to look suspicious. I'm fairly certain that Sheriff Lamperos warned you off this case, Olivia. I'm sure you have a good reason why the three of you are breaking the law." Jackie suddenly laughed. "This has nothing to do with the case, Deputy. This is Olivia's bachelorette party." Even Olivia was stunned, but she and Janelle held it together. Her heart was beating so loud that she could have sworn the others could hear it. After what seemed like forever, Derek finally lowered the flashlight. "Excuse me? You've never heard of a bachelorette party?" Jackie waggled her eyebrows suggestively. "You know, all those things that Olivia needs to do before she gets married since she'll never be able to do them again?" Derek reddened. "I know what a bachelorette party is. It usually involves strippers and heavy drinking." Janelle huffed. "Do we look like strippers and heavy drinkers?" "You look like three women that I should arrest. So help me God if you're here to remove evidence." "We would never," Olivia gasped. "Besides, this isn't a crime scene. Technically speaking, our arrest would just be breaking and entering and have nothing to do with the case." "Not helping," Jackie hissed. Olivia waved her away. "Derek, Patricia gave us permission to come in. The cupcake that the killer sent me came from her bakery. She keeps them in her display case, but she said that she'd only baked a dozen. We're hoping the killer bought it with a credit card. We're just going through her receipts to see if we can narrow it down." "Why didn't you turn on the lights?" "You arrested her," Janelle wailed. "We know how this looks. We were trying to keep this from happening. Jackie and Olivia came in here during the day, but Patricia's manager refused to help. We think she's hoping Patricia gets incarcerated so she can take over the store." "And you thought that gave you grounds to just come in and help yourself?" The three women just stared at him mutinously. "You can't have us arrested if the owner doesn't want to press charges," Jackie pointed out. Derek just shook his head. "Did you get what you needed?" Olivia hesitated. If she told Derek the truth, then he'd be obligated to make her put the receipts back, since technically the items didn't belong to them. At the same time, she didn't want to outright lie to him. "We're still looking around," she said vaguely. That, at least, was true. They were still looking around. They just weren't looking for the receipts anymore. "I'll escort you ladies home." He put a heavy emphasis on home. "If you still want the receipts, all you have to do is ask. I'll come back tomorrow." "Not necessary," Olivia said quickly. Now she felt bad for deceiving him since he was being so nice. It was a long shot anyway. Plus, they already had the receipts. Derek narrowed his eyes, but he didn't say anything. If they could put the receipts back before the manager noticed, then hopefully Derek would never find out they'd taken them. "Next time you ladies decide to have a bachelorette party, might I suggest not breaking the law?" "Are you offering to strip for us, Deputy Jameson?" Janelle asked innocently, batting her eyelashes. Jackie snorted, and even Olivia had to struggle not to laugh. The deputy ducked his head in embarrassment and muttered under his breath. "Just for that, I'm walking each of you to your door," he threatened. Jackie laughed, but Janelle and Olivia exchanged nervous looks. Patru and Andrew were not going to be happy when they discovered what the sisters had done. Derek dropped Olivia off last. As he escorted her to the porch, he shook his head. "I don't want to see Patricia in jail any more than you do," he murmured. "She and my mother were good friends, and I practically grew up in that bakery. At least tell me that you found something that could help her." "I don't know yet, but talk to Patricia. If she verifies that she gave us permission to be there, you can't tell Nick about this. If you do, anything that we do find won't hold up in court. Please, Derek." Andrew opened the door and glared at them. "Really?" he muttered. "The police?" "It would appear that they were having a bachelorette party," Derek finally said. It was obvious he thought he was helping her out, but Andrew just raised an eyebrow. That's interesting. They told me they were working on a new recipe. Thanks for escorting her home. I'll make sure she doesn't leave this house. Ever." His voice was casual, but his eyes held the promise of a threat. Derek nodded his head, sketched a salute, and turned to go. Closing the door behind the deputy, Andrew crossed his arms. "Well," he said finally, "are you going to tell me what you were really up to?" Olivia pulled out the stack of receipts. "We're trying to figure out who really killed my wedding planner, and this is going to help." Chapter 18. There were only 2 cash receipts that day from customers who had just been buying red velvet cupcakes. When Olivia tried to get Patricia's manager to remember who had been there that day, the woman was mutinously silent. When she asked for the videotapes, the woman told her that she'd already recorded over that day. "Basically, I'm nowhere close to solving this case," Olivia complained as she and Andrew headed home. "I'm starting to think that Jennifer did it, just to get her hands on the store." "Really?" "No," she sighed. "I don't think she's smart enough. I'm so frustrated. Rachel killed Lacey, but I don't know how to prove it." "Are you sure?" Andrew prompted. "Or do you just want her to be the killer because she fits the bill?" Olivia was quiet. Rachel had plenty of motive, and she had delivered the cake. But if there was one thing she knew about Rachel, it was that the woman was smart. If she'd really wanted to kill Lacey, she probably wouldn't have done it in a way that pointed straight to her. "I guess I just wanted to be her," Olivia admitted. Andrew pulled into the driveway and kissed her on the top of her head. "Let's see if we can't dig into Lacey's past and see who was angry enough to kill her." "I think you'll find that everyone was." Olivia shook her head. "I'm usually so good at reading people. How could I have been so wrong about her?" "It seems to be that you were in such a hurry to plan the wedding that you didn't care who helped you," he pointed out. "Maybe now you can understand why I wanted you to slow down in the first place." "I thought you wanted me to slow down because we couldn't afford it." When Andrew didn't immediately agree, she sent him a nervous look. There was something going on in that head of his that he just wasn't sharing. Certain that she didn't want another fight with him, she switched the subject back to the investigation. "What should we do now?" "If there's one thing that people are good at, it's airing their grievances on social media." As they turned the corner, a sharp bark caught their attention. Looking down, Olivia groaned inwardly. The toy poodle was all too familiar, as was the woman holding her leash. "Delilah," Andrew said politely as he bowed his head in greeting. "How are you?" A look of delight crossed her face. "Andrew," she purred, "it's such a delight to see you. Seeing you has just brightened my whole day. I had a rough morning when I got the wrong delivery. I wanted the printed scarves to go with the new collection, but they sent me solid scarves. Absolutely boring. I spent all afternoon on the phone with them, and I've finally just gotten it straightened out. How was your day?" "Busy," Olivia jumped in. She wanted to wave her hands in front of the woman's face and say, "Hi, remember me, Andrew's fiancé? We've just got so much to do before the wedding." It was a little vindictive, especially since they'd done nothing for the wedding, but Olivia couldn't help herself. She hated the way Delilah looked at Andrew, as though he was a piece of meat that she could just gobble up. Over my dead body. "Olivia," Delilah said flatly, "I almost didn't see you there." "Really?" Olivia took a step back. "Because your dog is trying to climb up my leg." Delilah actually turned her whole body so she could ignore Olivia. "Andrew, I've been meaning to ask you. I need to have a checkup at the hospital, and I wanted to get your opinion on some of the doctors there. Is there a good time that we could chat?" Andrew frowned. "I don't really speak to the doctors much. I just deal with the department administration. I'm not sure that my opinions will be worth much." "Nonsense!" Delilah bent down and picked up the yappy dog. It took all of Olivia's self-control not to wrap her body possessively around Andrew. "I would always value your opinion." As Delilah batted her eyes, Olivia finally stepped between them and grabbed Andrew's hand. "Unfortunately, we have something to do, don't we, honey?" His eyes flitted between the two women before he seemed to realize what was actually going on. "Yes, I'm afraid so. Delilah, there are ratings on the hospital website where you can check out each doctor. That will probably be better than asking me." Olivia was already pulling him away. "Bye, Delilah. So sorry we have to run," she called over her shoulder. Turning back to Andrew, she grumbled, "I swear I'm going to murder that woman one of these days." "She's harmless," Andrew said with a smile. "And you need to be careful using that word around this town. Someone might actually believe you." "I wouldn't be the only suspect," she muttered under her breath. An hour later, they had a whole list of people who had vented their rage on their profile pages. In fact, the only person who didn't announce that Lacey needed to go was Patricia. Although there were a few people who had posted their support to the page, Patricia had remained silent on the subject after their argument went public. It was classy and professional. Or maybe it was the act of someone plotting a murder. Pushing the thought aside, Olivia leaned back in her chair and looked at the list. Ken Nguyen wanted to give that bitch a taste of her own medicine, after Lacey had told everyone that his flowers were second-rate. Kitty Minozy thought that Lacey should shove her pretentious face in the oven since she thinks she knows so much about cooking, after Lacey called her appetizers tasteless. David Thorne wanted Lacey to shrivel up and die like the witch that she is, after Lacey gleefully humiliated his album of wedding songs in a recent review. The list went on and on. Over the years, Lacey had whittled down the group of vendors until she'd had her own private collection, and she'd had no problem steamrolling over anyone who tried to get in her way. Some businesses shut down completely. Others were still struggling, and a few had just given up and moved to Lowell. Rachel was another one who hadn't turned to social media after her incident. Despite her anger, she didn't say anything about the feud, even though all of her friends had been asking why she started working for Candlelight Farms. "Look at this," Andrew said in a low voice as he passed his laptop over to her. "You said that Tina and Lacey used to work together? This was filmed 2 years ago." The video had been published anonymously, but the views were in the hundreds of thousands, and the comments were cringeworthy. With some trepidation, Olivia clicked play. The video filled her screen. Lacey and Tina stood in the middle of Lacey's shop with a bride Olivia didn't recognize. The bride's parents were also present, and there was nothing but anger on their faces. "What do you mean the tents that you ordered aren't here? How are we supposed to have an outside wedding with no tents?" the bride shouted. Tears filled her eyes. Lacey calmly turned to Tina. "Tina, I don't understand. You did order the tents, didn't you?" Tina leaned over and the camera zoomed in. "You told me that they'd changed their minds," she whispered. "You said that this was an inside wedding." "What?" the bride shrieked. "What are you saying?" "Everything is going to be okay," Lacey said soothingly. "Tina just forgot to order them. I know you wanted an outside wedding, but think about how stressed you've been about the unpredictable weather. I'll speak to the Grandview Hotel and see if they can accommodate us. It'll be a little extra, but I promise that your wedding will be breathtaking." The bride whirled to confront Tina. "You did this. You call yourself a wedding planner. You're too stupid to order tents for an outside wedding. I want you removed from my wedding. I want you fired. This is my dream and you've ruined it. Ruined it. If I have my say, you will never work as a wedding planner in this town ever again." The video stopped, and Olivia looked up at Andrew. "She told me that she'd had a falling out with Lacey, but that's more than a falling out. Lacey did the same thing to Tina that she did to Patricia. She lied to Tina and humiliated her." "I'll bet she made more money hosting the wedding inside, but she couldn't risk upsetting the bride, so she made Tina take the fall for it," Andrew mused. "That's cold." Olivia nodded. "It is cold. But why would Tina wait 2 years to get revenge? She has a fairly successful business at Candlelight Farms." "Maybe she was concerned that Lacey's new business model was going to take away Tina's clientele. After all, she had the most popular vendor signing exclusivity clauses. She had the venue." "The venue?" Olivia shot up in her chair. Lacey told me that she had to beat out several bidders to get her share of the property. What are you thinking? Shaking her head, Olivia reached for the phone and the stack of brochures. After flipping through the information, she found what she was looking for. Holding up her finger in a signal to Andrew to wait, she waited until the receptionist answered. Hi, this is Olivia Rickard. I was a client of Lacey's, and I'd planned on hosting my wedding there next month. Of course, the bubbly voice on the other end said. Congratulations on your upcoming wedding. How can I help you? With Lacey's terrible demise, I wasn't sure if I'd still be able to host my wedding there. Could you tell me who has access to your venue now? I'll need some help with the final details, and I want everything to go as smoothly as possible. When she'd heard the receptionist's answer, Olivia thanked her and hung up. This isn't about revenge, she told Andrew. This is all about the venue. Lacey had to sign a contract saying that all of her inside weddings had to take place there, and in exchange, she'd be their exclusive wedding planner. It meant a huge influx of business for her because anyone who wanted to get married in the ballrooms, or even on the grounds, would have to go through Lacey. Tina put in the first bid for it, but Lacey beat her out. You're telling me that Tina killed Lacey over a wedding venue? Andrew asked skeptically. I had no idea the competition was that fierce. Tina knew that she had two perfectly good scapegoats for the murder. Rachel would be looked at first since she delivered the cake, but Patricia baked it. With those two suspects, no one would even look at her. Excited, Olivia got up and started pacing. Fender rose lazily from his bed and started following her around, clearly hoping that she was going to give him a treat. That's not evidence, he reminded her. It's not enough to free Patricia. Frustrated, Olivia stopped and balled up her fists. Andrew was right. There had been a far more compelling argument for Rachel's guilt, and Nick hadn't released Patricia over that. We're going to have to get her to confess. And how are you going to do that? Biting her lower lip, Olivia sorted through the problem. Tina was meticulous and logical, but buried somewhere deep down had to be rage. She had to be angry over what Lacey had done. But she'd been burying it for all this time. What would happen if she let some of that anger out? An idea formed in her mind, and she turned and gave her fiancé a big smile. Darling, I hope you're ready, because we're going to plan the wedding of the year. Chapter 19. The whole town was talking about the newest blog post on the newspaper website. Patricia had been charged for Lacey's murder, and the curse hovering around Olivia had been lifted. Not only was the wedding back on, but Mayor Henderson had been quoted as saying that the wedding would be published on the town website. Everyone in the state would know that Luxembourg was the place to be for weddings. Vendors were coming out of the woodwork. Jackie and Janelle helped field phone calls as they set up interviews, and just as Olivia had planned, Tina soon got in contact with her. Olivia, I just heard the wonderful news. Your wedding is back on, and I feel truly terrible about giving you a hard time over this whole curse thing. Why don't you let me make it up to you? I'll help you plan your wedding for free. It was all Olivia could do not to roll her eyes. Now that she knew she'd been duped by one wedding planner, it was all she could do to pretend to be duped by another. Of course, Tina wanted to help her for free. She wanted Candlelight Farms to be the wedding planner that helped organize the most notorious and exciting wedding of the year. And the free publicity on the town's webpage was more than an added bonus. Tina, thank you so much, Olivia gushed, leaning against the counter in happy endings. She gave Jackie and Janelle a thumbs-up sign. I knew you would come through for me. Shall we get together this afternoon? Actually, I was already gathering the wedding party at Happy Endings for a little celebration tomorrow afternoon. Maybe we could stop by afterwards. I know it seems silly, but after Lacey just took over the planning, I really want you to get a sense of my friends and me. I want this wedding to reflect my values. Of course, Tina laughed. Sweetheart, you'll find that I'm nothing like Lacey. I'd love to get to know your wedding party. Tina was nothing like Lacey. One ruined people's reputations, the other was a cold-blooded murderer. After setting up the time, Olivia grinned. Janelle frowned in response. I had no idea that you were having everyone over tomorrow to celebrate. I'm not, but I want to make sure certain people are at that appointment with me when I go. Really? Who? Olivia shrugged. I think Andrew's groomsmen should be more involved with the wedding. Brett? He doesn't seem like the wedding type. No, Olivia said with a sly smile. But I think Sheriff Nick Limperos will be very interested in meeting with Tina. What do you think he's going to do? Nothing. But I want him to be there when Tina confesses to killing Lacey McBride. She winked as Lady Celeste walked in, and her good mood swelled. Everything was all coming together, and she was going to put those nasty rumors that she was a cursed bride to rest. As the psychic leaned over the display case to look at the selection of cookies, Olivia sauntered over to her. Good morning, Lady Celeste. The older lady, dressed in a blindingly neon orange dress with lime green geometric shapes and a matching headscarf, smiled brightly as she looked up. My dear Olivia, how are things? Your string of bad luck isn't holding, is it? As a matter of fact, I'm about to reveal Lacey McBride's real killer, she said almost smugly. It felt good to finally be able to close the case. Celeste raised an eyebrow. That's nice, dear. There was something in her voice that gave Olivia pause. The psychic was obviously not convinced that Olivia was ready to wrap everything up. I'm serious. I know who killed Lacey, and it's not the bride's curse. I believe you. A knowing look crossed the old woman's face, and Olivia blinked. Afraid that she might not like the answer, she pressed on. So that'll be it. No more cursed bride. Just another murder in our small town. Celeste frowned disapprovingly and tapped a long, bright orange nail on the glass of the display case. Murder is never something to celebrate. Seriously? Olivia asked in exasperation. You can't just admit that you were wrong? If I recall, your problems began before the murder. Maybe this will solve everything, or maybe there is something else going on that you aren't willing to acknowledge. That is not how this works, Olivia insisted. I set out to solve this case so the wedding community wouldn't believe in some ridiculous curse and continue to back out. That's exactly what I plan on doing today, and it would mean so much to me if you could support me on this, Celeste. Of course, dear. I'm sure everything is going to work out splendidly for you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've been craving one of these fudge chocolate cookies all day. Just like that, Lady Celeste dismissed her. Her mood dampened. Olivia slumped back to Jackie. I'm starting to think that woman hates me. Cheer up, Jackie laughed. She's just old and stubborn and doesn't want to admit when she's wrong. Vendors are beating down the door to help you with your wedding. So I think it's safe to say that the bride's curse has been laid to rest once and for all. You're right. Olivia pushed her shoulders back and nodded. Putting Lacey's killer behind bars was the only thing left on her to-do list, and by the end of tomorrow, she and Andrew would be feeling the bliss. The bride's curse would be nothing more than a distant memory. The next afternoon, Andrew, Olivia, and Goodwin stood outside of Candlelight Farms. Brett, Nick, Patrick, Janelle, and Jackie were already gathered inside and looking over the display items. Are you sure you want to do this? Andrew asked quietly. Ever since she'd come up with the plan, he'd tried to talk her out of it. He wanted to spend more time searching for evidence, but Olivia knew that they didn't have more time. Patricia was about to be transferred to the county jail for booking, and Olivia couldn't let things go that far. It's not like it's going to be real, she pointed out. We just need to throw Tina off balance. Real or not, I still don't want to do it. She sighed. As much as they'd been fighting lately, she figured it would be no hardship for them to fake a fight in the middle of the store. Look, we'll just argue about wanting Goodwin in the wedding, and we'll go from there. It's going to be fine. Just focus on the mission. We want to steer the conversation to Lacey and get a reaction out of Tina. It shouldn't be that hard. You hated Lacey. Fine. His lips were set in a hard line, and he wouldn't even meet her eyes. Gripping Goodwin's leash, she watched as he marched into the store. Worry settled over her. He should have been pleased that they were closer to getting married, but he seemed even more anxious. Just what was going on with him? "There's the very not cursed bride," Tina announced when Olivia walked through the door. A cheer went up in the crowd, and Olivia blushed. "Seriously, this whole curse thing is ridiculous," she muttered. "I'll be glad when people aren't talking about it." "Then we'll need to give them something else to talk about." Tina passed out glasses of champagne, while Rachel arranged the wedding planning books on the table. "And your wedding will be so sensational that everyone will forget all about the curse. I have been getting calls all morning from vendors who want to participate, and I've managed to track down your wedding dress. You are one popular bride." "That's good. That's how it should be." Goodwin pulled at the leash when he saw the wedding cake displays. "Goodwin, stop. They're not real," Olivia laughed. "Do you have to bring that dog everywhere with you?" Andrew snapped. The room grew silent. Olivia had already warned the group what she and Andrew had planned, but she suspected none of them had ever heard Andrew actually fight with her. Tina cleared her throat. "I love dogs," she said as she tried to cut through the tension. "Are you going to have him in the wedding?" "No," Andrew said at the same time Olivia said, "Yes." "What do you mean, no?" Olivia asked indignantly. "Goodwin is family, and I want family to be in the wedding." "My mother is family," he said grimly. "But you don't see her here, do you? You haven't even tried to include her, yet you're going to have that mangy mutt in the wedding." "What? His mother? Where did that come from?" "I've been in touch with your mother," she pointed out, "which is pretty big of me considering that you've done nothing to bridge the gap between us. She hates me." "You spoke to my mother?" he asked sharply. "When?" Jackie interrupted. "Guys, we have a mission here, remember? The wedding?" "Yes, this ridiculous wedding," Andrew sneered. Olivia narrowed her eyes and glared at him. "You know, you keep muttering things under your breath. Why don't you actually try talking to me?" "You want me to talk to you?" He rounded on her suddenly, and she was taken aback by the fire in his eyes. "Fine, let's talk. Why don't we talk about how the wedding of 50 people is now 500 people? Or maybe we could talk about how the small private ceremony is now suddenly going to be on the website for the whole town." "That is not my fault," she snapped. "That's all Mayor Henderson's doing." "You could have said no, Olivia. All of this could have been avoided if you just said no." Andrew's voice rose to a shout, and she gasped. Things were hitting just a little too close to home. Was he insinuating that none of this would have happened if she just turned down his proposal? Her voice quivered just a little bit, but she plunged forward. "Where were you when I was planning everything? I kept asking you what you wanted, and you said whatever I wanted. Now that I'm showing you what I want, you're freaking out." "I never got a chance to have an opinion because you let a perfect stranger take charge. You're acting like this wedding is a battle rather than a ceremony that will affect the rest of our lives." "And you're acting like you don't want to even get married." There was a shift in his eyes, but she kept going, terrified of what he might say next. She had to focus on the plan and not on Andrew. "And that's just fine. I bet Tina wouldn't even be able to handle this wedding anyway." Almost on cue, Tina straightened belligerently. "Excuse me?" Olivia ignored her. "I chose Lacey because that woman knows how to get stuff done. What's wrong, Andrew? Does my independence scare you? Is that why you hated Lacey?" "Enough," Tina snapped. "If you two want to fight, you are welcome to do it outside my establishment. I will not have you dragging my name through the mud." Olivia whirled around and pointed an accusing finger at her. "Is it really through the mud, Tina? You refused to help me from the beginning. Your supposed tips were all about hiring people in Lowell. You obviously knew that you weren't up to Lacey's standards." "Lacey did say that you were second rate," Rachel added dryly. Tina turned purple with rage. "How dare you? Do you have any idea the things she said about you?" Rachel shrugged. "That's because I left her and not the other way around." "Because that bitch stole your idea.
just like she was trying to steal that venue from me. But you had the nerve to go crawling back to her and ask for a job." Rachel paled. "You knew why I was going to see her?" "Of course I knew about it. You think you can pull one over on me? You thought that I would believe that you just wanted to use some of her vendors? I knew from the very beginning." Olivia's heart hammered in her chest. Tina had just admitted that she knew Rachel was going to see Lacey, but that was only half the battle. It was good, but it wasn't the incriminating confession that they needed. Olivia took a deep breath and tried to push her over the edge. "You told her to use patty cakes." Lacey might have hated Patricia, but even she couldn't deny that Patricia was a genius baker. Lacey was always getting people to bring her cupcakes on the sly. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Tina realized what she'd said. All the blood drained from her face. "Patricia knew that," she said hastily. Olivia took a step closer to her. "You knew that Rachel wanted to get back in Lacey's good graces, and you encouraged her to use Patricia to do it." "No," Tina muttered and shook her head. "She's lying," Rachel cried out. "She told me that Lacey loved Patricia's almond cake." Tina's face grew dark. "Shut up." Olivia handed Goodwin's leash to Jackie and advanced on Tina. "You planned the whole thing. It was never about humiliating Lacey. You wanted her business. With Lacey out of the way, the venue and all those exclusive weddings would be yours. You set Patricia up." "No!" Tina screamed. She pointed her finger at Rachel. "I was setting her up. She's just like Lacey. God, the two of them were a nightmare together, and she's turning out to be just as bad. With Lacey gone, Rachel will easily be pushed out of the way, and that damn venue will be mine." The whole shop fell silent, and Tina's eyes grew wild when she realized she'd just confessed to the murder. Suddenly her arm shot out and she grabbed Olivia. Andrew shouted and lunged, but Tina had already grabbed the cake knife on the table. "I'll make you pay for this," she hissed. Suddenly a huge silver platter came crashing down on Tina's head. Staggering, she loosened her grip just enough for Olivia to wrench away and move back to Andrew's protective arms. Goodwin barked sharply and jumped, brought up short by his leash. Rachel shrugged and brought the plate down again. Tina moaned and fell to the floor in an unconscious heap. For a moment, everyone was silent as they tried to process what had just happened. "We did it," Olivia said at last in disbelief. She still couldn't believe that it had worked. "I'm not a bitch," Rachel snarled at the unconscious body and stepped aside. She looked pointedly at Nick. "Are you going to arrest her?" Olivia couldn't help it. Laughter bubbled up in her throat. Everyone stared at her and she shook her head. "I'm sorry. It's just that Tina was right. Rachel, you are going to be just like Lacey." "If you mean a kick-ass wedding planner, then yes. But Lacey bulldozed over a bunch of people to get to the top, and I'm not going to do that." A smile crossed Rachel's face. "As a thank you for saving your life, the least you could do is let me help finish planning your wedding." Olivia looked up at Andrew and smiled. "We do owe her that much." Nick pulled out his handcuffs and everyone cheered. For one dazed moment, Olivia couldn't believe that they'd pulled it off. She'd done it. She'd actually figured out who the killer was and had brought her to justice. Maybe instead of a dog-walking business, she should look into private investigating. Andrew would just love that. Chapter 20. Rose held the gun steady. "You helped him kill his wife, and when he refused to pay you, you murdered him too. You almost had me fooled, you know. You almost made me think that you were innocent. You know how you messed up?" He looked at her with hatred in his eyes. "I don't care," he spat. "Only a cleaner would wipe the dirt away from my windows. You just couldn't help yourself." "Rose!" Hank burst in, gun drawn. "My God, are you okay?" She lowered her weapon and stared at him. There was so much she wanted to say, but she couldn't even begin to formulate her thoughts.
Emotions weren't easy for her. Murder was different. Murder she could do. I believe that Chad here has something that he wants to confess. The next few days were perfect. Every person Olivia passed on the street congratulated her on her upcoming wedding, although she would have preferred if they'd congratulated her on collaring the real killer. Rachel turned out to be a pretty decent wedding planner. Olivia told her what she wanted, and Rachel would point out if she thought that it would work or not. Olivia tried to include Andrew, but he remained distant. Rachel didn't seem concerned. Men don't usually want to be involved in a wedding, she said with a shrug. I wouldn't worry about it. As long as they show up, that's all that matters. But Andrew wasn't just any man. He was Olivia's fiancé, and up until the wedding planning had started, he'd always supported her and tried to help. Olivia had thought he'd feel better once she told him that she was willing to have a fall wedding, but he just nodded his head and walked away. Nothing seemed to bridge the gap between them. Using Tabitha's suggestions, she'd managed to secure the perfect present for Andrew online. She was so thrilled about crossing that off her list that she didn't even mind when Janelle got her up early one morning to sign the final papers on the brownstone. Monday morning, before Andrew had to leave for work, she woke him up with a soft kiss. Hey, Janelle just called. I'm going in early to sign the papers for the brownstone. Want to come with me? Really? He glanced blearily at the clock. You're going to do it? No excuses this time? No excuses. Come on. It's pouring down rain out there. Do you think you can give me a ride on your way to work? Sure. Just let me take a shower. 20 minutes later, they were pulling up to the bakery. The streets were still empty, and he had no trouble finding street parking. Grabbing the car door handle, she wrenched the door open and jogged to the awning. Olivia, he protested as he joined her. Why didn't you stay in the car? And give myself the chance to convince you to drive away with me still in the car? Way too dangerous. I just want to hurry up and get this over with. Andrew just stared at her while the rain poured around them. Just hurry up and get it over with? He asked hoarsely. Yeah, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. The atmosphere shifted and he frowned. So you want to celebrate later? Maybe have a drink at Endgame when I get off work? Maybe. I'm going to try to meet with Rachel to finish the details for the wedding. Everything is coming together. We could get married next week and get it over with as well. She laughed at the idea, even as she was half hoping that he would agree. Olivia, is this really something that you want to do? Tucking a flyaway hair behind her ear, she shifted uncomfortably. What was happening here? By the brownstone? I know I've had issues with it in the past, but it's time to quit worrying about it. It's not like I think I'm going to regret the decision, but I need to go ahead and sign the papers before I talk myself out of it. You know how I am. I do, he said softly. Maybe that's the problem. She tapped the heel of her shoe impatiently against the sidewalk. You've been pushing me to take this step for the past couple of months. I thought you'd be happy. Is this what you're doing with our wedding? What? Her whole body froze. What are you talking about? The blood roared in her ears as he continued to study her. You've been rushing the wedding plans, ignoring our budget, ignoring what you said you wanted. It didn't make any sense to me, but now... His voice trailed off. Are you doing this so you can't back out? Helplessly, she closed her eyes. The wedding isn't a big deal to me, Andrew. I just wanted to get it over with so that we could be married. And before you changed your mind? Okay, I know what you're thinking, she said as her voice grew desperate. But it's not like that. I love you, Andrew. I want to marry you. I'm not certain that you do. Me? I've been gung-ho about this from the very beginning. No, he snapped suddenly. You haven't. I know that the only reason you were investigating Yvette's murder was to put off my proposal. Do you think I'm blind? If you knew that I wasn't sure about it, why did you propose in the first place? Because you never know what you want until it's put right in front of you. You don't plan for anything, Olivia. He ran his hands through his hair. I wanted a long engagement so you could get used to the idea. It never occurred to me that you'd back out, but I know that you don't adjust to change quickly. But this, God, Olivia, I feel like you're just marrying me to prove something." "That's not true," she said. She hated the way that her voice shook, but she couldn't help it. "I mean, it's true that I solved Lacey's murder to prove that I'm not cursed, but I'm not marrying you to prove anything. I don't understand what you're so upset about. You asked me to marry you, and that's what I'm trying to do." He slipped his hands into his pockets and blew out his breath. "Yes," he said finally. "I can see that. But I don't want you to marry me just because I asked. I think we need to take some time to think about this." Olivia was speechless. 1,000 questions ran through her head. Was he talking about taking a break from wedding talk? Was he talking about taking a break from each other? Was he breaking up with her? Her heart pounded in her chest as Andrew gave her one last sad look before turning and striding out into the rain. She opened her mouth to call after him, but no sound came out. "Olivia?" Janelle's voice barely penetrated her fear. "Olivia, are you okay? Christy and I are ready for you. Olivia? Olivia!" Slowly she turned around to face her sister. "Janelle," she whispered, "I don't know what I've done." This has been Till Death Do Us Bark, Happy Tales Dog Walking Mysteries, Volume 2. Written by Stella St. Narrated by Machelle Williams. Copyright 2017 by Relay Publishing. Production copyright 2018 by Relay Publishing.